Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaobao and his group arrived late. The morning court session had already started for more than an hour. Li Longji was sitting high up in his seat and roaring at the officials. With the development of technology, the person in charge of relaying the emperor's orders was free. Without the emperor saying a word, he would shout the original words at the top of his voice. A microphone extended from beside Li Longji's chair. As the technology still needed to be improved, the effect of the microphone wasn't very good. It could only be placed closer to the mouth. The loudspeakers were placed in various places. The person who placed them was probably planning to create a surround sound system, but his understanding of this technology wasn't that thorough. As Li Longji shouted, the officials lowered their heads and listened. Occasionally, they would exchange glances with each other. Yuan Xianyao, Li Linfu, Zhang Jiuling, Wang Bei, Jiang Cen, Wei Shu, Lv Yenzhua, Yuan Rong, and the other officials glanced at Zhang Zhong from time to time. As the emperor was roaring at Zhang Zhong, there should be people who were happy. Those who were close to Zhang Zhong should be worried for Zhang Zhong. However, the emperor's words didn't sound right. The Ministry of Works is important. Aren't the families of the injured worried? Aren't they in pain? Li Longji looked down and questioned the microphone. He didn't stare at Zhang Zhong. Are you saying that if someone in the Ministry of Works is injured, their family isn't worried? Aren't they in pain? What are you doing? I don't want to hear excuses. The Ministry of Works should be managed by the officials. If someone is burning a mountain in the distance and sparks are flying here, why don't you expand the area? If 3 li of martial law isn't enough, then 5 li. If 5 li isn't enough, then you have to enclose 10 li. I don't want to hear about accidents caused by flying to Mars again. Li Longji continued speaking. There was something wrong with his words. Enclosing land cost money. The land didn't cost money, but the facilities needed money. In order to keep it a secret, at the beginning, there was a man-made river in the middle of the Ministry of Works. If the land was expanded, wouldn't the man-made river have to be dug again? It was all money. Before Li Longji could say anything, he continued, we know that research is expensive, but we also know that the money we spend today can still be earned back when we make something tomorrow. We can't let our great Tang's craftsmen suffer because of a lack of money. The revenue for this year has already been released. The Ministry of Works needs to promptly manage the Ministry of Revenue. If someone deliberately obstructs and disregards the safety of the Great Tang's research and development of weapons, they will be punished even more severely. The people from the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was filled with grievances. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. Every time Zhang Zhong came to ask for money, he would not say anything courteous. He would always be bold and self-righteous. In the end, when he made something and made money, he would not give anything to the Ministry of Revenue other than the taxes due. He would just transfer the money away. Even if you, Zhang Zhong, transfer it to your own account, that's fine. You're greedy, you're selfish. But you insist on transferring it to the Ministry of War and the Western Agriculture Temple, saying that it's a related research project. If we do as you say, what do you need the Ministry of Revenue for? It wasn't easy to wait until you ran out of money. As soon as you ran out of money, Her Majesty immediately sided with you. Why? Just because you have a son and a daughter-in-law? I still have a grandson. This is too much of a bully. Li Longji did not have the time to care about Wang Bei's thoughts. He continued, this year's revenue has to be at least 10 million strings of cash for the Ministry of Works. Even if I have to eat 1 less bowl of rice, even if I have to make 1 less pair of boots, even if, hearing this, the silent Zhang Zhong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He wasn't moved. Rather, he was worried that the emperor would disrupt his son Xiaobao's plans. Holding the ceremonial tablet, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. Just as Li Longji was happily speaking, he saw Zhang Zhong interrupt him. He was surprised and a little unhappy. I'm speaking up for you. Don't be a hindrance. Minister Zhang, you have something to say. Li Longji glared at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's position was closer to the front, to the left of the stairs in front of Hanyuan Palace. When he heard the emperor's order, he looked around and took small steps toward the emperor. The officials stared at him. The Jinwu guards didn't stop him. Gao Lisher even stepped aside. Zhang Zhong spent a lot of effort to move that little bit of distance. When he arrived in front of the emperor, he didn't block the emperor's face. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for him to speak. Zhang Zhong reached out and covered the microphone tightly. Then, he bent down and whispered into the emperor's ear. Everyone was curious, but they couldn't hear anything. When Zhang Zhong finished and released the microphone, they heard the emperor's voice. Is that true? Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong again. Zhang Zhong nodded. That's good. Minister Zhang, you've worked hard. The emperor nodded and signaled Zhang Zhong to go back. The group of officials wanted to tear Zhang Zhong's mouth open and ask him what he just said. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at the officials. He coughed twice and said, the Ministry of Revenue will temporarily suspend the allocation of funds to the Ministry of Works. The officials were stunned. What did he say? It seemed that the reason was because of Zhang Zhong. Why didn't he want 10 million strings of strings? There must be a conspiracy. Minister of Revenue Wang Bei also thought so. Zhang Zhong didn't want the money, but it was more worrying. After pondering for a while, Wang Bei stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, if the Ministry of Revenue doesn't provide funds, I'm afraid that our research will be shelved. He stood up to be a good person. Some of the officials curled their lips. Minister Wang is right. Therefore, I have a way to solve the problem of the Ministry of Works' lack of funds without affecting the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji followed Wang Bei's words. The officials understood. No wonder Zhang Zhong didn't let His Majesty allocate funds from the Ministry of Revenue. He has another way. I heard that he went to the Hibiscus Gardens examination hall because he was worried about the examinees. Coincidentally, his son, Zhang Xiaobao, and daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, were also there. Yes. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Therefore, Minister Zhang didn't neglect official matters because of personal feelings. He had a cordial conversation with the two examinees. The two examinees, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, said a lot of heartfelt words because of the kindness of the imperial court. Therefore, someone is probably going to be unlucky. The officials were all thinking about their own matters, and the court was silent for a while. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. He was still thinking about what Zhang Zhong said. He had to think of more things from it. After all, it was Xiao Bao's idea. There were many twists and turns in it. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Xianyao stood at the front. He didn't care about the gazes of others and moved down from behind the officials until he was behind Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling was shocked. Ghost, you don't make a sound when you walk. Yuan Zhongshu, do you feel that the wind is strong? Zhang Jiuling turned and asked. Yuan Xianyao raised his hand and waved. Zishou, you're too polite. I just want to talk to you. Okay, may I know what you want to teach me? Zhang Jiuling saw how Yuan Xianyao addressed him so intimately and started to think. Yuan Xianyao didn't care whether the other party was criticizing him or not. He asked kindly, have you met with Jidushi Zhang recently? Zhang Jiuling was relieved. Yuan Xianyao wanted to get useful information from him because he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Jiuling shook his head regretfully and said, before Xiao Bao left the capital last month, I met him once. Xiao Bao came up with a new dish from Lingnan and asked me to taste it. The taste was really good. Xiao Bao's culinary skills are amazing. After that, Zhang Jiuling shut up. Yuan Xianyao was depressed. He thought to himself, do you think I don't know that his culinary skills are good? Even the emperor ate it. But don't you know what I'm asking? Good culinary skills can affect the imperial court. His ability to scheme is even better. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Yuan Xianyao could only continue asking. There were a lot of things to do in the Hall of Secretaries. Unfortunately, I couldn't go. During the banquet, did you tell Xiao Bao about the situation in Great Tang in the near future? But you have to tell me the truth. I'll look for you for a drink later. I did, but it's definitely not directly related to today's matter. Yuan Xianyao can personally talk to Xiao Bao about the situation. His Majesty is going to speak. When Zhang Jiuling replied to Yuan Xianyao, he saw the emperor sitting up straight and reminded him. Okay, I'll go back. Find some time to drink. Yuan Xianyao quickly moved back from behind the others. Just as he returned to the first position on the left, he saw the emperor glaring at him. Then, the emperor said, I have a little spare money and left it in the hands of the empress's adopted daughter. Today's matter suddenly reminded me of that money. I plan to take out some to show my sincerity. Does everyone agree? Oh. I see. The officials knew what the emperor was talking about. It was the income from Great Tang's bank. The so-called adopted daughter of the empress was Wang Wan. But that sum of money was definitely not a little. As for how much it was, they had to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's bank was really amazing. At the beginning, it was a partnership. Later on, his family withdrew first. Then, he kicked the other shareholders out one by one. Now, it was the emperor's alone. Zhang Xiaobao helped to manage it. Among the officials, the one who was the most upset was the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. He clearly knew that there was a lot of money, but he couldn't interfere. Among most of the officials, he was the one who knew the extent of their wealth. First, the emperor stopped the expenses of the imperial palace that were supposed to be paid by the Ministry of Revenue and directly took money from the bank. As a result, the days in the imperial palace were several times better than before. If they wanted to build a building, they could build a building. If they wanted to build a pond, they could build a pond. Even the office of the Ministry of Revenue had been renovated by the emperor. It was very comfortable. Then, when there was a small disaster in Great Tang, before the local report was submitted, the money from the Bank of Great Tang would be sent over in the name of the emperor. When the people needed to raise money to build roads and bridges, the bank would also immediately provide subsidies. Just this year alone, with a rough calculation, the private bank had already sent out no less than 10 million strings of coins. The Ministry of Revenue was saving money, and the national treasury was ample. The money used for this calculation was calculated by the Ministry of Revenue using other local reports, but there was definitely money that was spent in other areas. This didn't just mean that the emperor's bank was rich. It also showed the extent of Zhang Xiaobao's intelligence network. His wealth is rich and imposing, but his intelligence network is spread all over the world, Wang Bei muttered helplessly. Li Longji sat on the throne and waited for the others to digest what he said. He was very happy. You finally know that I have money. Don't blame me for not letting you manage the bank. It's just that your families are too poor. I'm afraid that you'll embezzle, and I'm even more worried that you won't be able to manage the bank well enough. In the end, someone has to manage it. Why can't I send Zhang Xiaobao? Finally, someone stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, how much does Your Majesty intend to give to the Ministry of Works? I'm not giving, I'm investing. After the Ministry of Works produces something, it has to give a generous return to the investor. The diesel engine will be put into production very soon. Everyone knows that I don't have much money, and I still have to spend it on the palace. Thus, I intend to take the lead. Everyone can also participate in the investment. When the time comes, according to the proportion of the investment, I plan to invest 8 million strings of coins in the Ministry of Works research project before the new year. The Ministry of Works' other expenses will still need to be supported by the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Works isn't a shop. Right, after the new year, I'll increase it according to the situation. What does everyone think? Li Longji tried his best to be modest. When he said 8 million strings of coins, he tried his best to sound calm. Suddenly, the entire Hanyuan Palace Hall was filled with sighs. AI. AI. Only Zhang Zhong didn't react. Looking at the others sighing, he understood that it was a feeling of powerlessness. They couldn't stop what their son and daughter-in-law were doing. This was because the lives of the people of Great Tang were indeed better. The Great Tang's army was also more elite, the national treasury was more abundant, and the number of literate people had increased. This was especially so because of the relationship between the surrounding countries. A group of them had already been wiped out. No one could find an excuse to attack their son and daughter-in-law because they wouldn't be able to do it. The truly amazing thing wasn't the emperor's bias but the hearts of the people. Zhang Zhong was filled with emotions. He even thought of treating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children. Then, he would stand on the side of justice and evaluate them. In the end, when he thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children, he was very resistant in his heart. No other family's children could compare to his son and daughter-in-law. They didn't have the right to have them. They were his. Even he was jealous of himself, let alone others. Gao Lishur pondered by the side and frowned. He walked up to the emperor and turned off the microphone. Your Majesty, isn't it too chaotic? The Ministry of Works is a part of the imperial court. You're investing in it, and you're asking other officials to invest in it as well. Who does the Ministry of Works belong to? Li Longji also pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not chaotic. The Ministry of Works isn't affected. We're investing in the research projects of the Ministry of Works, and they're independent and related. You think that it's chaotic because there are too many things to manage. The functions of the various departments are getting more and more complete, and there's even a need to set up a new department. In history, the people who held power ruled over the people. They hunted, farmed, woven, and built. They didn't manage much, and the punishment for those who were punished was decided by a single word from them. As for the latter, they ruled over the country and established the 6 ministers. The ministers ruled over 100 people, and they ruled over the people. Wasn't the food of the people at that time comparable to what we have now? After hearing the emperor's words, Gao Lishur understood and replied, Your Majesty is right. In the past, there weren't many officials, and there weren't many departments. The food and clothes of the people were the same. Now, there are more officials, and the lives of the people are better. In the future, there might be more departments and more departments. As long as they're capable and aren't greedy, the lives of the people will be better. This subject was wrong. It's fine. Lishur is also eager to protect his master. This plan was suggested by Xiao Bao. Since he said so, it means that he and Cuckoo don't think that the division of the officials isn't detailed enough. It's not to the point where they're confused. Li Longji faintly felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be very familiar with the current system of officials. They even had a system, several systems that they could choose from at any time. Yes, it was a system, not a single official position. A huge system didn't only apply to official positions. It also included the military, the economy, agriculture, technology, and so on. They could set up a set or pick out a part of it and take it out. How did they learn so much? Was the country of those 2 experts really so complicated? How much did the people live in such a country? Did they eat meat every day? Did they have a carriage pulled by a steam engine every time they went out? Or a carriage pulled by a diesel engine? Did every village have a radio station to quickly transmit news? It was really scary. Life was too good. When could Great Tang be like this? Li Longji tried his best to think about the living conditions of the people in that country, but he still couldn't think of anything. He decided to ask Xiao Bao and Yao Wan for more details so that he could compare. Then, the Great Tang would try its best. Li Longji and Gao Lishur started to chat on their own. The officials below also had their own thoughts. Those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family were eager to try. They were waiting for the emperor to finish talking with General Gao and ask how much money they had to fork out so that they could participate. The officials who remained neutral looked back and forth between those who were in favor of the Zhang family and those who were against the Zhang family and those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were conflicted. They were angry and worried. They were angry at Zhang Zhong, but they couldn't suppress their anger anymore. A few days ago, when Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the 9 children went to Hong Nong, they felt that there was an opportunity to get some benefits from Zhang Zhong and get some power. Zhang Zhong was easy to talk to. As long as it didn't interfere with his official business, he would usually give up his power when it was necessary. The people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were fighting with Zhang Zhong over the distribution rights of the Ministry of Works small products. The products developed by the Ministry of Works were naturally sold by the Ministry of Works. When the Ministry of Works developed new technologies, all kinds of things would happen. Thus, when the main technologies were developed, there would be many side products. The Ministry of Works chose to take out the technologies that were not cutting edge, attract investors, and act as distributors. This was also why the Ministry of Works had so many projects at the same time and still had money to spare for the Agriculture Temple and the Ministry of War. Everyone knew that when it came to making money, the Ministry of Works would definitely use Zhang Xiaobao's ideas. They didn't need to worry about losing money, but they needed to consider how much they could earn. Zhang Xiaobao was someone who was above the top tycoons list. Why did the Ministry of Works lack money recently? It was very simple. It was because when Zhang Xiaobao went to Hong Nong, he had already thought of building an amusement park. Thus, part of the technology that was used to connect the gears and bearings during the manufacturing of the diesel engine was temporarily stopped from auctioning the distribution rights. Zhang Xiaobao did not use the deficit management cycle model in the development of the Ministry of Works. However, he was also very careful. If there was a mistake, the cash flow would immediately be cut off. Wasn't it cut off now? The day before Zhang Xiaobao asked the technology to stop auctioning the distribution rights, the people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family had already looked for Zhang Zhong and said that they would recommend a few distributors to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong also agreed. It didn't matter who he gave it to. His son and daughter-in-law were too strong, so he had to compromise. Thus, the matter of selling the distribution rights was stopped. The people who were already against the Zhang family and Wang family hated them even more. During the period when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not around, they tried to find fault with Zhang Zhong. Among them, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, was especially so. On the day when Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, the people stopped for a while. However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaobao was busy with the imperial examinations and did not do anything to retaliate, they thought that he was scared. When Wang Bei finally waited until Zhang Zhong came over to ask for money, he also sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. That person was testing Zhang Xiaobao's reaction. But he did not know that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything when he returned because the diesel engine was not completed yet. The separation of oil was also not done yet. The most important time was in the next few days. But last night, when he sent someone to look for Wang Bei, Zhang Zhong brought the news back. Thus, the officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family guessed this in the morning. At this time, they found out that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything to retaliate because Zhang Zhong felt that the Ministry of Works was not a problem and did not want to distract his son. Yesterday, something happened in the Ministry of Works. Zhang Zhong went to the examination hall. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to tolerate sand in his eyes was proven this morning. Today, there was a court meeting. The officials woke up early and went to Hanyuan Palace Hall to wait for the emperor. Before they went out, they had to eat something to fill their stomachs. However, they could not drink too much water. Otherwise, when they went to the toilet during court, what would they do if the emperor called them? However, if they did not drink, they would be thirsty. What could they do? Eat fruit. Eat a pear or an orange. Since the beginning of autumn this year, the Zhang family and Wang family began to supply tomatoes to the officials who were qualified to attend court. There was a plot of land in the Sanongsi that belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Every day, early in the morning, they had people send the tomatoes to the officials' residences. Today, Wang Bei ate an egg and a handful of steamed buns. He did not dare to eat any more. After eating too much, he would feel sleepy. He reached for the tomatoes on the fruit plate. Why did they change? The tomatoes turned into oranges. Looking at the color of the orange peel, Wang Bei understood that the oranges must have been transported from the south. After a long time, the oranges would not be fresh. As for the oranges from the north, they were not ripe yet. Even if they were, they would not taste good. If the oranges were born in Huainan, they would be oranges. The Sanongsi was trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wang Bei did not care about this problem. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. What he cared about was why the tomatoes were gone today. Could it be that they were eaten by the servants? Wang Bei's face darkened slightly. When he asked, someone answered. It was said that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came this morning and told the people who usually collected oranges that there were no tomatoes today. Because the tomatoes forgot the cold of autumn and wanted to prove that they were strong, they provoked the autumn wind. As a result, they fell ill from the cold and did not grow. They also kindly asked us to tell Master that autumn is here and the weather is cold, so you should wear more clothes. Because where the autumn wind passes, what should be red will be red, and what should be yellow will be yellow. The autumn festival is deep, and not only the sky is high and the clouds are light. When Wang Bei heard the servant's reply, he was immediately stunned. It was a blatant threat. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao was also so straightforward? He did not know that he had wronged Zhang Xiaobao. Last night, Zhang Xiaobao was still discussing the military and civilian get-together with the people from the Ministry of War. It was Zhang Zhong's daughter who reacted first. It was Zhang Zhong's future son-in-law, Xiao Yuan, who told people to say those words. In addition to Wang Bei, there were other officials who opposed the Zhang family and Wang family. They all received the same treatment in the morning. When they saw Zhang Zhong whispering to the emperor just now, how could they not be afraid? Xiao Bei and the 9 children wanted them to admit that it was all an illusion that caused the disaster. This kind of counterattack was too fast and too persistent. Just as the atmosphere in Hanyuan Palace Hall was different from before, someone outside raised their voice to report. Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor, Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao, Deputy Wang Wan, Tang Dynasty's Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaohai, Patrol Inspector Wang Zhu, Zhang, have arrived. When Li Longji, Gao Lisher, and the other officials heard the voice, they all looked at the road leading to Hanyuan Palace Hall. If it was only Xiao Bei and the others who had arrived, no one would report. If you came late, how could you be justified? However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both Jidushi. They were important officials who oversaw a region. Of course, no one would care if they went to Xingxing Palace to eat, drink, and play. If they came to court with official status, they would have to report. At the end of the road, under everyone's gaze, a group of figures slowly appeared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing the official robes that their families had hurried to send to the outside of the palace. They walked side by side at the very front. The two of them looked indifferent. No one could tell whether they were happy or angry. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people lined up in a goose formation, 5 steps behind their brothers and sisters. They maintained the formation, puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Their faces were full of anger. Hiss. Some of the officials could not control the shock in their hearts. They quietly inhaled the cool autumn air. Wei Wei lowered her head, feeling the pressure of the battle formation in front of her. In fact, Xiao Bei originally planned to arrange an arrow formation. Considering that the tip of the arrow would be pointed directly at Uncle Emperor, it was not good. Therefore, she changed it to a goose wing formation. The middle of the formation shrank back, and the 2 wings extended diagonally, luring the enemy to attack from the middle. As soon as Li Longji saw Xiao Bao and the others unexpectedly arranged a battle formation, he was stunned at first, but then he could not help but chuckling. Seeing Xiao Bao and the others slowly approaching, he first whispered to Gao Lishur, who was standing next to him, "Look. It's indeed Cuckoo, who is in charge of the army. Unexpectedly she can make a lot of changes in a goose wing formation. If it were a real battle, the most annoying thing would not be the two wings, but her and Xiao Bao. If there are two square groups of archers and shields there, it would be very awkward. You see, if the enemy attacks, take the two wings, the square groups of archers and shields will push forward, pressing against the enemy's formation. However, the enemy's main commander will be in the middle of the goose wing, so the enemy will face the enemy head-on, while the enemy's main commander will be protected. If the enemy attacks the two square groups, the cavalry on the two wings will move horizontally, while the two square groups will retreat slowly, encircling the enemy. If the enemy attacks one wing, the other wing will wait for the center formation to move. Look carefully at the goose wing she arranged. Is there any difference from what you usually see?" Gao Lishur was also looking. He saw that the head of the goose wing formation behind Xiao Bei was actually above the head of the character, person. The goose wing formation was when a person wrote, the angle of the character, person, was facing the person writing, so it was not called the person formation. Normally, there would be a dot at the head of the character, person, but now there were two dots next to Xiao Bei. It seemed that Wei Wei was retreating. This was very puzzling. After thinking carefully, Gao Lishur said, "Could that be an artillery formation? What kind of formation is Cuckoo using? If there are artillery soldiers, it means that there are bullets in front of them. Why is there a need to arrange a formation? She could just charge forward and be done with it. I don't understand. We don't know either. We'll ask later." Li Longji was also very puzzled. During this short period of time, Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already reached the bottom of the stairs, where the officials were parallel to each other. They stopped in their tracks. Li Longji turned on the microphone and asked in a very gentle voice, "Did Minister Zhang and Minister Wang just come back from the examination hall?" Replying to Your Majesty, "That's right. That's why we came late. We hope Your Majesty will forgive us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed together and replied, Not guilty. With Minister Zhang's talent, becoming the top scorer will be as easy as pie. We congratulate Minister Zhang first." Li Longji suppressed the urge to ask Zhang Xiaobao if he had a good plan and tried to speak in a calm tone. The people who opposed the Zhang family and the Wang family looked nervously at the 11 people and silently cursed. The emperor's words were too empty. What did he mean by becoming the top scorer? Wasn't the fall quarter examinations just for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If he couldn't become the top scorer, what was the point of the fall quarter examinations? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what other people thought. He replied, "Many thanks for Your Majesty's words. This subject has come to deliver the imperial edict and report that the post-disaster reconstruction of Hongnong County in Guo Province of Hunan Province has been completed. 613 Hunan Province officials involved in the disaster have been escorted to the capital." "Me too. I'm this subject." Zhang Xiaobao had just finished speaking when Xiao Bei shouted from behind. Following her words, the two wings of the wild goose formation immediately separated. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai, who were on either side of her, stood in a straight line with her. They were no longer in a horizontal line like before. Xiao Yuan was in front, Xiao Bei was in the middle, and Xiao Hai was at the back. This caused the main line to become a long snake formation. The three people directly walked towards their older brother and older sister. When they saw the position behind the two rooms, Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right. Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right, strengthening the main line's offense and defense. The two wings of three people each formed a word formation. One was in front of the main line, while the other was in front of the main line. They formed a long snake formation diagonally with the main line, moving forward and backward slowly, with the main line following. The military officials in the imperial court secretly cheered, while the civil officials frowned. They didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and his group insisted on changing the formation in Hanyuan Palace Hall. After Li Longji saw this, he smiled and said, "Oh? Xiaobei also came to deliver the imperial edict?" "Yes. Replying to your majesty, this subject and my colleagues received your majesty's imperial edict and traveled through the night to Hongnong County. We immediately stabilized the situation and captured the fugitives who wanted to escape. This is now done. This subject is waiting to deliver the imperial edict." This time, Xiaobei didn't mention the 1,300,000 string of cash. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He agreed with Xiaobei's words. They did get up immediately after receiving the order. Whether it was day or night, not all officials could do this. Some people curled their lips in their hearts. They didn't believe that after Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, they didn't meet with the emperor and insisted on coming to the imperial court to deliver the imperial edict. Li Longji waved his hand at Xiaobei and said, "Minister, come to Zhen's side. Zhen has something to ask. If Judici Zhang doesn't have anything important to say, please return to your seat first. Zhen will continue the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say anything now. He and Wang Wan stood next to Zhang Zhong, squeezing the people around them down. Xiaobei and the other 9 children ran up the stairs by stepping on the carvings in the middle of the steps. Xiaobei leaned against the side of the dragon throne. The other 8 children weren't as noisy as Xiaobei and stood at the back. The back was warmer than the front. The weather wasn't too cold, so the heater wasn't on. Just now, Zhen mentioned the matter of investing in the Ministry of Works. Have you all thought about it? As Li Longji spoke, he moved to the side, indicating that Xiaobei could sit next to him. Xiaobei looked at her father with a frightened expression and shook her head. She didn't dare to sit next to him. The last time she sat next to him, she was scolded when she went back. Not only did her father scold her, but her mother and grandparents also scolded her. Only her brothers and sisters were the best. She didn't know that her brothers and sisters didn't care about imperial power. It was just sitting there for a while. It wasn't like they were stealing your position. It was just a country's leader. Who was afraid of who? After Li Longji finished speaking, only Zhang Zhong glared at Xiaobei. The others pretended not to see it. The censorate always remained silent in front of Xiaobei, because no one had a clean tail behind them. The main issue was whether or not to participate in the investment. "Your Majesty, I am willing to invest 1,000 strings of coins into the research of the Ministry of Works." Zhang Jiuling was the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, I am also willing to invest 600 strings of coins." Li Linfu followed. "Your Majesty, I would like to invest 2,000 strings of coins." Another person spoke. It was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. "Your Majesty, I..." The officials began to speak one after another. Without waiting for them to finish speaking, Li Longji coughed and said, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. After the court is dismissed, I will get someone to record the amount for the next topic. Your Majesty, I have something to say." Under Wang Bei's signal, an official from the censorate gritted his teeth and stepped forward. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold wind in the late autumn morning or because he wasn't feeling well, but his voice was trembling. He looked at the tablet in his hand and didn't look at Zhang Xiaobao. "Speak." Li Longji spat out a word. The person who stood up took 2 deep breaths and swallowed his saliva. His voice was still trembling as he said, "I am not accusing you. I am just casually speaking. There are too many guards around General Shui Yun's house. Your Majesty sent the Jinwu guards, which is against the rules. I hope General Shui Yun's good friend can reduce the impact." Li Longji sneered in his heart. "Since you dare to stand up, why hide? If Shui Yun was a person, of course I wouldn't send the Jinwu guards. But he is an eagle. He doesn't have a mansion or guards. If the Jinwu guards don't go, will Xiao Bao agree to give me 2 eagles? Li Longji was, after all, the emperor. He said, "Oh. Let me ask General Shui Yun's good friend." Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Xiaobao stood up expressionlessly and said, "Your Majesty, I have been busy these past few days. Shui Yun and Hong Luan's son is still young. I plan to finish my business in the capital and take them with me when I return to Sanshui County. Your Majesty can withdraw the Jinwu guards first. I will shrink the defense circle and deploy more hot air balloons and small boats in the lake. When the little eagles won't be tortured to death by moving around, I will immediately take them back. Thank you for your reminder. May I know your surname? In the future, I, Zhang Xiaobao, will return to Shui Yun's family and properly repay your kindness." Xiao Bei pouted. Her big eyes widened even more as she looked over angrily. The person from the censorate sat down on the ground and looked up at Wang Bei, hoping to get help. However, Wang Bei lowered his head with a gloomy face and ignored everyone. He didn't expect that after testing the waters, Zhang Xiaobao would have such a big reaction. He was too arrogant. If this continued, the country would no longer be a country. The person from the censorate felt cold. He clenched his fists and stood up again. He first said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this official's leg suddenly cramped. Please forgive me." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Lord Zhang, this official is the censorate's attendant censorate. Please excuse me." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his neck and looked like he was about to be killed. Zhang Xiaobao saw him like this and nodded, "Thank you." He immediately said to Xiao Bei, who had left the dragon chair and was about to walk out of the Hanyuan store, "Xiao Bei, come back. Just stay here." "Oh." Xiao Bei stopped her stealthy movements and turned back in dissatisfaction. The censorate's surnamed Shen was no longer cold. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao gratefully and returned to his position. He knew very well that he wouldn't be retaliated against. What Xiao Bei wanted to do was very simple. She wanted to go out of the palace and find someone to bring his information here. Was his butt clean? Was there a need to ask? If he really let her go out, he would be arrested by her before the morning court ended. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're a good person. You don't want to lower yourself to my level. Wang Bei, you're good. Just you wait." But the money earned in the private bank belonged to the emperor, and Zhang Xiaobao was always in charge of it. How could he not have someone investigate? How could the emperor not ask when he found out the problem? In other words, they could bribe the auditors of the imperial court, but not the manager of the bank. This caused the auditors to not dare to accept bribes. At this moment, the officials were fighting for places where their functions overlapped. They wanted to snatch the right to speak and thus obtain more funds. As for whether there would be a situation where the funds were not used, it depended on the situation. They didn't dare to do big things that involved the people's livelihood, but they could always do small things. They could use a small portion here and squeeze out a little there. That way, they would have more money to live. "Noisy, noisy, you only know how to quarrel. Let's quarrel. I'll see who wins and gets more money. I'll set my eyes on that person." The Ministry of Rights wants money for office supplies? Didn't they change a batch last year? Xiao Bei was still hungry and was annoyed by the noise below. She leaned against the chair and muttered. Suddenly, she heard the loud voice of an official not far away. She was puzzled. Li Longji was in a good mood. He saw Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo whispering to each other. When he heard Xiao Bei's voice, he stretched out his arm and carried Xiao Bei to the side. He whispered to Xiao Bei, "Your father is busy talking to your brother. It's fine to sit for a while." "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. I'm really tired from standing. I haven't eaten yet. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm thinking about how to deal with the officials." Xiao Bei shrunk her body as much as she could. The armrest of the chair was high so she could hide her eyes. Since she could not see her father, she felt her father could not see her as well. As for her swaying legs and hair that was adorned with many accessories, she could not care less. Li Longji held back his laughter. It's indeed tiring. What do you want to eat later? Xiao Bei smacked her lips. Let's have some porridge. Sister said that brother was so angry that he vomited blood yesterday. Let's have a dish of Lu Zhou's local shrimp sauce. The main dish. We'll eat whatever we have. We won't trouble the people in the imperial kitchen. We have to prepare more porridge. Brother can't eat anything hard. Who angered him so much that he vomited blood? Li Longji was not sure. He did not hear anyone barging into the palace last night. I don't know. It should be about the explosion. When I woke up this morning, I heard someone say that there was an explosion in the Ministry of Works. A huge fireball flew up, and someone was injured. Xiao Bei shook her head. She was very concerned about the Ministry of Works. At the mention of the Ministry of Works, she heard the people from the Ministry of Rights talking about the money for office supplies. She turned to Li Longji and asked, Uncle Emperor, I remember that you renovated the various ministries last year. The Ministry of Rights also sent office supplies to my house. Why do they still want money? Should we send them to him again? Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and explained to her, he wants money, not things. As for the so-called office supplies, he doesn't dare to mention tables and chairs. So, he said that it's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also wants paper clips, tacks, and thumbtacks. Also, the various ceremonial items from the Ministry of Rights are worn out. If you give them the money, they'll buy them themselves. If you give them the money, how is he going to spend the money? Huh? Xiao Bei had never heard her brother and sister say such things before. She did not understand why she had to spend her own money. You don't understand, right? Li Longji asked. He did not wait for Xiao Bei's reply. He continued to explain, if he spends his own money, the price can be slightly higher. The seller's profits have to be lowered as well. With the excess, he can, embezzlement. Ah. That's smart. Wait for me. Xiao Bei jumped down and ran to her brother's side. She said a few words before she returned. She looked at her father warily. When she saw that her father was not looking at her, she climbed back onto the chair. She met Li Longji's gaze and said, I asked my brother just now, and he said that he knows. He doesn't care because he doesn't have enough money. He said that if he really wants to manage it, it's simple. All he has to do is buy everything and add a supervisor. But he also said that even if he does that, the effect won't be great. There will always be a way to obtain benefits. It will also give the supervisor too much power. But if we use bidding, it will still be effective. My brother said that he doesn't have time to manage it. He asked me to think about it and discuss it with Xiao Yuan and the others. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. When he saw that Xiaobao was still talking to his father, he turned back to look at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir gave him a look that said, my adopted son is only capable of this. As for how capable he was, it was obvious just now. When he was talking to his father, his sister went to ask. After that, he came up with an idea and coaxed his sister. Brother said that it's not okay? Xiao Bei asked. It's fine, it's fine. After the meal, I'll look for the officials to discuss. Although there will be benefits as long as someone manages it, it's more convenient to manage a small number of people. I'll save money and treat you to candy. Li Longji really planned to do as he said. Although Xiao Bao said it casually, it was still worth 1,000 gold. Xiao Bei smiled and blinked. Okay, I want to eat the candies and candies from Darling's Candy House. Darling's Candy House? Where is it? Li Longji imitated Xiao Bei and blinked his eyes. Have you heard of Savant's restaurant? Darling's Candy House has rented a small room below the flagship store. This shows that they are a very capable business. In the future, they will have branches all over Great Tang. They will sell all kinds of children's candies, and the slogan is Savant starts from a child. They have also set up a membership system and often give out beautiful toys. The quality of the products is good, and the price is reasonable. The packaging is beautiful. It is the best gift for friends, family, and children. Xiao Bei excitedly introduced the candies, as if he was very familiar with them. Li Longji pretended to be interested and asked, "Can adults and elders eat them? We can't let the children eat by themselves while the adults watch, right?" Xiao Bei was stunned. After a while, he said, "Wait for me for a while." Then, he ran to the back and gathered with Xiao Yuan and the others. They began to discuss in low voices, and it was very lively. Listening to the quarrel that showed no signs of stopping, Li Longji closed his eyes and rested for a while. At this time, Xiao Bei ran back. He smiled at Li Longji and said, "I went to tell them what to eat later. I asked them to eat the same as I did, and they all agreed." "That's good." Li Longji nodded. "Uncle Emperor, what were we talking about earlier?" "Oh, I remember now. We were talking about adults and elders, right?" Xiao Bei tried to recall. Then, he smiled and said, "Uncle Emperor, your problem will be solved soon. When I came back from Hongnong, I heard something about Darling's Candy House." "What is it?" Li Longji cooperated. "It's about the problem you raised. Darling's Candy House will be launching a new activity tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow is about right. There's enough time. They will launch a new activity to make candies and pastries suitable for adults and elders. They will use high-quality ingredients and taste good." "Why are they doing this?" "Because they have the same idea as you." Great minds think alike." Yes. Great minds think alike, but there's a slight difference. They don't sell directly to adults and elders. Instead, they sell sets. For example, a tiger father won't have a dog son set, a war brother set, a mother-daughter set, a parent-child family set, 3 generations under the same roof, 4 generations under the same roof, and so on. Their marketing slogan is, "The sweetest thing is Darling's Candy House's pastry honey. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family." How about it? Is it good? Xiao Bei smiled proudly and took 2 deep breaths. It was not easy to say the words that he had just memorized word for word. Hiss. Li Longji's teeth started to hurt even before he ate the candy. He looked at Xiao Bei in shock. Then, Wei Wei got up and looked behind them. He saw the 8 children staring at them with wide eyes. Gao Lisher revealed a gratified smile with a hint of pride. Just like when Xiao Bei said there was a difference, there was a hint of pride. Li Longji turned around and met Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He nodded fiercely and said, "Good, that's great." Compared to Darling's Candy House's money-making methods, those noisy officials should all be farming. They have lived for so long in vain. They should feel ashamed. Xiao Bei was satisfied. He smiled sweetly and humbly and said, "That's not necessary. They are also very hard-working. There are specializations in every field. It's good that they are old." Big Brother said before that living is wealth. If it weren't for the fact that there are young people who are good at being officials and making money to compare with them, they really are not bad. These officials are also afraid of comparisons. Li Longji seemed to be talking to Xiao Bei, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he turned on the microphone and said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Hanyuan Palace Hall instantly regained its silence. It was as if the commotion just now was just a dream. Everyone still felt that it was normal. Life was a dream, after all. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, Li Longji said, "Make a detailed report of the various expenditures for next year and submit it to the Secretariat. That's all for today." Dismissed. After that, Li Longji walked back. Xiao Bei and the others, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, followed him. Zhang Zhong rejected his son's suggestion to eat with him, saying that there was good food back at the ministry and that he had brought food boxes at home. It was better than the Ministry of Works canteen. The other officials also left one after another. Those who felt hungry again wanted to go back to look for food. They didn't dare to leave with the emperor to eat. After knowing that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't suitable for strenuous exercise recently, Li Longji didn't let him cook or give him medicine. He didn't lack medicine. The only thing he could do was to let the chefs in the imperial kitchen put the rice and chicken together and cook it over a large fire. They cooked until the rice grains couldn't be seen and looked like paste. In the end, there was a layer of paste under the porridge, which was the rice crust. He asked Xiao Bei to take it and divide it among the 9 of them as snacks. Everyone chatted as they ate. Gao Lisher told Zhang Xiaobao about what happened just now. It was about the candy house. Xiao Bei was so embarrassed that he buried his head in the bowl. Wang Wan sighed. What kind of person taught what kind of students? If the 9 of them were to do this, they would have to open up many chain stores to form a brand. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao suggested a few more ideas, and Li Longji agreed to them one by one. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about what the other country was like, the 2 of them were speechless. Zhang Xiaobao could only choose what he could to describe to Li Longji. He did not dare to tell Li Longji that an airplane could fly around the Earth in a day. If a small nuclear warhead was dropped on Beijing, the entire city would be destroyed. He was afraid that Li Longji would feel despair, and he was even more afraid that Li Longji would ask why they could come over in a day but didn't come over to fight. He couldn't possibly tell Li Longji that they were peace-loving and invented the nuclear warhead to make it easier to develop. They wanted to plant crops in a large forest in a few years, so they blew it up and waited a few years to plant crops there. Not to mention Li Longji, even Xiao Bei wouldn't believe such words. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao had finished talking about the matter. He was only 40% or 30% full, and he always felt that his stomach was empty. After the meal, he brought his siblings home and went to the lakeside in the afternoon. Xiao Bei and the others were busy implementing the new candy house plan and looking for people to design it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered a lot of information to prepare for the upcoming military examination. That afternoon, more and more officials came to invest. They handed over their deposit certificates and asked if their relatives could participate, but Li Longji bluntly refused. There were many officials above the 5th rank in Beijing, and there were also those who were qualified to participate in the morning court. They belonged to special departments, but were below the 5th rank. The officials who were most hesitant were those who opposed the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn back the money they invested and would be cheated, but they were also afraid that if they didn't invest, they wouldn't get any benefits in the future. At noon, they received news that other than their group of officials, the other officials who could attend the court had things sent in the name of Savant's restaurant. For example, potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, ginseng, velvet antlers, and other good things. They were the kind that couldn't be bought with money. All of them scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being vengeful, but none of them were willing to change their attitudes. After some discussion, they felt that it was better to invest. When the time came, they would split the money with the other officials. How could Zhang Xiaobao not give it to them? Thus, a rare scene occurred. The officials who didn't get along with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families raised more money and sent it to the cashier's office with the spirit of the wind. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He knew that if his son Xiaobao really wanted to split the money, it was impossible that he wouldn't give the officials a portion of the money. However, his son could make the money not generate profits and use other excuses to compensate the other officials. Sigh. I'd better pretend to be weak. It's not good to be too strong, Zhang Zhong muttered. He lowered his head and continued to think about the Ministry of Works. The afternoon sun shone down warmly. Without looking up, one could see the white clouds. One moment they turned into a pig, and the next moment they turned into a sheep. Zhang Ju, who worked in the Ministry of War, planned to find a restaurant to eat. Before that, he went to a state-owned telegraph company to send a telegram to his family. Someone would help deliver it to his home. He had already made up his mind to bring his family over and bring his 2 children who had never seen each other to play in the capital with his wife. They would go to Hibiscus Garden, the zoo, and Savant's restaurant for a meal. Then, they would walk around the East and West markets. He might not be able to see the new animals in the zoo, but if he really couldn't, he would ask Zhang Jidushi for help. He had to let his children kowtow to him. Yes, Zhang Jidushi said that he would think of a way to solve the housing problem. He wondered if he had gone to see the emperor today. Zhang Ju walked along the road. In this environment where the sky was high and the clouds were light, he couldn't describe what he was feeling at this moment. He kept feeling like he was in a trance. During his days in the capital, he had to walk this road every day, but today, it seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Everything around him was right in front of him. It was as if he was walking on the edge of the sky. Zhang Ju, who seemed to have lost his soul, strolled to a small shop selling soup pancakes. He could only come out to eat by himself or bring a food box. There was no one to make food boxes for him, unlike the Ministry of Works in the Western Agriculture Temple, which had a special canteen. "Lord Zhang, you're here." As soon as Zhang Ju entered the shop, the waiter greeted him with a smile. "Don't call me Lord." "What kind of lord am I?" "I'm just a small official. Give me a bowl of zhajiang noodles with meat sauce and no more noodles. It's just a copper coin. Thank you for teaching me how to speak and do things yesterday." Zhang Ju waved his hand and found a place where no one was around to sit down. "Then call me Big Brother Zhang." "Big Brother Zhang, did you use the method I told you yesterday? Who is the high official you want to see?" "I might have heard of him." The waiter habitually wiped the clean table with a cloth and asked with a smile. Then, he shouted to the kitchen behind him, "Zhejiang noodles. I used it, but it didn't work. I want to hear the truth." "I understand now. The higher the official, the more amiable he is." Zhang Ju sighed. "Big Brother Zhang, you haven't said who it is. Tell me, I might know." The waiter was curious. Zhang Ju was amused and said, "Of course you know. I saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I'll give you the money first. Otherwise, you'll forget about it after you finish eating. Here, take it." Zhang Ju pulled the stupefied waiter over and gave him 3 copper coins. "Hold it well. Don't lose it and say I didn't give it to you." Zhang Ju reminded him again. Only then did the waiter react. His hands trembled and his voice trembled. "Big Brother Zhang, you saw the 2 of them? Did you see them? What did they look like?" "See, I told you. I saw them, but they were different from what I imagined. They looked like a perfect match. When they talked, I didn't feel the power of an official. It was like chatting with a good friend. They even taught me how to sing and gave me wine." The more Zhang Ju spoke, the more excited he became. As a result, many people gathered around him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and listened quietly. As they listened, they also became excited. No one knew why they were so excited. It wasn't until the waiter in the kitchen called out several times that everyone moved back and chose a new seat. The tables around Zhang Ju were all full. Because there were too many people fighting for the table, it was empty in the end. The waiter served the noodles and returned 1 copper coin to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju looked at the noodles. In addition to the meat sauce, there was also a spoonful of mayonnaise. Puzzled, he asked, "This is?" The mayonnaise was added for Big Brother Zhang. The meat sauce noodles cost 2 copper coins. The waiter was much more respectful. A person who could see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and talk to them was worth a small spoonful of mayonnaise. "Didn't you say the price of meat increased by 1 copper coin the day before yesterday?" "It increased from 11 copper coins to 17 copper coins. Is your shop planning to lose money?" Zhang Ju thought that the waiter was deliberately saying this. Before the waiter could answer, another person who was also eating beside him said to Zhang Ju, "It increased by 1 day. Just 1 day. Yesterday, it was 10 copper coins. Today, it became 9 copper coins." Someone said that Zhang Xiaobao was angry and said that the price had exceeded 50%. He told the meat sellers to reduce the price and spit out the extra money. After spitting out the extra money, he would return to the original price. It wasn't that meat seller, it was that meat seller. Which meat seller? Zhang Ju was puzzled. It was those who delivered meat to the capital. Carts and boats. Someone said that they were frightened and knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao for the entire night, another person said. Nonsense. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao took the exam. How could meat sellers enter the exam hall? I only left at midnight. Why didn't I see them? Zhang Ju refuted with facts. How would I know? Anyway, it dropped. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who else could make these merchants so scared? It was like a mouse bumping into a cat. That person said unconvinced. Zhang Ju sighed again in his heart, this is fame. But who knew that the person who said this and made the entire Great Tang upper realm tremble also likes to tell jokes? In that case, you'll be busy again with more meat sauce? Zhang Ju asked the waiter. Busy. Busy is the only way to make money. I'll be even busier in 2 days. I'll have to work outside the city to deliver noodles. The waiter looked happy because the shop belonged to his family. He would take over as the shopkeeper in the future. There's work outside the city? Brother Zhang, don't you know? The Ministry of War mobilized many imperial guards today to work with the soldiers from Tufan outside the city to expand the city. Originally, it was to expand to the west. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao enter the palace today and tell the emperor to expand in all directions? The emperor agreed and expanded in all directions. He also mobilized the army, saying that this will be considered as military training. First, he wants to build a house near the current city for the soldiers' families to live in. He also said that they will spend the new year together. The waiter was well informed and told Zhang Ju everything. Zhang Ju took 2 deep breaths and lowered his head. In just a few moments, the bowl of noodles had been stuffed into his stomach. He didn't even bother to drink the thick sauce soup anymore. After bidding farewell to the waiter, he hurriedly ran out. Chapter 958. Zhang Ju displayed the same reaction speed as when he was guarding the Fengzhou Pass. His legs alternated rapidly while his eyes looked forward. He very naturally dodged the pedestrians one by one and ran quickly toward the west gate. He didn't lose his mind and foolishly ran toward the east gate, which was the furthest away from the store. Instead, he instinctively chose the shortest path, which was the west gate, due to his high level of excitement. As a captain who was good at guarding, judging the situation was a basic skill. Physical strength, horsepower, distance, speed, obstacles, enemy reaction, and so on. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, he had to quickly respond. Of course, most of the time, he was on the defensive. This was because when it came time to return to the flag, he had to lead 2 groups of people and stand under the mountain flag. Being as immovable as a mountain wasn't a tortoise. It was stability and scheming. At this moment, he had already calculated the distance and his physical strength. He controlled his speed to the optimum level and ran toward the west gate. The passers-by who were overtaken by him all raised their eyebrows and praised his good leg strength. After running for nearly half an hour, Zhang Ju stood at the west gate of Chang'an, which was also the gate of Golden Light. He even crossed a bridge along the way. After adjusting his breathing, Zhang Ju walked toward the outside of the city. As he looked around, he could already see the dust flying in the air. He continued to walk forward. After another quarter of an hour, he was even closer to the construction site. From time to time, carriages carrying thick planks and sand would pass by him. Zhang Ju didn't care about the dust at all. He closed his mouth and breathed through his nose. With his eyelids closed, he could even endure the wind blowing through the grassland, let alone the dust from the construction site. As he strolled around, Zhang Ju felt a sense of familiarity toward everyone he saw. Even the boil-ridden wooden planks appeared so unique and full of artistic aura. He recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said last night. He said that it wasn't worth it to think of a solution for him alone. It would be even easier to gift him a courtyard. Today, he finally understood the meaning of those words. Zhang Xiaobao would either not do anything, or if he did, it would definitely be a big deal. No matter how amiable he was, no matter how good his singing was, his status as a person above everyone else was unshakable. Along the way, Zhang Ju wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't because of his status as an official, but rather because he wasn't wearing an official's uniform. In the capital, other than Xiao Bei and the others who would swagger through the streets wearing officials' uniforms, it was very rare to see someone wearing an official's uniform. A rank 6 official was a county magistrate in Shangxian. What was he in the capital? He couldn't even enter the morning court, let alone a minor official like Zhang Ju. The others didn't stop him because he couldn't take much away, and they didn't dare to cause trouble. The Imperial Army and the soldiers from Fan Di were in charge of the construction here, so how could ordinary people dare to find trouble with them? Zhang Ju had assessed the situation himself, and the Imperial Guard had seen it as well. He believed that the other party dared to fight to the death, but in terms of fighting prowess, he could tell from the other party's eyes that he was far from being a match for the other party. The most threatening ones were the people who came from the countryside. Their pupils were always shrinking to the smallest degree, and the flesh on their cheekbones moved slightly. With one look, he knew that they were all people who had killed before, just like him. This is the present that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Wang Wan during their engagement. It is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Ju thought to himself. He had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's engagement, and the shock it gave him was indescribable. Who would dare to steal in such a place? Zhang Ju continued walking and arrived at the construction site where the workers were hired from. Individually, their skills were pretty good, but when they were organized, they couldn't compare to the military. After walking around for half an hour, Zhang Ju arrived at a new construction site. He was shocked by the efficiency of the other party. It was fast, steady, and accurate. Building a house was like a child playing with building blocks. It was very easy, and it even gave people a feeling that it was as smooth as flowing water. The rhythm of the construction made people feel comfortable and beautiful. When he saw the flag erected at the construction site, Zhang Ju was no longer surprised. This was because the word Zheng was written on the flag. This word represented the Xingjing Construction Group, a group set up by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they usually played with. This was a group that didn't purposely pursue profits. Instead, it created a brand for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's other businesses. Zhang Ju understood, and he also understood that many people understood as well. Zhang Xiaobao had said that a business group that only pursued profits in the livelihood of the people had to be suppressed. This was because there were too many smart people, and they would always be able to think of good ways to reduce costs. Those that were achieved through technology could be supported, but those that were done through materials were unforgivable. Zhang Ju stopped walking and stood at the side of the construction site, admiring it. He decided that when his wife and children came over, he would settle down here. He found an excuse for himself. It's not that I don't believe in the houses built by the Imperial Army and others, but I'm more willing to believe in Xingjing Construction's reputation and capability. What if there's a missing wedge somewhere else? Zhang Ju looked and waited. He knew that when his family arrived, the houses here would definitely be completed, and the facilities inside wouldn't be bad. Zhang Ju looked and wanted to enter the construction site, intending to see how Xingjing Construction was doing with his own eyes. However, he was stopped by the people guarding the entrance of the construction site, telling him that it was dangerous inside. Not daring to challenge the authority of Xingjing Construction, Zhang Ju could only move to the side and look through the fence. He saw the people inside working busily and calmly. He imagined the situation after his family arrived, and he felt the sun getting warmer and the sky getting bluer. Zhang Ju wasn't the only one who came to join in the fun. There were old people who came out for a stroll, women who had just finished their chores at home, and toddlers who were carried to the side of the construction site. The servants who came out to buy things from the large mansions also wanted to take a look so that they could inform their masters when they returned. Those who are carrying the child, hurry up and leave. A few people come here and ask those who are carrying the child to leave. With the sky full of dust, whose responsibility will it be if they fall ill from choking? I'm talking about you. Why are you stuffing things into your child's hands? What if you put the wooden wedge in his mouth and swallow it? Zhang Ju was dreaming of his own dreams when a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw a person ordering people to chase away those who were carrying the child. This person's bearing was much better than ordinary people. Most likely, he was in charge of more people. The person carrying the child felt as if he had committed a crime. He didn't dare to say a word and protected the child as he walked out. Wait. Zhang Ju saw that person speak again. I told you to wait. I have candy on me. Everyone, take a piece and put it in your mouth. It's fate that we met. You have to watch the child carefully. Doesn't the Day Hospital in the capital give out free booklets? Why don't you go get one and read it properly when you go back? Zhang Ju saw that the person who spoke stopped 3 people carrying the child and took out the candy from his pocket. It was obvious from the beautiful packaging that it came from Precious Candy House. In reply to this, big brother, I'm illiterate. A woman carrying a child took the candy and said to the man. She peeled off the candy wrapper and took a look. She bit off a corner of the candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. The child who tasted the sweetness closed his mouth tightly and raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. If you're illiterate, ask someone. There are many examinees in the capital. Ask the examinees who have words on their chests and white clouds on their chests. If anyone dares to not answer, drag them to the savants' pavilion and tell them that they will be disqualified from the imperial examinations. Even if they pass, they will be removed. Zhang Ju was shocked this time. From the words of this person, it seemed that he could decide the future of the examinees of Jinjia Academy. Who was this person? After the woman happily expressed her thanks and told her child that she had met a noble person and that she would be rich in the future, she left. Before Zhang Ju could approach the man himself, the man turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ju. Lord Zhang, you're really here. It took me a long time to find you. Ah. You're looking for me? Zhang Ju was surprised. Yes. Why else would I go to the construction site? It's not my turn to be a supervisor. Lord Zhang, are you here to look at houses? That person asked politely. You are. Zhang Ju was puzzled. It seemed that this person had come for him. You can just call me Su Si. Lord Zhang, can you come with me? The person who called himself Su Si was still as polite as before. Zhang Ju swallowed a mouthful of saliva and waved his hand repeatedly. Don't call me Lord, and don't say, you. Su. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Without the other party's introduction, Zhang Ju already knew who this person was. This was an old man who had followed the Zhang family and Wang family out of Sanshui County. He had great power in his hands. It was no wonder that he could casually take candy from the Precious Candy House. It was also no wonder that he felt that Jinjia Academy was alienating the examinees. The name was ordinary, but the person was definitely not simple. How could someone who could be sent out by the Zhang family and Wang family be ordinary? Then, I'll call you Brother Ju. Let's find a place to talk. Su Si's voice was still as deep and gentle. When one's status reached a certain level, there was no need to deliberately pretend. Besides, he had always thought of himself as a servant who had been recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Compared to his master, he couldn't show his ability. Zhang Ju didn't expect that after meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yesterday, Su Si would personally come looking for him today. He was really flattered. He didn't ask how the other party found him. That was a question that only a fool would ask. After nodding, Zhang Ju was led by Su Si to a room not far from the construction site. Just as he sat down, someone brought in 2 bowls of hot vegetarian soup. Su Si blew on the soup and drank a spoonful before saying to Zhang Ju, "I won't treat you to tea. It's cold outside, so drink the hot soup. Actually, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll drink a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. After talking to you, I still have to drink with others." How could Zhang Ju be picky about this? Besides, the soup was pretty good. There were actually fried potato strips in it. He had eaten potatoes once before, and it was very similar to taro. It was said that he ate more French than taro. This bowl of soup was much more expensive than the fried noodles he had just eaten. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Zhang Ju felt a warm current flowing into his stomach. It was indeed very comfortable. He asked, "Brother Su, why are you looking for me?" "Xiao Bao's eldest son asked me to come and choose a set of furniture for you. He said that you have to be comfortable when your family comes. He also said that there will be a new set of amusement facilities in a few days. It's at the unsinking lake, the soaking pool, the clothing, the jewelry store, and so on. In short, it's to let the children have fun." Su Si didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Ju. He chewed on a piece of meat and explained. Zhang Ju was very touched. Zhang Xiaobao was so busy all day, but he still remembered him and specially sent a trusted aide to arrange things for his family after they arrived. He was clearly fighting for his face and letting his wife see his ability. He was also letting his child know his father's ability. He really couldn't repay this favor. "Brother Su, you specially came to the capital for my matter? How is that possible? I've been in the capital since last month. I was busy with the matter of merchants from other countries coming to the capital for a social gathering. Just now, I was caught by Xiao Bao's eldest son. He asked me to work for the Ministry of Works and raise funds for the Ministry of Works." Su Si wasn't afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and spoke the truth. Zhang Ju was surprised. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue paying for the Ministry of Works? Recently, the Minister of Revenue has been blocking the Ministry of Works money. The eldest son said that there's no need for the Ministry of Revenue. Isn't it just money? Do you really think that you can take it? Su Si's mouth twitched. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei? Is he delaying the Ministry of Works' official business? Zhang Ju stopped what he was doing and asked. "Don't worry about it. It's official business. There's no need for you to assassinate him. The eldest son has plenty of ways to kill him." However, the eldest son said that there needs to be voices of opposition. It's not good for ruling a country by one person. Su Si's ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad. When he saw Zhang Ju's casual manner, he guessed what the other party wanted to do and hurriedly dissuaded him. Sure enough, Zhang Ju sighed and drank a mouthful of soup. It's still military Governor Zhang who is benevolent and righteous. That's not it. Xiao Bei made the first move, and the eldest son tacitly allowed it. After being bullied, one can't not fight back, but it's not to the extent of taking one's life. For people like this, not taking one's life is benevolent and righteous. Alright, if you say benevolent and righteous, then so be it. After all, we're good people. I'll give you a list later. You can think about the time and fill in the blanks if there's anything missing. Su Si didn't argue with Zhang Ju. Benevolent and righteous or vicious, that was up to the benevolent and the wise. Just now, Zhang Ju had really planned to vent his anger for Zhang Xiaobao even if he had to give up his life after seeing his family. Even if he didn't assassinate them, there would be quite a lot of security over there. However, he could at least burn down a few houses, right? Seeing that the other party didn't want him and wanted him to look at the list, he felt that it was embarrassing that he couldn't help much. He hurriedly said, "Big Brother Su's arrangements definitely won't be wrong. Let's do as Big Brother Su says. I won't look at it." Big brother Su still has big things to do later. Even if it's a small matter, you can't leave the big matters to me. I'm just here to help you out, so there's no harm in telling you. It's just that eldest son Xiao Bao doesn't want master to go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money. He's afraid that eldest son Xiao Bao won't be able to hold himself back and will seek revenge. That's why he discussed with master during the morning court session and came up with a method to find money. I'll do the specific things. Since Su Si had nothing to do, he decided to chat with the other party. Zhang Ju nodded repeatedly. Yes, isn't it easy for Jidushi Zhang to kill someone? Even if it's just a minister, it's said that the previous prime minister was removed from office by Jidushi Zhang. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Works has made some small gadgets that aren't very technical. If they're sold to the people, even if they don't meet the standards and can't be used in the Ministry of Works research, they can still be used elsewhere after some slight modifications. I'll be in charge of looking for merchants and selling them at the cost of materials, labor, technical, and other costs. It's not expensive. For example, you know about methane cooking, right? When the Ministry of Works was researching a type of gasoline engine, they made a lot of nozzles that didn't meet the standards. Even now, they still don't meet the standards. However, the nozzles can't be used. Methane and other things are fine, but the pressure isn't too big. Therefore, they also used a mixture of ores to create something that isn't very pure. Eldest son Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo also deliberately asked people to get lead plates for protection. The main reason was that Miss Cuckoo suggested it. She said that if too much of that stuff was used, it would be life-threatening. Then, a new type of thing was created. It's a lamp that's lit with methane. I'm going to sell this thing to merchants at a cost. The Ministry of Works will send people to guide the installation and collect the fees. Also, I don't know if the things that other people make are useful. The Ministry of Works will also send technicians to check and teach them. They'll get a certain amount of money for their time. It's like how it's cold in winter, especially in the north. If you learn how to make an earth heater, smoke will leak out when you start the fire. Moreover, the heat won't be good. There are people in the Ministry of Works who know how to do it. It's just a small problem and they'll solve it for you. A portion of the money will be given to the technicians and a portion will be left for the Ministry of Works. The rest is up to me. I'll announce to the outside that as long as you make something that you don't understand, we'll help you solve it. If you really make something that we don't understand, we'll hand it over to eldest son Xiao Bao and Miss Cuckoo. The two of them will evaluate it and give you an evaluation. If you're good, we'll arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Works and let you enjoy very good treatment. If you're not willing to enter the Ministry of Works, we'll work with you. If you don't want to work with us, we'll support you to a certain extent. If you still want to sell your technology to other countries, then he deserves to die. What is the point of us soldiers risking our lives? We're risking our lives to ensure that you have a stable life so that you can research things, but you still want to sell them. Even if you go to other countries, we'll hunt you down to the end. Zhang Ju finished for Su Si. Yes, that's how it is, but that's impossible. Eldest son Xiao Bao won't give anyone the chance to sell their technology, not even if you're the one who researched it. When you enjoy the benefits of the Great Tang, you have to be controlled by the authority of the Great Tang. Eldest son Xiao Bao said that he's a kind person and is willing to help anyone in the world who needs help, but he won't help them obtain weapons that can easily destroy them. Peace. The world is filled with love and peace. It's not just the egrets that fly, but also the clouds. Su Si said with a solemn expression. Zhang Ju lowered his head and drank his soup. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind to people outside the Great Tang. When Zhang Xiaobao killed people, he didn't even use a knife, just a file, tormenting them bit by bit. See, you also understand. Eldest son Xiaobao is this kind of good person. Drink your soup. After you're done, look at the list and arrange your family's affairs. You're in charge. Su Si also drank his soup. He, who had never blushed during negotiations, finally became embarrassed when he talked about eldest son's love for peace. He didn't forget to rub his nose to see if it had grown longer like the main character Pinocchio when eldest son told stories to Xiaobei. While Su Si and Zhang Ju were discussing the details of their family's trip, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were studying maps and generals, welcomed a guest. Jiangcun was a person from the Sanongxi temple. Jiangcun came and left very quickly. He was in a hurry, and he carried a gift in his hand. It was covered with a cloth, so it was unknown what it was. After being let in, he first greeted, "Hello, Lord Zhang." "Hello, Lord Wang." Are you busy?" "I'm not busy." "Please take a seat, Lord Zhang." Zhang Xiaobao rolled up the map, and Wang Wan went to make tea. When the tea was served, Jiangcun held the gift in front of him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Today, I have something good to give to the two of you." Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand to lift the cover. The moment the cover was removed, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. They stared at the object without blinking, stunned. Jiangcun said as if she was showing off, "What do you think? Are you very surprised?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded. Jiangcun continued, "This vermicelli is made from corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that the two of you brought back from other places as raw materials. Most people wouldn't think that these three things can be made into vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded again and slowly. "You can taste it when you eat and see if it's good or not. Let me introduce it. The black one is sweet potato vermicelli, and the slightly yellow one is potato vermicelli. Then you should know about the remaining one, which is slightly yellow and slightly black, right?" Jiangcun asked with a smile. "Corn vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said affirmatively at the same time. "Guess again, which of these three vermicelli is the best?" Jiangcun put on an unfathomable expression. "They should have their own strengths, right?" Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight again and stopped looking at the three vermicelli. Wang Wan also seemed to be quite helpless. She said to Jiangcun, "Lord Jiang, the agriculture temple is no longer thinking about farming and grafting, and is planning to enter the food processing industry?" Jiangcun wasn't stupid. When he heard Wang Wan's words and looked at the two people's expressions, he knew that the vermicelli he came up with wasn't strange at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiangcun no longer had the mood to show off. He looked very embarrassed. "Lord Wang, it's not that the agriculture temple wants to make vermicelli. We are responsible for cultivating and improving the seeds, so we need to know their uses so that we can carry out targeted research. However, we are not very clear about how much corn, potatoes, and other things can do. I hope Lord Wang can explain." Jiangcun had no choice but to explain. At the same time, she wanted to see how many uses Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. "I see." Wang Wan expressed her understanding. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, go ahead." "Me again?" "Then. All right, Mr. Jiang, the three things you mentioned just now, first of all, they do have some use in industry, but they can't be used right now. They're more useful in terms of food. These three crops were easy to store, and there were many ways to make them. When needed, the seedlings of sweet potatoes could be made into salted vegetables. The stalks of corn, the skins wrapped around them, and the sacks in the middle could be used as fuel and rations for livestock and poultry according to the harvest time. Corn could also be used to extract oil and wine like soybeans. Potatoes could be used as a staple food when there was not enough food. Since they could be used to make noodles, they naturally had starch. They could also be used to make sugar. To be honest, the taste of potato starch and sugar was really worth remembering. If you have to say which one is more important, my personal opinion is corn. When making targeted choices, the investment in corn research should be tilted." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up the corn starch and looked at its color. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating that it was not done well. Jiang Tsun listened carefully and even took out a notebook and a pencil to write down what she was afraid of forgetting. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she said, "Tilt the investment in corn. I've noted it down. I'll go back first." "Wait, it's already noon. Have you eaten, Mr. Jiang?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. "I haven't eaten. Before I came, I ate a lot of noodles. The sweet potato noodles are too sticky, so I can't eat anymore." Jiang Tsun touched her stomach and prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stopped her. "Wait a moment, I remembered something. The Sanongxi temple must have a lot of stalks and peels of various crops. Don't throw them away. You have to save and use them. Go back to the Ministry of Works and ask them to help the Sanongxi temple make a crusher. You can achieve the purpose of crushing by rotating the blades and feeding the crushed materials. After the crushed materials are crushed, you can do experiments on them. Some of the particles can be mixed in the coal to see if it can increase the combustion efficiency. Some of the particles can be fed to the livestock to see which kind of livestock likes it. Some of the particles can be sandwiched in the wood to be used as insulation material, and some of the particles can be used as raw materials for biogas." Jiang Tsun took out the notebook again and wrote down one by one. After he finished writing down, he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Your idea of making corn starch is very good, but your thinking is not broad enough. The Sanongxi temple is responsible for agriculture, which is a very big and important department. You have to think more about how to use agricultural technology to cooperate with industry, animal husbandry, fishery, and other related departments." Yes, Lord Zhang, I've written them all down. When I go back, I'll let the people in the Sanongxi temple think about it. Each of them will come up with an idea and then discuss the feasibility. Jiang Tsun said with a serious attitude. He didn't have such an attitude when he met the head of the secretariat, because the status of the Sanongxi temple was getting higher and higher. He was a person who knew technology and sometimes even looked down on the head of the secretariat, but he didn't dare to face Zhang Xiaobao. He always felt that his technology was not good enough in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Lord Zhang, is there anything else that needs to be considered?" Jiang Tsun felt that he was right to come here today. He should visit more often in the future. He couldn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come here personally. The Sanongxi temple had gained a lot of benefits, so he should take the initiative. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and waved his hand. "I don't have any other ideas. I'll add something." Wang Wan, who had been silent just now, said, "The job assignment in the Sanongxi temple is not detailed enough and not systematic enough. I've read what you wrote in the newspaper of the Tang Empire. How about big radishes, green radishes, and carrots? It's a mess. Why don't you just put them in the radish family? As for the specific aspects, the Sanongxi temple can subdivide them. Almost all the people who can read the newspaper are children who go to school. How can you expect a child to understand it thoroughly? Do you think they are my Xiaobei? You can use pictures and tables to classify things with similar habits and components into a family. It's not easy for you to grasp. Go to the medical school and let them do a section analysis. They need all kinds of materials that can be made into medicine. They can also help you analyze bacteria and make pesticides. In the future, you should also set up a special research project team, or department, to conduct experiments on pesticides and fertilizers, and then control them to minimize the harm to the human body as much as possible. When it can be industrialized, the Sanongxi temple will make more money." Jiang Tsun was extremely focused, his brush flew as he scribbled in his notebook. By the time Wang Wan finished speaking, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He stopped writing, gasped for breath, and asked curiously, "Can the medical school do this?" "That's what the medical school does. They have already established a system and gradually strengthened research and subdivided subjects. The money spent by a medical school is more than 10 times that of the current Ministry of Works." Zhang Xiaobao interrupted. "Huh? Jiang Tsun never knew that there was such an inside story. He knew that millions of strings of cash would not make the slightest splash in the Ministry of Works. According to this, wouldn't the medical school have already spent hundreds of millions of strings of cash? What did they do? You don't understand? Let me tell you, the development of medicine includes many disciplines such as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. When there's no rubber, there's the cost of purchasing animals and poultry for experiments. When there's a need for certain ores, there's also the need to capture natives from other places to experiment with new drugs. Forget it, you don't need to know about this. Let me bear the sins that can fill the 18 levels of hell alone. I'm already used to being a bad person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Wang Wan placed her hand in Zhang Xiaobao's and smiled. There's also me. This world doesn't have much light to begin with. In the universe, darkness is the mainstream. Otherwise, how can it set off the radiance of the stars? It's like the shadowless lamp in the operating theater. When it brings light to others, it leaves its shadow behind. Jiang Tsun wasn't a fool and immediately understood. It turned out that under the orders of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the medical school was still using people from other places to conduct live experiments. After gaining experience, they would then treat the illnesses of the great Tang people. Just thinking about it made one shudder. However, Jiang Tsun felt that he couldn't blame the two of them. It was just like how many great Tang people weren't afraid of Demoness Cuckoo. She was an evil spirit in the eyes of the Tubo people, but a fairy in the eyes of the great Tang people. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he suddenly realized that although they were still young, how many things had they done that were beneficial to the great Tang? Thinking of this, Jiang Tsun was filled with respect. He stretched out his arm and placed his hand in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said sincerely, to say something disrespectful, it's the two of you who are holding up the sky of the great Tang today. Of course, His Majesty is also very supportive and wants to take the first credit. His Majesty has suppressed countless impeachment memorials. Sometimes, he even doesn't allow the officials to mention the two of you. If you really go to hell, I'll go back and do my best to experiment with pesticides and fertilizers. I'll catch Japanese and Xinhua people and eat them first. Damn it, I don't care what happens after they die. I only care about the fields of the great Tang. Okay, you have a bright future, but don't touch my wife's hand. Zhang Xiaobao took Jiang Tsun's hand away, patted him on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll give you another profitable business. You send people to Jili province to learn and study the breeding and planting of marine products and the freshwater breeding technology of Shuzhou province. Then you can guide the people by the sea and the lake to do it. You can buy shares and make money. You can increase the welfare of the people in the Sinongsi and increase the research funds. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned a benefit. Jiang Tsun shook his head hard and said, No, that's your family's business. The technology is confidential. If others take it, you can't make money. You have quietly spent too much money for the great Tang. I can't take your benefits to others. Jiang Tsun knew a lot about the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. At first, it was the ugly and expensive greenhouse. Then it was the supermarket and restaurant. Then it was the cement and glass. Now it was the various specialties of the north of Hebei province, including mountain delicacies, seafood, and pearls. Each of them unsheathed their swords and loaded their guns. In a radius of 1 li around Shui Yun's family's platform, more than 60 platforms were added. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, with 4 snipers arranged on each platform. Their eyes were narrowed behind their scopes as they aimed downwards. A very small number of machine guns were also mounted on the platforms. In the sky, no less than 100 eagles were circling above the Shuiyun family. From time to time, a group of dogs would run past on patrol. They should have flown over from Sanshui County. Naturally, the dogs were led by the eagles. This display of force left those opposed to the Zhang family and Wang family speechless. From the looks of it, it would have been better to leave the Jinwu guards behind and let Wang Wan lead the soldiers in front of them. A rebellion could be started with a single thought, because the imperial army was still working outside. This was what Wang Bei was thinking. He felt the fear in his heart spreading, because he was following the emperor right below the Shuiyun family. He watched as the emperor chatted with Shuiyun. At his side were only Gao Lisher, some officials, and a few miscellaneous guards. This was Wang Bei's view, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a different view. The one being protected this time was actually Li Longji. In a few days, Li Longji would be going on an autumn hunt. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged. He wanted to maintain the steady development of the Great Tang in a state of peace, so he had Li Longji bring the envoys from Silla, Japan, and several small countries to the southwest to hunt for fun. He wanted them to see the current military strength of the Great Tang with their own eyes and achieve the goal of subduing the enemy without fighting, giving Zhang Xiaobao time. 1 year, only 1 year. After 1 year, those who should return to their homeland would return to their homeland, and those who should be destroyed would be destroyed. General Shui, just now, we said that we would ensure the safety of your family. Don't be fooled by the fact that we have withdrawn the Jinwu guards, but we have let in 1,000 men from the Iron Cavalry camp. Tell us, how is your family? When Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived below the Shuiyun family, the first thing they heard was Li Longji's words. Looking forward, they saw that Shuiyun was sleeping on a wooden stick next to Zhang Ying, listening to the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, he's a capable person. It's said that it takes a very long time to train an eagle. I didn't expect Li Longji to have such an ability. Has he learned hypnosis? Don't talk nonsense, Wang Wan sternly warned Zhang Xiaobao, and then said, this is the charm of a person's personality. After saying this, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the noise, Li Longji turned around, and Shuiyun also opened her eyes. Little Bei rushed through the crowd and ran to the wooden stick that Shuiyun was standing on. He raised his head and said, let me tell you, someone is plotting against your family. You have to be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to avoid a stab in the dark. Look carefully at the people around you. Don't they all look sanctimonious? They're all wearing third-ranked court robes, purple crowns, and beards that aren't white or black. They look just like a pig. You definitely don't know this, but people who look like that are all bad people. While speaking, Little Bei didn't forget to glare at Wang Bei. Wang Bei could only lower his head and pretend that he didn't see anything. After all, he couldn't stare at a child. Little Bei didn't back down and continued, but you don't have to be afraid. It's just a third-ranked official. Our family lacks everything, but we don't lack third-ranked officials. We have plenty of them. If you don't believe me, just wait. Once the 9 eagle leaders fly, I'll have Big Brother get you a third-ranked official. The reason is that you're good at raising children. Shuiyun suddenly raised her head and squawked twice at the sky. When Wang Bei saw this, he was furious. Even animals knew how to laugh at people. Little Bei ignored Wang Bei and took out a small bamboo box from her bag. She opened the lid and held it up for Shuiyun to see. This is meat for you and your wife to eat. I just killed a sheep and dirted my bag. Try it. Shuiyun didn't hold back and lowered her head to pick up a piece of meat. She moved her neck and swallowed it directly. Wang Bei shook his head and sighed, feeding animals by killing is cruel. If you're a man, say it out loud. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Chao is also alive. If you have the guts, why don't you go on a hunger strike? Little Bei seized the opportunity and used her words to attack Wang Bei. Little Bei, what are you talking about? Why aren't you apologizing? Zhang Xiaobao, who had just greeted Li Longji, scolded when he saw his sister provoking Wang Bei. Little Bei hurriedly changed into her ladylike appearance and gently bowed to Wang Bei. She said, I'm really sorry, Minister Wang. This official is young and doesn't understand human relations. When I eat human food, I don't know how to be soft-spoken. When I accept other people's things, I don't know how to be short-handed. I use the excuse of a gentleman's righteousness as an excuse to do things that go back on my word. I hope Minister Wang can be magnanimous and teach me what is Tao and what is virtue. Wang Bei's face turned red. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wan saw this and shook her head. Another one. She didn't know whether it was the bronchus or the cardia. Chapter 960. Xiao Bei, look at you. If you don't know how to answer a question, go home and ask me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Minister Wang? Look at how you asked Minister Wang. Zhang Xiaobao rushed over and slapped Xiao Bei's butt twice. He said in a low voice, "Don't laugh, cry." Xiao Bei giggled, but he couldn't cry. He could only cover his mouth with his hand and let out a whimper. Wang Bei just took a breath, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Wan looked and ordered, "Find a doctor and tell them to get an ice pack. I'm sure it's bronchiectasis. Cold compress." The other officials tacitly stepped back at least 5 steps. They were all terrified. "Your Majesty, look. Even in autumn, the lake is still rippling. It's a pity that there are no fish and no lotus." Gao Lishur stood beside the emperor and sighed for the lake. Li Longji frowned. He was also dissatisfied with Wang Bei's words. As an adult, why do you have to be angry with a child? If you really bullied a child, no one would say that you have the ability. Unfortunately, you were bullied by a child. Can't you be a little more tolerant? He didn't care about Wang Bei and followed Gao Lishur's words, "It's true." AI. Xiao Yuan, tell me, what is this? Xiao Yuan was surprised by Xiao Bei's ability. When she heard the emperor's question, she casually said without thinking, "Autumn goose, autumn water, autumn wind, autumn rain, autumn people, autumn clouds, autumn deep in the clouds, autumn deep in the spring, autumn difficult to dispel worries, chaos, chaos, really chaos. The sea, feeling lonely, tears, fish nose salty, gather together to eat. The sea thinks that the fish are happy because of the salty water, and sprinkles salt. The fish retreat, a brave fish, into the middle of the sea, dusk, and the sea, have no regrets in this life, the soul follows you." Xiao Yuan said and cried. Li Longji also took a deep breath and hugged Xiao Yuan, asking, "Xiao Yuan, why are you crying? Is it because of the fish that your heart is troubled?" "No, the daughter of the sea that big sister talked about is even more heartbreaking than this. What I mean is that the water is too salty, and the fish that come in will die. Therefore, other than the swimmers, there are no other living creatures. Even the grass won't grow by the side. I cried because I learned from Minister Wang. There is salt in blood and tears. I think that if there is too much salt, the fish will die. Will it also make people uncomfortable? That's why Minister Wang vomited blood. I don't have Minister Wang's ability, so I can only cry with him." Xiao Yuan said innocently, as if those words didn't come from his mouth. Pfft. After Wang Bei heard this, he coughed up blood to express his intention. Letting out a long sigh, Li Longji asked Wang Bei with concern, "Wang Qing, are you all right? Your Majesty need not worry." Wang Bei waved his hand and looked around. "Your Majesty, I just remembered that the Ministry of Revenue still has some documents that have not been signed. I will go back and take a look." Wang Ku planned to leave. Otherwise, he would die of anger. As for the doctor who wanted to come, it was better not to. He would go back to the palace to find a doctor. Li Longji could also see that Wang Bei's condition wasn't good, so he signaled the 2 guards to accompany Wang Bei back. "Minister Wang, you are leaving? See you later." Xiao Bei saw that Wang Bei was about to leave and didn't forget to greet him. Wang Bei quickened his pace and didn't say anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other officials who followed him remained silent. They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for flipping over small scores and saying things like, "You took my family's things and ate my family's food, so you can't deliberately attack my family." They couldn't blame Xiaobei for taking advantage of kindness. After all, some people were the ones who repaid kindness with enmity first. Just as Xiaobei had asked, you used righteousness to suppress others, but it was actually for your own selfish reasons. Who was the gentleman and who was the villain? Li Longji saw that Wang Bei had vomited blood and remembered that Zhang Xiaobao had also vomited before. He asked with concern, how is Minister Zhang's health today? Your Majesty, don't worry. I am fine. Did your Majesty come personally to see Shuiyan's family? Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly replied. Take a look. The young eagle is still young and can't be moved. It's a pity. I also wanted to take a look at the unsinkable lake. I was going to ask if it was possible to raise the creatures in the sea, but little Yuan Yuan has already explained to me that if there is too much salt, the fish won't be able to survive. Xiaobei, come, let me ask you, what is a gentleman and a villain? Li Longji first raised his head to look at Shuiyan's family, then turned around and called Xiaobei over. Xiaobei really couldn't explain it clearly by quoting the classics. He smiled embarrassedly and said, how would I know? In any case, I think that those who treat me well are gentlemen. Those who treat me badly are all villains. This is what I think. When I do something, I have a clear conscience. Even if it is clearly wrong, I am still a gentleman. When I do something, I feel ashamed. Even if I do something right, I am still a villain. There is no right or wrong in this world, so how can there be gentlemen and villains? Oh. There is such a thing? What if others say that you are a villain? Li Longji asked again. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Then it must be because I have offended someone. The offended person is unhappy, so of course he will attack me. If I didn't offend someone, he will also say that he is a villain. He wants to use belittling me to elevate himself. When the donkey is mocking the eagle for not being able to run on all fours, the eagle's eyes are on the flowing clouds around it. Only when it is hungry will it look down on the earth to find where the donkey is. Xiaobei opened his arms and fanned himself, making a flying gesture. The words he said at the end were meant to be funny, but when the surrounding officials heard it, they couldn't laugh. Some reflected on themselves, some were stunned, some were shocked, and some sighed helplessly. Li Longji looked at Xiao Yuan, then looked at Xiaobei. He exchanged glances with Gao Lisher and asked Xiaobei, Xiaobei, do you still remember June, and Pan, I do. Xiaobei nodded vigorously. When I went home, Mother took them to play. They can run and talk now. The little ones are very cute. It's just that they have to be given candy before they call me big sister. Yes, they are little ones. They are younger than you. Next time, I don't care if you call me big sister, I will slap their palms. When Li Longji heard Xiaobei call his son and daughter little ones, he felt that it was very interesting. Did Xiaobei grow up? No. Force is the last resort when you don't want to give up other benefits. If you use force to send people, they will be afraid but not convinced. If you meet people who are not afraid of death but are afraid of death, it will be troublesome. When I have other ways, I will definitely not use force. Xiaobei spread out his hands and acted as if force was the last resort. Li Longji was puzzled. Xiaobei, you still recite Laozi? Laozi? Book. Xiao Yuan only recites it. If I recite it, I will die of exhaustion. Xiaobei finally heard of this book. Then how do you know Laozi's words? Li Longji was even more puzzled. I don't know. So Laozi also has the words in the stories that Big Brother and Big Sister tell? I rarely read such books. What I learn is different. I just listen to stories. Xiaobei patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder as he spoke, meaning that he would leave all the things on his back to him. Xiao Yuan was silent. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you actually hid it from me. Is your Majesty talking about money? Zhang Xiaobao played dumb. He didn't want to take Li Longji's children with him. If he taught Li Jun every day, the other princes would feel a lot of pressure. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked Xiaobei, are you willing to take little brother Jun and little sister Pan, with you and teach them? Okay. Tomorrow, I will take them with me and teach them the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobei acted as if he was very knowledgeable. When Li Longji saw that Xiaobei agreed, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, since Xiaobei is willing to take little brother and little sister to play, then it's Xiaobei's business. I don't care. Wang Wan also showed an indifferent expression and asked Li Longji, Your Majesty, did you come here for something else? Yes. I originally wanted to see if I could raise fish, but now I know that it's not possible. It's a pity that I wasted so much salt. Li Longji's gaze returned to the surface of the lake as he spoke with regret. It's true that you can't raise fish in the lake. However, there is a type of fish that can survive in the hot spring. Next year, when the weather warms up, I will send people to search for it. It's very far away, and there are tribes in the area. I will send the army to find a way to bring the fish back and draw a map. Wang Wan thought of the fish in the hot spring. Of course, she couldn't send troops just for one type of fish. She had to add in other more important objectives. There was no need to tell Li Longji now. Li Longji was surprised. The water in the hot spring was very hot. He had never seen a fish that could survive in it. However, since Wang Wan said it, it shouldn't be wrong. Is the journey long? Send cavalry? It's long and the road is difficult. We have to send special forces that can adapt to all terrains and weather. They have to follow us all the way, build tents, help raise horses, and push the supply line. Otherwise, they might not be able to come back alive. Wang Wan thought for a moment and added, let's go over there first. We also have to send out teams on the sea. Whoever can get there first will get there first. Even if they can't, there's no need to rush. Use a steam engine for a boat? Or a diesel engine? When Li Longji heard that they were going somewhere else, the first thing he thought of was to expand his territory. A boat that uses both a steam engine and sails needs to use sails most of the time. It's too far away. It's not easy to bring the fish back alive. We have to raise them along the way. Xiao Bao and I will do this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Wang Wan didn't intend to continue. Li Longji thought hard, but he really couldn't think of where the fish in the hot spring lived. He shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. He said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, since both of you are here, come here. Since the two of you are here, accompany me to the outskirts of the city to take a look at the construction of Xiangua. In the beginning, we only planned to expand a certain distance from the west, but Xiaobao suggested expanding in all directions. We don't lack money, so we'll expand in all directions. Li Longji's words were very generous. They had money. Not only him, but the officials also didn't object because of financial problems. Only some people raised the issue of whether the expansion at this time was inappropriate for the season and they planned to delay it until after spring next year. There were also people in favor of building it now. There was a lot of labor. It was spring, and everyone was busy with spring plowing. They were afraid that it would delay the production of the fields. In short, there was never a lack of different voices in the imperial court. Xiaobei bid farewell to Shui Yun and followed her brother and sister to accompany Li Longji in the carriage. Li Longji's visit was simple. He didn't have any ceremonial procession. He seemed to be more and more peaceful now. The main reason was that he had just gone to Mount Tai for the pilgrimage. Before his arrogance could continue to swell, he was defeated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with advanced weapons. After knowing that there was a country that could easily defeat the Tang Empire, he really couldn't find a reason to be arrogant. Thus, Li Longji's life, which was influenced by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was very contradictory. He was nervous about the speed of technological development and research, but at the same time, he knew how to enjoy life. Of course, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't there, he would also know how to enjoy life. That kind of enjoyment without a sense of urgency. Money was spent faster than money was earned. Coupled with other circumstances, it dragged down the strong and prosperous to the weak. Now, he had Zhang Xiaobao to earn money for him. In a situation where he didn't have to worry about money, he was more willing to care about the people's livelihood. When he went out for a stroll, he became more easygoing. He brought guards with him and casually picked 2 carriages. He didn't have any ceremonial procession at all. He finally understood that majesty didn't lie in the gorgeous carriage, but in the hearts of the people. Thus, Li Longji's casual and simple travels made things difficult for some officials. They wrote memorials to persuade him and directly remonstrated in the imperial court. Every time he encountered such a situation, Li Longji would put on a humble appearance and accept it. He would also reward the officials, but in reality, he didn't change his behavior. Look, our carriage is much better than before. There's no need to care about its gorgeous appearance. Being comfortable in it is more important than anything else. Li Longji's carriage was very large. Other than him and Gao Lishur, even if Zhang Xiaobao and the other 11 people were squeezed inside, it was still spacious enough. There was a bar counter in the carriage, a small table in the middle, and sofas on both sides. There was also a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a study room. There were also bedrooms and baths above. It was designed by Zhang Xiaobao. In the past, he had a large caravan. No matter where he went, he would drag it. Because the caravan gave him a feeling of home, he had a house that belonged to Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the comfort of the caravan. It was much more comfortable than the previous carriage. He patted the wide armrest of the sofa to express his feelings to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. You still lack things. It would be better to have a TV and a computer. If that doesn't work, we can get someone to study a phonograph. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and said, I understand the principle. Actually, I understand a lot of the principles. For example, the principle of the camera's imaging and film. Should we find someone to study it? I think it's fine. In the future, we can take more photos of Xiao Bei and the others. Then we can make a movie. I'll be the director, you'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. The 2 of us will act out the movie, The Smiling Proud Wanderer. You'll sing, laughing at the mundane world, and I'll sing, laughing at the vast sea. Zhang Xiaobao said longingly. Li Longji was depressed. Can the 2 of you tell me more about it? Oh, actually, Cuckoo and I want to make something that can record other people's voices. For example, Your Majesty, if you sing a line, that thing will remember a line. When you stop singing, that thing will sing according to your singing style. It's very interesting. There's also a way to use it as a substitute for painting. Oh, it's not a substitute. Art can never be substituted. It's like painting. The appearance of the thing is printed on a kind of paper. It's more like a painting. Then, after a lot of pictures, it will be connected together and become a moving painting. As Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly thought of something fun. He turned to look at his younger brother and sister. Xiao Bei, go back and finish your homework. I'll make a cartoon for you. In the future, you can put it in Hang Nong amusement park and watch it for at least 10 times. Really? Then I'll go back now. Xiao Bei suddenly sat up straight. No rush, no rush. Brother, I have to find someone to draw it first. I can't let brother draw it. Zhang Xiaobao thought of something good. He rubbed his hands and seemed very excited. Li Longji was still at a loss. He could only give up. He picked up a glass of wine and sipped it. He told himself that there was no rush. He would know when the thing was made. It's from King Wen. You just have to memorize a small part today. It's very simple. King Wen is above, and Yu Zhao is above. Although Zhou is old, his fate is new. When Zhou is not clear, the emperor's fate is at hand. King Wen descends to the left and right of the emperor. Little Yuan, whose willpower wasn't very strong, directly helped Xiao Bei memorize her homework. It was too simple for him. Of course, his homework wasn't simple to him. It was a math problem. It was very troublesome, so he had to ask Brother Xiaohai. Oh. Book of Songs, I'll memorize one line after you say it. Xiao Bei's desire for knowledge was very strong. Seeing that little Yuan didn't say anything, she pouted. If you don't say it, I won't be friends with you. Little Yuan still didn't say anything. That meant that Xiao Bei was too quick to burn bridges after crossing the river. Just now, he was calling him Brother Yuan, but the moment he turned around, he was calling him Brother Yuan. Seeing that he couldn't scare little Yuan, Xiao Bei could only change his tactic. Think about it. After I finish my homework, Big Brother will make something fun. If you help me, you'll be helping yourself, right? This was called reasoning with reason. Little Yuan hesitated for a while but still didn't compromise. Why are you like this? If you make something new and make money, the 9 of us will split into 10 portions. I agree to give you 2 portions. Will that do? Xiao Bei started to tempt her with benefits again. Look, I've always treated you as my most respected big brother other than the other big brothers. I've even peeled candy for you. When you cut your hand last time, I helped you apply medicine. This was considered persuasion. Big brother Xiaoqiang, big sister Xiaofang, big brother Xiaohai, little. I've decided that after I make money, I'll split the extra portion equally with the 7 of you. What do you think, little Yuan? Xiao Bei was currently using a diplomatic strategy. When I stood in Hongnom County, I didn't need to say anything else. I just said that I was Zhang Xiao Bei, and the people understood that the emperor was serious. He even sent me here as a special investigator. Uncle Emperor, think about it. I, Xiao Bei, won't be easily dispatched. When the people saw me, the first person they thought of was you. At that time, I told you that Yan Zheng was scared to death. He actually wanted to run away. This made me angry. If I let him run away, Uncle Emperor, wouldn't you have used the wrong person? The way Xiao Bei waved his fists made Zhang Xiaobao stare blankly. Yes, yes. Li Longji nodded vigorously. Would we use the wrong person? Xiao Bei is our precious treasure. He won't be easily dispatched. Xiao Bei, who taught you to say these words? Li Longji was puzzled. Why was Xiao Bei so cute? His words made people feel comfortable. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught their little sister this when they had nothing to do? Li Longji was only thinking about this matter. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would waste their time because there was no need for that. Even if Xiao Bei didn't say a few nice words today, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The more he thought about it, the more comfortable Li Longji felt. It was always easy to believe the words of children. Xiao Bei said these words naturally, but his eyes were looking at his elder sister. At this time, Wang Wan had already finished drawing the stick figures. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, there were a total of 4 actions and 8 pieces. There were 2 pieces for each action. Li Longji followed Xiao Bei's gaze and looked. He was also very curious and asked, "This is the animation that we were talking about earlier?" What he meant was that he had drawn it, but he did not see anything special about it. Especially from a literal point of view, it was an animation. Not only was the drawing untouched, it was also very ordinary. Of course, this was according to his aesthetic point of view. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed with Wang Wan's foundation. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "It's an animation, but it's just a simple one. There's not enough time for a real animation, so let's just make do with it first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken the 8 pieces of drawing from Wang Wan's hands. He flipped through them and adjusted the order. He placed the topmost piece at the bottom, and so on, placing one piece on top of the other. At this time, the one who was the most interested was Xiao Zhu. She usually liked to draw, and she was quite good at it. She could even draw a map. She stared at it without blinking, trying to see if there was anything special about it. The other children had never come into contact with something like this before, so they all looked over, wanting to see what their older brother and sister had done. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhang Xiaobao first pressed the drawing down a little, creating a curve on the paper that was specially used for drawing. It wasn't big, and the curve was very small, but it was obvious that this piece of paper wasn't as flat as it was originally. Then, Zhang Xiaobao pinched one end of the paper in the opposite direction, then released it at a balanced speed, one piece at a time. The 8 pieces of paper of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon also fell down one by one. At this time, everyone in the bus, including Li Longji, stared with their eyes wide open. Xiao Bei's eyes were the biggest, because her eyes were usually a little bigger than others. Her long eyelashes were fixed on her eyes, and her small mouth was wide open, revealing a shocked expression on Weiwei's face. Even Gao Lisher, who was usually able to control his emotions, started to be shocked. He had never seen such a novel thing before. Under Zhang Xiaobao's actions, the 8 pieces of paper became connected, one after another, and people's eyes couldn't help but watch the changes on the paper. Zhu Beiji held the watermelon, then his mouth moved towards the watermelon, and then he started to eat. After eating, he spat out a few seeds, then used his sleeve to wipe his mouth, and the whole picture ended. Huh? Why is it like this? Xiao Bei felt that she had watched carefully enough, but she still couldn't understand how Zhu Beiji's actions were formed. Xiao Hai, who usually liked to be quiet, reached out his hand and took the drawing from his older brother. Then, he copied what he did just now and released his grip. Although his control wasn't as good as Zhang Xiaobao's, it still didn't affect the effect much. Zhu Beiji's actions were still as smooth as before. This thing. Why is this thing like this? Li Long thought that he had seen a lot of things, but he didn't know that there was such a strange thing in the world, so he couldn't help but ask. Gao Lisher also had a face of confusion. If it was his godson and daughter-in-law who used advanced technology to create something, he could understand. After all, technology represented magic. But what he saw today had nothing to do with technology. It was just 8 pieces of paper, and his daughter-in-law used a colored pen to make simple sketches on them. Not to mention 8 pieces, even if you found a craftsman and asked him to draw 80 pieces, it wouldn't be strange. But why was it that with his godson's actions, what he saw was different from what he imagined? Let me try. This time, Xiao Bei didn't feel that memorizing things was difficult. In order to play with something interesting, she first memorized the contents of the book of songs with her brother and sister. Then, she snatched the drawings and flipped through them again and again. As she became more familiar with her actions, the continuity of the picture also became more and more balanced. Cuckoo, can you tell me more? Li Longji looked at it again and again, and finally couldn't help but ask. This. Draw the curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted outside. Following his voice, 3 layers of curtains were drawn, and the entire carriage immediately turned dark. After all, the people outside didn't know what was going on. If it was someone else who shouted and the carriage turned dark, Gao Lisher would probably make a move. Although he usually looked like a good guy, he was actually quite skilled. But at this moment, he didn't make a move. Li Longji, who could shoot action movies and was very good at playing polo, also didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Because both of them knew that there was no need to. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really wanted to do something bad to them, they wouldn't have waited until now. Just now, the people below the Shuiyun family were all members of the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion. They didn't care about whether the emperor was the emperor or not. If Wang Wan really wanted to do something, all she had to do was shout, and there wouldn't be a single person left alive. Moreover, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were quite skilled to begin with. Li Longji thought about many things in an instant. He didn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't be able to obtain the support of the people after killing him. In terms of reputation, first and foremost, it would be himself, then it would be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even the crown prince would have to stand aside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think too much. He just wanted to do an experiment. When the carriage turned dark, he lit a match and said, "Your Majesty, adoptive father, please take a look. I'm holding a match in my hand, and there's nothing else. So, let's just watch first." When Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, his hand moved slightly. His movements weren't too fast. However, what appeared in the eyes of Li Longji and the others was no longer a little bit of light. Instead, it became a ray of light. "Xiao Bao, we also know about this." Wang Wan took the jade and put it back on Li Longji as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji had never encountered such a situation before. Today, he had learned something new. In the past, he only knew the concept of seconds, but he didn't understand it very well. Now, he finally understood that it wasn't just about time, but also the distance between life and death. He couldn't help but size up Zhang Xiaobao again. He asked, "Xiao Bao, how long do you need to kill a person?" "A lifetime, but killing 10,000 people might be very simple," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "I understand. If you kill one person, you will have thoughts in your heart. If you kill 10,000 people, you will have no traces in your heart. I won't casually kill 10,000 people. Is that drawing of yours related to speed?" Li Longji's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately got to the point. "Yes, this is called visual retention, or rather, visual retention. When the speed reaches a certain level, the individual's image will be connected. To be honest, if Cuckoo and I were to attack each other now, it would be a lose-lose situation." As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he gestured another hand gesture. Li Longji didn't understand. Doesn't the person who attacks first get to live? No, there's a time limit to a person's reaction. Even if I hit Cuckoo, she can still counterattack. Even if she dies, she'll definitely drag someone down with her. Even if she clearly lost consciousness, she can still complete her actions. So, at this distance, this reaction can't appear in front of your Majesty's guards. Otherwise, they won't be able to stop it. If you consider coincidence, the speed of the spear can't compare to the flying dagger. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Gao Lisher nodded. He admitted that it was really dangerous just now. It seemed that he couldn't casually let people get on the carriage in the future. The emperor had to keep a certain distance from other people. Of course, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were exceptions. "So what you showed me just now was an animation?" Li Longji didn't consider as many things as Gao Lisher. He took the drawing and flipped it over in his hand. Yes, and no. If it's really that simple, who would be willing to spend money to watch it? Isn't that right, Xiaobei? Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister again. Xiaobei nodded vigorously and said, "I can give you 10 copper coins for what you did just now, but not 10 strings of paper. It's not worth it. There are only 8 pieces of paper. It's too little." "Right, there are only 8 pieces of paper. It's indeed not worth it. So, we need to increase the number." "Of course, we don't need to increase the number of pieces of paper, but the number of pieces of glass." Zhang Xiaobao explained to everyone. Only Wang Wan knew what was going on. "How much do you need?" Xiao Yuan asked in puzzlement. Her hand was still mimicking the action that her brother had done just now. "That depends on how coherent the picture is. Normally speaking, it's 24 pieces per second. This is very difficult now. A lot of glass will be damaged, so it only costs 10 strings of paper to watch it once." Zhang Xiaobao drew a very fast hand shadow. Of course, it didn't reach 24 times per second. It wasn't that it was impossible, but it couldn't be seen clearly after reaching it. Xiaobei frowned when she heard her brother's words. She seemed very distressed. Xiao Hai, who was next to her, opened her mouth and asked, "According to what you said, it's too troublesome to draw a lot of pieces of animation in a quarter of an hour." Wang Wan smiled and patted Xiao Hai's head. "Animation is indeed troublesome, but if something new comes out in the future, then it won't be troublesome to film it. Moreover, when you watch animation, in addition to the visual residue, there is also a pause and continuity of thought. In other words, the picture is not always moving. Occasionally, it will stop. When you see the pause, you don't actually think that the picture is interrupted. If you properly assign the pause, you can save a lot of glass in the animation. Wang Wan's explanation was very straightforward, but Li Longji and the others still didn't understand. If it stopped, it was stopped. How could it be said that it was continuous? Wang Wan looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. I can't explain it clearly. It will be more convincing when the animation is done in the future. The carriage once again entered a period of silence. Only the sound of the 8 pieces of drawing paper being passed back and forth let people know that there were still people in the carriage. The clattering sound never stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Gao Lisher lifted the curtain and looked out. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, we've arrived. Oh. We've arrived? That's fast. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Xiao Bei, and the others, come with me to take a look. As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, someone opened the carriage door. The group of people went out one after the other. In front of them was the scene of construction. Under the protection of the guards, Li Longji walked leisurely. When he saw the trench, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we should install a few more cannons? Chapter 962. Hearing Li Longji's question, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He looked around and asked, Where does your Majesty want to set up the cannons? On the city walls. After the expansion, we will need to pass through 2 walls to reach the capital. Set up 1 cannon on the outer wall, and another one on the inner wall. With layers of defense, there will be no need to worry about the capital. Li Longji waved his hand. It really did feel like he was talking about the country, except he was talking about the capital. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Li Longji's idea was completely different from his. To be more precise, it was completely different. Of course, the earth was round. If one walked in the other direction, they would still be able to reach their original destination. Li Longji didn't hear Zhang Xiaobao's reply. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao's helpless expression. Wang Wan also seemed to be dispirited. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaobao, do you have a better idea in terms of defense? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao replied and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, indicating that she supported him. Zhang Xiaobao continued, I plan to tear down the entire city wall. If someone comes to the capital from the outside, we will set up a boundary marker on the road with the words Capital City, Chang'an written on it. After making a few gestures, Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of the imperial palace. Not only do we need to set up cannons in the palace, we also need to store a large number of firearms. The exterior is loose, but the interior is tight. Wang Wan continued, if your Majesty is worried that someone will bring an army to Chang'an, you should first defend against the enemy outside the country and not outside the capital. The Great Wall of the pre-Qin Dynasty couldn't prevent its destruction. The truly indestructible Great Wall is in the hearts of the people. The people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, the merchants are willing to sacrifice their wealth for the country, and the officials are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country. If one day someone can really reach the capital, the people will be able to build a wall of flesh and blood for your Majesty without using bricks or mud. Otherwise, even if you use steel, there will be a day when it will be burned down. Li Longji didn't say anything else and fell into deep thought. Surrounded by people, he walked aimlessly in the middle of the open space outside. Step by step, he walked very slowly. After a long time, he made a decision that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hair stand on end. He instructed the surrounding guards, don't surround me. Keep a close eye on those who aren't from the Tang Empire. I want to put on a show. Yes, put on a show. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will accompany me. I will personally go and ask the people who are working. What? Zhang Xiaobao quivered and stretched his hand back. Immediately, someone handed over a revolver. Wang Wan's eyes also suddenly widened, and she also asked for a revolver. The two men tucked their guns into their sleeves and placed their other hands behind the firing pins. He nodded at Li Longji, who had a resolute expression on his face. What he meant was, fine, if you dare to attack, we'll accompany you with our lives. Gao Lisher hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood diagonally in front of the emperor. He fiercely signaled to the surrounding guards. When Li Longji walked towards a construction site where the common people were hired to work, dozens of figures jumped out from the guards around Xiaobei. They were all dressed very normally. Some of them were dressed like foot carriers, some were carrying jobs, and there was even an artist who was carrying a large drawing board on his back. There were so many of them. Needless to say, these people were plain clothes. They belonged to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Each of them was very self-aware. They didn't need others to remind them where they should stand and carry out cross-surveillance. It wasn't clear whether it was because Li Longji trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or because he was confident in his own charisma. In any case, he walked all the way to the construction site. The gatekeepers who were guarding the entrance to prevent people from entering saw the group of people coming from afar. Not only did they see the people, but they also saw the flag that represented the emperor's identity. She had long been scared silly. She watched as a person in gorgeous clothes walked over with a dignified aura. She stood there and swallowed her saliva with all her might. She couldn't even say a word. The two of you, are you still tired? Li Longji walked in front of the two people and tried to speak in a calm and caring tone. His Majesty is asking you two a question. Are you tired? Gao Lisher leaned over and touched one of them with his finger. After being touched, the person reacted and shook his head vigorously. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. He kowtowed and shouted, "Long live His Majesty." The other person also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, but he couldn't say a word. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. The two of you have worked hard. Li Longji reached out to help them up. Gao Lisher didn't even have time to rush forward and help them up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were accompanying him on the left and right narrowed their eyes, but their faces were calm. The plain clothes around them were the same. Under the calm surface, there were turbulent waves. This person seemed to be braver. He didn't need Li Longji's help and stood up on his own. As he stood, he said, Your Majesty, I can do it myself. Don't dirty my clothes. Your hands. Li Longji was putting on a show, so he naturally had to go through with it. He held the person's hands and looked him up and down. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the person's hands and he sighed. Chilhan, your hands are cracked. What do you do? Who else is at home? Someone, bring me my mink oil hand cream. This is a pair of hands that silently contribute to the peace of the great Tang. Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobao called out. Behind them, Xiaobei pouted and took out something from her bag. She complained in a low voice, He's so generous. How did he know that I took 2 unopened bags today? I wanted to give them to Shuayan's family. After taking out the bags, she pulled Xiao Yuan forward and muttered to Xiao Yuan, Next time when you come out with Uncle Emperor, remember to remind him to bring everything. We're here. If we don't come, how can he give them to us? We'll go to the palace for dinner tonight. Then don't be so picky about porridge. How much porridge can you drink to get back 2 bags of hand cream? Xiao Yuan, who had always been unwilling to be calculative, also felt sorry for her. When the two of them walked forward, the person whose hand was held by Li Longji was already crying. He couldn't wipe his tears because his hand was held by the emperor. He sobbed and spoke incoherently. When Xiao Bei brought the items over, Li Longji finally understood what the other party meant. He said that he was doing carpentry. His 2 parents were here, and he also had 3 children and 1 daughter-in-law. The eldest child could help out and was cleaning the wood. The other 2 children were still young and were in school. He also knew to thank the emperor for sending Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to organize the Chaoyang operation. He also thanked the emperor for governing the country well. Anyway, that was what he meant, not what he said. Take 1 box each. Apply it on your hands when you go back. Seeing you like this, I feel guilty. You work hard for the great Tang, but I can't take care of you often. Sigh. Apply this on your hands and it can prevent them from cracking. To be honest, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything. I'll borrow Xiao Bei's first. Xiao Bei, you're my great Tang patrol officers. You can cut down corrupt officials and impeach the emperor. Li Longji took the things from Xiao Bei and told the truth. He didn't forget to introduce Xiao Bei, making Xiao Bei feel that he shouldn't have been thinking about going to the palace to eat. Instead, he should have just eaten porridge. The person who was supported by Li Longji was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tears flowed down his face as he nodded his head repeatedly. Li Longji patted the person's shoulder again. The weather is getting colder by the day. I'll have people prepare lamb bones and pig bones soup for you to drink. I'll pay for it. As for the things, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He was vigilant as he replied, I'll be in charge of buying them. Also, I'll be providing a batch of roasted chicken on behalf of Zhuangzi. Behind them, there were officials who wanted to step forward and say how much they were going to donate, but they were stopped by the guards. They meant that they shouldn't join in the fun. It was easy to get into trouble if they were in a mess. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. For your kindness. The person holding the 2 boxes of hand cream quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Longji nodded his head in satisfaction. As he walked forward, he didn't forget to joke, 1 box per person. Don't keep them all for yourself. I don't dare, I don't dare. The person repeatedly promised, provoking laughter. Everyone continued to walk in. Just a short while ago, someone had already passed the news of the emperor's arrival to the official in charge of the construction site. The person in charge ran out alone. There were still oil stains on the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. As soon as he arrived in front of Li Longji, he wanted to kneel down. He sighed in his heart. No wonder His Majesty valued Xiao Bei and the others so much. The children were really too sensible. If it was an adult who came to snatch the gemma, people would think that Huang Hezang was not at ease. Children were fine. They liked to play. When the cook saw that the first gemma was tasted and evaluated, they started to make the second gemma. He understood, but he couldn't say anything. When the emperor ate in the palace, there were also people in charge of testing the poison. When the second gemma was done, Gao Lisher took it and sent it to Li Longji. At the same time, he gave him a look, meaning that he had finished asking. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei and sighed. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed hard and swallowed it. He said, Good, someone thought ahead of me. Good, what's your name? What's your official rank? The person in charge felt relieved. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, my name is Yuan Yuan. I'm in the engineering department of the Ministry of Works. I'm in the lower 7th rank. Oh, you're in the engineering department, right? Li Longji directly promoted Yuan Yuan from the lower 7th rank to the upper 6th rank. It could be said that he had jumped 3 ranks in a row, surpassing the upper 7th rank and lower 6th rank. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send the pigs back. Yuan Yuan knelt down to express his gratitude and promised that he would do a good job with the pigs. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. It was worth it to bring all the pigs at home. Li Longji no longer paid attention to Yuan Yuan. He took the gemma and said, Eat, eat. Today, I'm just here to take a look. I don't want to do anything else. After saying that, he started to eat again. Seeing that the emperor was asking them to eat, and that the emperor was also eating, everyone went back to wash the soup. They picked up the flatbread and blew on the dust. They didn't want to throw it away and continued to eat. After eating a jiama with them, Li Longji began to walk around other places. After Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan finished eating, he asked for more than 10 more. There were still people who hadn't eaten yet. He had to leave some for his brothers and sisters. The cook brought out his skills to the peak. The others didn't have any objections. It was just one less bite. It would be good to be able to eat in the same pot as the officials. After Li Longji finished walking around the place where the commoners were working, he went to the military camp. He ate 2 spoons of salted beans and asked a few questions. Finally, he came to the site of Zhengzheng construction. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They cursed Li Longji in their hearts. Li Longji was in a good mood, but he was a little thirsty. He had eaten salted beans earlier, and he was still holding Xiao Bei in his arms. He had wanted to help someone carry the log, but he had been stopped by Gao Lisher, who had refused no matter what. In order to show his strength, he carried Xiao Bei. Along the way, no one dared to say anything. Xiao Bei was poisoned just now. How much courage did he have? He also had to be smart. Li Longji looked at the orderly construction site and coughed lightly. He asked, "Is there soup?" "Your Majesty, there is egg drop soup." The person in charge of Zhengzheng construction wasn't as nervous as the others and respectfully replied. "Is it salty?" "If it isn't, then give me a bowl." "What's the main dish?" Li Longji asked again. "Steamed buns. When you're working, eating steamed buns is more energetic." The person in charge replied. Xiao Bei slipped out of Li Longji's arms. A bowl of soup and a steamed bun. Uncle Emperor tasted it just now. The person in charge immediately went to arrange it. In less than a moment, he personally brought the food to the place. This time, Li Longji didn't need anyone to try it first. He blew on it and drank a mouthful of soup. He pinched a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. After that, he drank a mouthful of soup and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "We'll let bygones be bygones. We don't need the city wall. We have millions of people. Why should we be afraid of the invasion of a small country? Xiaobao, spend the money in the bank when you need to. Do more, it's called public welfare." Zhang Xiaobao was also preparing a bowl of soup. When he heard Li Longji's words, he stopped what he was doing and replied, "Your Majesty is right. Only by spending money on public welfare can we earn more. The circulation of money is the only way to stabilize the economy. Since Your Majesty is talking about public welfare, this subject has something to say. Apart from repairing bridges and roads, this subject should also directly use the money on the people's livelihood. This way, it'll be more convenient for this subject to earn more money." "Oh. Xiaobao, you have another brilliant plan? Tell us about it first and let us guess." Li Longji's interest was piqued. Guessing Xiaobao's riddle was very interesting, even if he couldn't guess it correctly. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer anxious. He first drank a mouthful of soup, then cleared his throat and spat out 2 words, "military horses." Chapter 963. Military horses? Li Longji repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words. He lowered his head, ate the steamed bun, drank the soup, and thought hard. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink his soup. Wang Wan closed her eyes and rested. She also didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. She felt that this was very normal. If he could guess everything, who would he lie to? Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ran behind a woodworker and watched him carve. Xiao Zhu could also participate in a few words. She took a pencil and drew a cute picture of a rice seedling on a wooden board. She put it there and waited for the woodworker to finish his work and help carve it. The officials also put down their reservations and asked for steamed buns from the people in charge of the construction site. They cut a hole in the top and put some pickles on it. They made do with it and didn't dare to drink the soup. They were afraid that if they drank too much, they would go to the toilet when the emperor said something. The steamed buns were very ordinary. They were made of white flour and didn't use bleach. Even if there was bleach, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't use it to smoke the steamed buns. The pickles were thought-provoking. In fact, they weren't really good vegetables. They were cabbage and then made into spicy cabbage. There were fine shredded radish and preserved fruit stuffed into the steamed buns. They were bright red and made the buns crispy and tender. The officials were not surprised by the cabbage and shredded fruit, but where did the chili come from? Chili was distributed among the family, but they couldn't bear to eat it. How many people were in charge of the construction site? It was too extravagant. Gao Lisher peeled an orange and stuffed it into the innermost part. It was too sour and definitely couldn't be compared to the word honey orange. He ate until his face wrinkled, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Li Longji, who had eaten more than half a steamed bun and drank more than half a bowl of soup, slapped his thigh and laughed excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao was the closest and almost choked on the soup. He turned to look at Li Longji, confusion and surprise written on his face. Xiaobao. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He praised, smart, really smart. Normal people can't think of your ideas. Good idea. I also pondered and pondered before I figured it out. Cuckoo, do you admit it? Wang Wan had already opened her eyes. She nodded, which meant that she admitted it. However, in her heart, she said, I admit that you are praising yourself now. Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, Your Majesty, have you thought of it too? You thought of it? It's not easy, it's really not easy. Apart from you, no one else would have thought of such a good idea. As expected of the top scorer, extraordinary. Li Longji continued to praise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty has thought of it, can you tell me more? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore. The officials looked over with various emotions. You go first, Li Longji said happily. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask Li Longji why he said, if I say it first, how can you say it's your idea? Instead, he nodded and said, Your Majesty, this is what I think. We need military horses mainly because, it's mainly for the Tubo, the Turks, and the tribes in the north of Hebei province. Xiaobao, am I right? Li Longji interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked excitedly. Yes, Your Majesty is really amazing. Zhang Xiaobao made a fist and palm salute to express his admiration. Li Longji made a fist and palm salute back, please continue. Your Majesty just said the main use. I mean, now there are a few places that don't seem to need too many military horses, so there are a lot of military horses idle. Am I right? Am I right? Ha ha ha. You can talk about it later. Li Longji clapped his hands and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao, when he was depressed, he finally felt the same emotion in the eyes of the officials. That was sympathy, deep sympathy. Zhang Xiaobao knew that those officials must be gloating in their hearts. It's not easy for him to suffer alone, but he can bring joy to many people. Isn't this a kind of contribution? Say it, Xiaobao, say it quickly. Li Longji urged. What else could Zhang Xiaobao do? He could only continue his contribution to the cause to the end. Your Majesty, since they are idle, I think that military horses can not only be used for war, they can also, this time, Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself and looked at Li Longji. Sure enough, Li Longji continued, they can also be used to play polo, right? Public welfare is to let everyone participate and watch for free. Isn't it a feeling that great minds think alike? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He really didn't think of using military horses to play polo, but this was a good idea. So, he shook his head first and then nodded. Your Majesty, I didn't think that you are better than me. You are the hero. Your Majesty, can you tell me in detail? You didn't think of it? You actually didn't think of it? Ha ha ha. Li Longji was surprised for a moment, then laughed happily again. Even the sound of breathing of the officials became softer. The scene seemed very strange. Li Longji didn't wipe his eyes for a moment and continued, Xiao Bao, how is it? Do you admit defeat? You said military horses yourself, but you didn't think of it. Then you. Li Longji stopped laughing, then you didn't think of it. You were the one who said military horses first. Let me think about it. According to this, can you say that I didn't guess it correctly? Zhang Xiaobao, he really couldn't answer directly. He felt that Li Longji was very happy today. It wasn't easy. Being an emperor didn't always make him happy. They limited the number of people who were willing to gamble. Then, they would draw the lottery and the money they earned would go to the local treasury. Later on, I know. It was stopped later on. The lottery gambling industry that Xiao Bao set up in Tubo was too deceptive. Everyone in the court was afraid of it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Bao didn't benefit from it, I would have thought that Xiao Bao wanted to harm the Tang Empire. Li Longji thought of what happened in Tubo. It was also from then on that he saw how one could harm a country without using force. Wang Wan smiled and continued, the situation in Tubo is different from the Tang Empire. Now, the telegram can quickly send messages to all parts of the Tang Empire. It is time to integrate the gambling industry. There can be a sports gambling industry that will be managed by the capital. The money will be given to the banks and be used for sports. Sports, as the name suggests, is education that strengthens the body. The money earned will not only be used for competitions. In the future, there will be a lot of sports equipment that can be bought and sent to the schools. That's all. Lord Wang, I have something to say. That is. An official stood out from the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Longji glared at him. He was so scared that he continued, that's it. I support it. The other officials felt bad for him. They all understood and thought about it clearly. The gambling industry involved a lot of money. Can the imperial court send officials to manage it instead of leaving it in the banks? The emperor stared at him as if asking, who should I send to manage it? Can you guarantee that no one will be greedy? So, that official stepped down. He could not find anyone other than Zhang Xiaobao who could guarantee that no one would be greedy for money. Money was a good thing. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who was good at making money and did not treat money as money, others might not be able to suppress their greed. Li Longji nodded happily, good. Let's start the Tang Empire's gambling industry. Xiao Bao, tell me your idea. I have created a very profitable gambling industry from a military horse. With your operation, I believe it will be very beneficial to the people. You can't be worse than me. Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the sympathetic gazes from the crowd. Are you still being reasonable? Is this what you said? You only know how to play polo. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. Even Xiaohai, Danan, and Xiaonan were worried. Only Wang Wan was not worried. She was still calm. Gao Lisher looked at his adopted son with expectation and worry. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He picked up the bowl of soup and intended to drink 2 mouthfuls, but was stopped by Li Longji. Xiao Bao, you are not in good health. You can't drink cold things for the time being. Tell me your idea first. Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl resentfully. He followed Li Longji's example, coughed softly and said, His Majesty just said that military horses can not only be used for fighting, but also for playing polo. I also think that they can not only be used for fighting, but also for plowing and pulling carriages. Let's talk about plowing first. When plowing dry land, horses are much faster than oxen. We just need to improve the tools. It's simple. In the past, we used people and oxen to plow because horses were too precious. Now there are too many warhorses, so it's better to use them for plowing. Let's talk about pulling carriages. In fact, next year, our Tang Empire will have at least 30,000 miles of railway. His Majesty promised to find me 1 million laborers. I will solve the problem of money. I believe you don't doubt it, right? The officials nodded. Horses plowed dry land really fast. There were too many horses left. After Tufan and Turkic surrendered, in addition to the Tang Empire's own horses, there were also many horses from the two places. If they wanted to continue the war, it was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the emperor had the final say. As for the problem of money, since Zhang Xiaobao said it was okay, there was absolutely no problem. Seeing that the officials agreed, Zhang Xiaobao said, even if the railway is built, the main road is connected by the railway. There is still a big gap in local transportation. Therefore, horses can further replace manpower and speed up the logistics. The consequence of speeding up the logistics is that when the productivity can't keep up, it will also accelerate the inflation. After all, the taxes from the imperial court will also have to be spent. I digress. I will solve this problem. Everyone, don't worry. It's simple, very simple. Zhang Xiaobao smiled embarrassedly. However, the officials really wanted to hear about this. Among the officials, there were students of Zhang Xiaobao. They had just found a little bit of the feeling when they were in class, but it suddenly disappeared. It was very awkward. With these two applications, we can use up a lot of the remaining horse resources. Perhaps it is still not enough to further promote the raising of horses. Before the new farming and transportation methods are popularized, horses can't be replaced. Furthermore, the new technology can't be brought out immediately to the people's livelihood. Yes, it's still very far away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and waited for others to ask. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but he had to stimulate the thoughts of the officials. Sure enough, a student in his class stood up and asked, Lord Zhang, there is something this student doesn't understand. Speak. Zhang Xiaobao looked over. Then, this student would like to ask, how can horses be used by people? By? How much is the price? During the non-farming period, when the demand for logistics is not big, can the people who buy the horses afford to raise them? This person was very nervous. You have to consider so many things together. It's what I should do. If an economic official thinks about a problem alone, he will lose a lot. It's time to talk about money. Money. The people who are willing to raise horses only need to take out the money for a horse. They don't need to buy, rent, or pay rent. They just need to be responsible for raising the horses. For the people who don't know how to raise horses, let the Sinangxi Temple send out technical personnel to print the method of raising horses into a book and distribute it for free. Let the medical centers of the Dei Hospital in various places help to summarize and treat the diseases. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that it was wrong to think more. It was normal. If you patted your head and came up with an idea, then the officials who weren't in charge of sales and management of pests and diseases would be beheaded. At this time, the person who asked the previous question asked again, Lord Zhang, I have a question. From what you said, if the money is not used to buy horses, who will it be given to? It will be given to the bank. The people who really don't have money can borrow it themselves. The bank will be responsible for lending it to them with low interest. The people will then put the money in the bank without interest. The bank will be responsible for providing horses for the people. When this money is enough, I can operate it. Not only will the bank not lose money, but it will also make money. You can rest assured about this. If the people raise horses and they die, we will send people to take a look. The people won't have to bear the responsibility for the horses that die of illness or old age. Unless they killed the horses themselves, then the money won't be given. If they use things as low-interest mortgages, then the things won't be returned. Unless they directly take the money, then the things will be given to them. If the people raise horses and they die, they can continue to rent horses. If the people are willing to plant crops designated by the imperial court, the bank will also give a portion of the emperor's money as a reward. In fact, the policies are all good. The main thing is the local officials. If there is a situation where an official makes a false report, then... Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked at Li Longji. Kill. Li Longji's answer was very simple. It was only one word. I will run a perfect operation and earn a lot of money. Then, I will take out the money and use it for public welfare. For example, for families with low incomes, I will build houses for them and give them money to buy necessities for survival. Zhang Xiaobao's answer satisfied the official and he retreated. Not only was he satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer, but he was also satisfied with his master's ability. He was indeed omnipotent and didn't let him down. Li Longji suddenly remembered something that Zhang Xiaobao said just now. Xiaobao, what do you mean by letting the people plant specific crops? For example. I haven't thought about it yet. It's just a suggestion. Yes, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhang Xiaobao had a calm expression. It must be related to the technology your family is releasing. Am I right? Li Longji asserted. After asking, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Your Majesty, don't try to trick me. If you say it's right, then it's right. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't sure when he answered. Just as Li Longji asked, there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to give away their technology for free? But now, they couldn't say it out loud in case someone tried to interfere. Li Longji was conflicted. He knew that even if he guessed correctly, he wouldn't be able to guess the connection between the two. If he asked Zhang Xiaobao again, he wouldn't get an answer. If he did get an answer, it would probably be a lie. I was just asking casually. Accompany me to the construction site and see what's the difference between your family's buildings and other buildings. Li Longji didn't want to think about it anymore because the more he thought, the more tired he became. He turned around and walked inside. After calling out, Xiao Bei came back with the carved rice sprouts. She looked very happy. She ran over and spoke to Zhang Xiaobao first. Brother, I found a way to make money. All the officials were speechless. They were really a family. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make a lot of money. His sister could also make a little money herself. It seemed that it would be difficult for her to starve to death in the future. Oh. What's the idea? Tell me. Zhang Xiaobao had to play along and pretended to be curious. Hee, it's about the candy house. Xiao Bei hugged the carved rice sprouts and swayed back and forth. Let me guess. Did you make a new flavor of candy? Zhang Xiaobao made a candy-eating action. No, right, just a little. Guess again. Xiao Bei continued to sway her body. Then you must have made a better pastry. Also wrong, let me tell you. We have a new thing, and the shape is different. In the future, Sister Xiao Zhu will design the shape. Just now, we asked the master to help us carve and he carved a lot of wood shavings. I asked the master if the wood shavings would be thrown away. The master said to throw away the worthless wood shavings, but keep the valuable ones and use glue to make various patterns. Guess what I thought of? Xiao Bei lifted the carved rice sprouts and shook it. What did you think of? What did you think of? I will tell you when I go back tonight. I have to think about it carefully. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Xiao Bei caught up with him. Let me tell you. I thought of our precious candy house. The colors of the candy are too simple. Red is red, green is green. When we make them, we use a mold, and the edges and corners are left behind. We have to reheat them. Also, the ones with sugar grains can only be sold cheaply. When we reheat them, the taste will change. Didn't you say that a real brand is not only innovative, but also consistent? In the future, we don't have to sell them cheaply. We can just stick the leftovers into various colors and shapes and make them into little people's clothes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very pleased and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes, this idea was not from me. It was from brother Zhang Chang. He said that he wanted to make a Baoan arrow candy. Then he asked if we could let the children who came to eat candy design it themselves. We will make it for them. We first came up with dozens or hundreds of designs. If they are willing to choose, they can choose. If they are not satisfied with any of them, they can think of their own or even draw it themselves. Then we will make it for them. We will charge more because some candy needs molds." Xiao Bei happily introduced the details and was not afraid that others would copy it. There was no protection of property rights now. The only thing that was protected, other than the official seal, was the cartoon rice seedling logo of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The former was compulsory, while the latter was consciously protected by the people of the Tang Empire. The cartoon rice seedlings were not allowed to be copied. Li Longji stopped, turned around, and said, "Xiao Bei, did you use my idea in the imperial court? I can't use it for nothing." You want shares?" "Uncle Emperor, sure, you can have them, but I want to write in the project you are involved in that it is personally approved by the Emperor of the Tang Empire. In terms of business, we can give up the 1.3 million strings of coins, but we can't lose a cent of the candy house's money." Xiao Bei was not willing to lose out at all. Her small mouth was like a machine gun. The officials were stunned when they heard this. The little guy had really become a spirit. Li Longji was afraid of the words 1.3 million strings of coins. It was not that he did not have it and could not take it out, but he was used to this rule. He said helplessly, "Just pretend that I didn't say it just now. I will treat you to dinner tonight, okay?" "Okay, brother, you can have porridge. I want to eat a big crab. Just one is enough. Crabs are cold, so children can't eat too many of them. Wait a moment, I will discuss with them. We can't let Uncle Emperor come up with the idea for nothing." Xiao Bei ran to discuss with the other 8 children after saying that. What Li Longji lamented the most was that the 9 children worked together and each had their own strengths. In the end, they were omnipotent. He sighed and said to the officials who were watching the show, "See, there will be an idea in a while. A man who fights in battle is not the full strength of the battle, but the unity of the soldiers in the battle. A man who governs is not the ability to learn, but the trust of the people. Therefore, the rule of the country is smooth, but the will of the people is like a city. I don't build a city, but I have millions of people. Long live the emperor!" The officials shouted. Li Longji still ignored the officials. Instead, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to express his gratitude. It didn't take long for Xiao Bei to run back. "Uncle Emperor, we've discussed it. In Uncle Emperor's name, before the new year, we'll invite the children of Chang and to come up with ideas for our precious candy house and design candies and pastries. At that time, we'll choose the best ones and give them something from Darling Candy House. We'll let the children in the capital have a good new year. The other places are too far away, so we can't take care of them." "Oh. How are we going to judge? How many people won't be rewarded?" Li Longji asked. "I said, the children in the capital will naturally be rewarded. We'll give more suggestions and designs to those who are good, and we'll also give a share to those who aren't good." Xiao Bei looked at him with a "why don't you listen to me" look. "Can't we just give them directly? Why bother them?" Li Longji asked again. "We can't accept rewards without doing anything. Just call it charity and let them think of a way to get the candy. They'll feel that it's the result of their hard work, and it'll taste better," Xiao Bei explained. "Do you see? Do you hear me?" Li Longji first said to the official, then turned to Xiao Bei and said, "June, and Pan, are still waiting for you to play with them. You have to find them soon. We'll find them when we get back tonight. We'll lend them our original small house to play with. Our house is made of agarwood, the only house in the entire Great Tang that has a mercury balance. Brother and sister gave it to us back then. Xiao Bei's face was filled with happiness when she talked about her house. Li Longji also knew about that house and was very envious of it. He didn't live in it when he was young, so he nodded and said, "We're really going to make a big crab tonight. Let's go, we'll walk around a bit more before we return." Compared to the other two places, Xinjiang Construction Group's construction site was indeed cleaner and tidier. The efficiency of the work was also higher. As for the quality, there was no need to say much. After all, a professional was a professional. Li Longji kept looking around and occasionally asked someone a few questions. It was only when the sky was dyed with a gorgeous sunset that he reluctantly left. He brought Zhang Xiaobao and the others into the palace. Li Longji still had memorials to approve, so he didn't have time to think about other matters. However, the news of the emperor personally coming to the construction site had already spread throughout the capital. What was originally a simple matter of putting on a show had been greatly exaggerated, causing the impact to become even greater. The simple commoners could no longer use words to express how moved they were. They could only display their loyalty to the emperor through other actions, such as burning incense and releasing whips. This made the people from different countries feel extremely helpless. They couldn't help but admit that the foundation of the Great Tang was unshakable. In terms of military affairs, the Great Tang had millions of soldiers, and Demoness Cuckoo was overseeing it. She even taught the other generals how to march. It was rumored that Demoness Cuckoo's military lessons were so fancy that they couldn't be described as a simple battle between two armies. There were many aspects involved, and each aspect had many details. Furthermore, it was coordinated with the actual situation, so it wasn't a simple theory. In terms of money, economy, there was no need to mention it. According to the people who asked around, the Great Tang's national treasury had more money than they could spend. The thing that the officials worried about the most was how to spend money. In addition to the national treasury, the current emperor had more money in the bank than the national treasury. In the end, they could only think of a solution in terms of the people's feelings. However, the Great Tang's emperor didn't give them a chance. Why did an emperor like you come to the construction site to eat GMOs? You clearly have nothing better to do. You can also tell them in advance so that they can make preparations and send men of sacrifice to assassinate you. In the end, you can really do whatever you want. You can just bluff your way through. It was said that even the city walls weren't built. What's the use of that? They had to attack the Great Tang first before they could attack the capital. The countries in the southwest were the most troublesome because the sea route was impassable, and the mountain roads near the sea were also impassable. Lu Zhou was blocking the key points. The gunboats and lighthouses in the sea, and the special forces in the 100,000 mountains formed a joint defense with the mountain people. What if they took the road in Jiannan Circuit? The river was slightly below them, and water transportation was developed. However, the trackers of the Zhang family and Wang family were as developed as the fleet. If they went further up, they would reach Chengdu. What was the point of going there? There were many businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Chengdu. If they went around Chengdu from the west, they would hit the border of Tubo. How many troops did the Zhang family and Wang family have guarding the pass? There were also eagles in the sky, and they couldn't fly away even if they had wings. If they went further, they could take advantage of the fact that there were still tribes in Tubo who were not convinced. They could bribe and rope them in before entering the snow mountain. After that, they would reach Wing Prefecture. Was there a need to mention the prestige of the logistics camp in Wing Prefecture? If they continued to go around, it was estimated that 100,000 people would set off and go around the Tujue. By the time they reached Feng Prefecture, it would be considered a lot if they had 5,000 people left. As a result, the people of the southwest countries realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sealed off half of the Great Tang. If they wanted to destroy the Great Tang, the first to be destroyed would be the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to the southwest countries, the Xian Luo in the east had already accepted their fate. Only today did the Xianluo royal family realize what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. Using money could also stun a country. If Zhang Xiaobao knew what the people of Xianluo were thinking, he would definitely be very disdainful. They were just Xianluo. Did they know how many countries were destroyed by the United States Wanta plan? I've already shown mercy. At least your Xianluo didn't starve to death. The Japanese were also depressed. They had just come up with a plan in Hunan province, but it only affected a very small area. That spark was immediately extinguished. It was estimated that the interrogative edict asking them to send people back would soon reach their country. If they didn't send the people back, after the new year, Zhang Xiaobao might support Wang Wan in sending troops after he had settled the matters of the Great Tang. Once the gunboats arrived, the shore would definitely be lost. Then, they would seal off and divide. It was said that Wang Wan's favorite thing to do on the sand table was to cut through, divide, and then surround and annihilate. Li Longji didn't care about these things, so he didn't worry much. During dinner, he finished a busy day's work. He approved the big things himself and gave the minor things to the head of the secretariat. The main thing was that there wasn't much to do. There were no enemies invading the border, and there was no place rebelling. There wouldn't be a disaster that couldn't be paid. In addition, there were telegrams, and news was transmitted very quickly. There were very few things to deal with every day. Moreover, there was now a special think tank. When spring comes, will I be able to go out and have some fun? Li Longji thought as he closed the last memorial. When Li Longji arrived at the dining area, Xiaobei was already waiting anxiously. The other side dishes were already set, and the aged vinegar ginger juice was also prepared. Xiaobei was waiting for the big crab to be served. When Li Longji arrived, the hot dishes were served one after another. There weren't many kinds. He didn't pursue quantity now. The dishes that were used for show were all gone. He let the kitchen make whatever he wanted to eat. When he wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, other than the noodles and the gravy on top, a few small salted vegetables were enough. Only when he was in a good mood when meeting with an envoy would he put a pile of food for the envoy to taste. Uncle Emperor, you're here. There's no need to let people taste the dishes anymore. I'll send someone to the imperial kitchen to watch. Eat it while it's hot. You can't eat the crab when it's cold. Seeing Li Longji sit down, Xiaobei was very active. He was afraid that Li Longji would let people taste the crab and make it cold. Eating cold crab could easily lead to poisoning. Zhang Xiaobao was already slowly eating the porridge. He didn't care so much. Li Longji, you can eat it or not, but I have to eat it. I'm a patient. When Li Longji saw Xiaobei, he smiled happily. Eat, eat, I want to eat the crab too. When the crab was served, Xiaobei grabbed a big one and put it on the plate in front of him. He didn't need to use the 8 pieces of crab made by his older brother and sister. He stuck his chopsticks into the plate and used his left and right hand. With a crunch, the crab opened. Then he picked up the spoon and scooped up the yellow, then dug into the meat. He ate to his heart's content. Li Longji followed suit. After eating a mouthful of meat, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge, Xiaobao, where do you think I should go next spring? Next spring? That won't do. At the start of spring next year, Cuckoo and I have something to do, so you have to stay in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before rejecting Li Longji's suggestion. Li Longji wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree, he felt very regretful. Zhang Xiaobao said, Your Majesty, after the military selection, you can go. There's still some time before the new year. Really? Where should I go? Li Longji was delighted when he heard that there were places he could go. By right, we should go to Hainan when the weather is cold. That's where Luzhou is. However, it'll take too long to go there. It'll only be more convenient when the railway is built. It'll only take a few days. Since we can't go to hot places, let's go to cold places. We'll go to the north of Jili province to hunt for delicacies. Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they go to the northeast. Chapter 965. Li Longji didn't have any extra thoughts about where to go. He just wanted to go out. He felt that as an emperor, it was a pity that he hadn't even seen his own country. He really hadn't strolled around the northern part of Hebei province, so it would be good to take a look. When are we leaving? Li Longji planned to set a date. Wait a little longer. When the Yellow River Shipping Company's new ship is launched next month, we'll leave. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much about it and gave a rough time. Li Longji pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, the ship rented to Japan and Xinhua will go through the Yellow River. I can go with you and save money. Xiaobao, you're still the best at scheming. It's just a basic skill. It's not that I care about this little bit of money. It's a habit. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Li Longji felt that he was being modest and asked, "Who else is going with you?" There are also people from the Ministry of Works in Jili province. We'll go home together and earn some pocket money. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and touched a crab. In the end, he retracted his hand and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan advised, "Why don't you stop taking the medicine first? It's just a minor illness. Try the crab." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I'll be staying up late these few days. My health is more important. Crab, make it drunk. I'll eat it when I'm better. Xiao Bei stopped eating and looked at her brother pitifully. What kind of money? She was more interested in making money now, mainly because she was short of money. Li Longji also pretended to listen attentively. If the ship is rented to Xinhua and the Japanese, they will definitely find a way to figure out how the steam engine works. It's more troublesome to just watch. If someone asks, wouldn't it be much more convenient? If they don't master the technology as soon as possible, we won't be able to sell them the parts. We have to help them and let the people from the Ministry of Works stay on the ship for a while. They can bribe us, and we can collect the technical consultation fee. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Everyone understood. Gao Lishur continued, yes, we need them to first occupy places with resources to reduce our own losses. They won't be able to fork out more money in the future. Other than various resources, we can also capture slaves. As long as they manage the slaves well and send them to the Great Tang to do dangerous work, we can give them a certain discount. Isn't that right, Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, foster father is still the best. You immediately thought of this child's plan. If I catch slaves, I will be scolded in the future. No matter what, I have to let others help this child bear some of the scolding. When they caught the slaves, they would certainly not treat them well. In terms of food and drink, they themselves were also very difficult. How could they let the slaves eat white rice and white flour, let alone meat? After we take over the slaves and give them ordinary clothes to wear, the slaves will feel better than before. Plus, with our food, I believe the slaves will think that we are their great benefactors, or savior, Wang Wan reminded him. That's right, savior. Release a portion of them back and let them talk about how good our Great Tang is and how bad the Japanese are. The Japanese are putting in a lot of effort to capture slaves, and we can recruit them from behind. It's convenient and convenient. In truth, if it was easy to communicate with them, given the conditions of our Great Tang, there would be no need to capture slaves at all. Some of their tribes even eat other people, and death is a very common matter. Those who can live to 40 can already be considered to have lived a long life. Our Great Tang's work is dangerous, and it is easy for accidents to happen. To the people of our Great Tang, it is an extremely blessed life. They don't have to worry about fighting with wild beasts all day long, and they don't have to fight with other tribes and eat one another. Furthermore, they don't have to worry about malaria. To them, hard work that can kill people is heaven. This is the reason why we are working so hard to improve Great Tang's technological capabilities, increase production, and teach people how to read. When a tribe pulls apart from another, then. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao paused to give Li Longji and the others some time to think. Wang Wan nodded silently by the side. In truth, she also understood what Zhang Xiaobao was saying. This was why she and Zhang Xiaobao were working so hard. When a strong tribe enslaved a weak tribe, the other party would feel grateful. The worst treatment would be the best motivation for the other party. Wang Wan believed that when she saw the slaves smile happily because the treatment given to them was countless times better than their original life and because they were doing work with a high mortality rate, she would never have the same happy thoughts. Instead, she would feel more sorrow and self-encouragement. She would feel sorrow for the other party's happiness and work hard to not be like them. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. With his intelligence, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to say anything more. He could already feel a special feeling. Turning back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji began to reminisce. Everything that had happened to Great Tang seemed to have started with the first auspicious sign in Sanshui County. In the current era, when it was easy to eat cucumbers in winter, the cucumbers in Sanshui County seemed to be crispier. Not long ago, he had even joked that the auspicious sign had been tricked by the experts in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's clan. Now that he thought about it, Great Tang's current state had started with that auspicious sign, a true auspicious sign. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the favored children that the heavens had gifted to Great Tang. Xiaobao, are the people in your clan still doing well? Li Longji suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Weiwei were taken aback, but they soon understood and replied, they're fine. There's no need for your majesty to worry. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and understood what Li Longji meant. He was asking about the two experts in his clan. It wasn't appropriate for him to say it directly, so he could only ask in such a manner. Otherwise, others might misunderstand that he was plotting against the two experts. After all, the experts that he had never met were also a protective umbrella for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans. Many officials understood that if they were to go against the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans, they would have to face the armed forces of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans in various places. At the same time, they would also have to face the thoughts of the experts in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans seeking revenge for their disciples. What if they were to flee to another country in a fit of anger? That's good. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo have to work harder, Li Longji added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly agreed. That meant that before the expert died, the two of them had to learn all his skills. After the meal, Li Longji excitedly thought about how he was going to leave soon. He had someone send Zhang Xiaobao and the others away. After chatting with Gao Lishur for a while, he directly went to the harem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao left the palace, he immediately sent someone to ask about the progress of the Yellow River Shipping Company's ship manufacturing. It had already begun to snow. If they waited until the Yellow River froze, the ship wouldn't be able to come out. They would have to transfer it from other places, so Li Longji wouldn't be able to hitch a ride. Let's go back. Don't stay up late tonight. Sleep early. We've been tired for a few days. It's time to rest, Wang Wan said as she looked at her siblings who were full. Let's go to bed after we settle the matters of the candy house. We'll bring little brother June and little sister Pan, to sleep with us. The next day, just as the sun rose, Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge and a large bowl of Chinese medicine, began to arrange the matters that he had discussed earlier. The military horses from all over the country, those that weren't used and those that weren't kept for breeding, were to be gathered in the direction of the capital. Then, the people who were familiar with the horses would be gathered in the capital. Which type of horse could withstand the cold, which type of horse could withstand the heat, and which type of horse could adapt to the mountains or plains, had to be taken into consideration. In addition, once there were horses, the original cattle would have to be distributed. The horses would be used to trade with other people's land for cattle, and the cattle would be placed in the paddy fields. To perfect the rental system, the deposit had to be paid. It wasn't that the operation required that little bit of money, but that little bay had already said that it wasn't good to reap without sowing. People like that wouldn't know how to cherish it. While Zhang Xiaobao was working on the details, the common people were also looking forward to it. The news of yesterday's matter spread very quickly. Although there were some exaggerations, the common people could still guess the truth from the exaggerations. Furthermore, the common people still respected the imperial power. If the emperor personally went to the construction site, chatted with the common people, and gave them gifts, the common people wouldn't scoff in their hearts and say that the emperor was putting on a show. They would think that the emperor was a good emperor. Managing such a large country and personally visiting the common people meant that the emperor had the common people in his heart. The common people of Chang knew what Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao had said yesterday. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He didn't want to be the emperor, so he wanted to stabilize the imperial power. As such, the common people naturally knew that many military horses had been eliminated, and were being used by the common people. Moreover, it was very convenient to raise them. There was someone to teach them, and they didn't need to pay extra money. They only needed to deposit the money in the bank. So be it, it wasn't like they didn't have money anymore. It was said that when the emperor discussed with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he allowed them to withdraw their money at any time without renting a horse. To the common people, this was a very worthwhile matter. They didn't care about how powerful Great Tang was. What they cared about was their own lives. At the side, Wang Wan was busy with the branch opening. Since Li Longji said that he wanted to get the intelligence network of the Wang and Zhang family to start working, she decided to go with the flow. Who didn't want to earn more money? Xiao Bao, how many branches should we open? Wang Wan listed out the properties of her family and realized that there were quite a lot of them. She sighed in her heart. Great Tang was a good era. She could casually come up with a good idea and earn money. Zhang Xiaobao was in the midst of making a list. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he put down his pen and ruler. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The more detailed, the better. As long as there are villages with a population of more than 100 people, we should have a branch. We have to make it look like a grocery store. No matter how difficult the transportation is, even if we have to pay a loss for every product sold, we have to open a branch in the village to cultivate the loyalty of the customers. Just treat it as advertising fees." All right. Wang Wan agreed. I don't think that the loss will be too much. Every village has their own local specialties. Usually, they can't sell them, so the grocery store will buy them. Then, when it's time to deliver the goods, it will be transported by manpower or carts to the next branch. This way, we will have products from all over the country. Basically, the profits will be balanced. Even if we earn less in the first 1 or 2 years, when you use Li Longji's money to start building roads on a large scale, we will be able to benefit from it. Did you think of this earlier? No. How could a kind-hearted person like me have any ideas about public affairs? Our lives will get better and better in the future. When we grow old, we won't stop. I don't want to think about the day when we grow old. I want to enjoy my youth. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say. She was already sick of it. These words might be able to scare others and motivate the servants, but they were not effective on her. All right. We will always be young. Xiao Bei will never grow up. Although she always wants to grow up faster, sigh. Life is actually a besieged city. When one grows up, one will realize that the best time is one's childhood. Just like us, we are carefree. Zhang Xiaobao's lips curled up into a smile. Wang Wan's lips twitched. I really don't know what it means to be carefree when I'm with you. The one who has fewer worries is Li Longji. He doesn't know how many things we have helped him settle. At this point, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something. Xiao Bao, do you think we should let Li Longji establish a constitutional monarchy? That's too far away, and we can't force him to establish a constitutional monarchy. When the time comes, the emperor will realize that he can't handle the development of society by himself, and there are many things that he can't understand. At that time, he will definitely consciously or unconsciously hand over his authority. This is inevitable. If we just push him down now, it won't do Great Tang any good. We need the loyalty of the people to the imperial power. Do you think we should publicize it now and print it into a book to tell the people that it doesn't matter if there is an emperor or not? Everyone should stop thinking about the emperor and focus on their own matters. How will the people react then? Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. The disadvantage of having too much power was that once one idea was wrong, everything would be over. The advantage was that once it was right, the country would develop very quickly. It was a double-edged sword. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, "I think the people will be dumbfounded. They will feel as if the sky is collapsing. If there is no emperor, what is the reason for their existence in this world? It's very scary to not have faith. It's even scarier than having faith in chaos. When faith is in chaos, everyone will believe in their own beliefs. In fact, most of the beliefs are for the sake of the people with power. But without faith, what should we believe in?" As Wang Wan spoke, she became confused. If we don't have spiritual beliefs, we will consciously choose material beliefs. Whoever can control and allocate more survival resources is the best. More accurately speaking, it's money. Without faith, there is no morality. There is only money. For money, people can do anything. There is no trust between each other. The purpose of communicating with others is to earn money or be earned by others. If it is not corrected by then, the result will be that the race will lose its spiritual pillar and split internally. It will be taken advantage of by people with faith. In the end, after paying a huge price, they will re-establish their faith or die out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wall. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be discussing with Wang Wan. This topic was too heavy. Wang Wan nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. "What is your faith?" "Mine? I thought that I had no faith when I first started. I just wanted to eat my fill, listen to the dean, follow my brothers and sisters, and bring up my younger brothers and sisters quickly. Later on, I didn't have any faith. I only had longing and the thought of living. When I found that I could live well, that longing turned into faith. This is what the dean wants to do. For this goal, I worked very hard. I didn't dare to stop. I was afraid that once I stopped, I would lose my memories of my grandfather. While waiting for the dean to complete his ideas, I came into contact with many things in the process. At that time, I realized that my faith is actually an incomplete copy of the dean. Now that you mention it to me, I understand. I am independent, but I have my own inheritance hidden deep in my subconscious, or even in the depths of my soul." Zhang Xiaobao analyzed his own inner thoughts and turned to ask Wang Wan, "What about you?" "Me? Speaking of this makes me angry. I realize that my faith seems to have been affected by you. From the moment I investigated you, I was gradually changed by you. For a period of time, I almost couldn't define what justice was. Look at the things you did. It was a mess. It made me feel uncomfortable for a long time. I originally thought that the law was justice. Later on, I realized that there is a kind of justice called morality. When the law and morality clash, justice becomes blurred. When the world wants to use the law to punish you, you stand on the moral high ground. When the world wants to use morality to attack you, you are the representative of the law of the jungle. In the end, I realized that you are at the edge of the law, morality, and the law of humanity. You are everything, but also nothing. It was only when I came to the Tang Dynasty that I understood that there is no need to give you an accurate definition, and there is no need to give myself an accurate definition, because we are all ourselves." As Wang Wan spoke, she would occasionally look at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Occasionally, she would roll her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded happily. "I never realized that I could be so great." "Thank you." "You're welcome. When you recover, we will settle the score." Wang Wan looked like she was very easy to talk to. Make plans, make plans. It is more important to get down to business. I thought of a good idea. Let's have the army and people organize a few small activities in the capital and let the generals of the Tang Dynasty observe. Then, they will give their opinions and suggestions. We will provide all kinds of expenses and help them fulfill their needs. We will create an atmosphere for them to discuss. We will highlight the relationship between the army and the people. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was just about to write when he stopped and asked Wang Wan. However, he did a natural habitual action, using his empty hand to tap on his face. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion at first, but after seeing Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she understood. You have a stomach full of bad things. Just by chatting, you can think of a way to scheme against others. I really admire you. Aren't you tired of living? General, you also have to scheme. Why do you have to do this? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and retorted, how is this scheming? This is teaching. As an instructor, you have to know how to cultivate the ability of a general at all times. The saying that all is fair in war refers to this. Well, then tell me, what do you want to do by using the honey trap of supplies? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and laughed in anger. Do you know what it means to retreat? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not use the method of leading to answer questions? Isn't it just to gain more strategic space? Wang Wan said disdainfully. Oh, you really do know. Then what is it to do in the open and in the dark? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. It is to deceive people. One thing in the open and another in the dark. Continue asking. Wang Wan cooperated. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, there is a chapter called Strategic Attack. It says that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. I will tell you the answer directly. Is this what you want to ask? Wang Wan asked. Yes, you are so smart. I am too busy right now. In a few days, there will be a military expedition. I want to delay it and gain more strategic time. To be precise, I want to use money to buy time. Give me time to gather troops and scout. I am not ready yet, so I can't fight a blitzkrieg battle. Zhang Xiaobao revealed an innocent expression, indicating that he was not lying and that he was doing everything according to the art of war. Wang Wan suddenly understood. Yes, now that you mention it, I realize that we still have a lot of things to do. You are right. Let me think. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled. We can start a big discussion in the army. Who said that the army can only charge and break through the enemy lines? We also need to have a certain level of culture. Later, I will suggest to Li Longji that we first have a written exam. We will not test the art of war or battle formations, but only the relationship between the army and the people. Using the logistics camp in Izhou when I was fighting in Tubo as an example, we will discuss it as part of the military expedition. This will be enough to make it difficult for the generals for a while. You should quickly go and gather information. As for my written exam, you don't have to worry about it, right? No need. You are in this line of work. I understand. You must have read a lot of theses. Just copy one will do. This is called using one's strong points to attack the enemy's weak points. Okay, wait for me to draw the form, then we will go to the palace. Zhang Xiaobao laughed along with Wang Wan. Their eyes narrowed into crescents, giving the impression that they were a pair of foxes. When the two finished the general framework of the plan and went to the palace, the generals of Tang were gathered together to discuss how to defeat Wang Wan in Jiangnan province. They didn't know that the war had already begun. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, who they were going to deal with, were playing the strategy of exhausting the enemy and waiting for them to rest. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met Li Longji was looking at a map. It was a regional map of the northern part of Hebei province. Even if it was the northern part of Hebei province, he didn't have a complete map. There was no more north from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It is probably colder here than in the capital. I need to prepare more. I can't take the Empress and other concubines out. Lisher, how much do you think we should take? Li Longji asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher had just arrived and wanted to report about the heavy snow in Lingzhou. It snowed again last night and many houses collapsed. The local officials activated Chongping Warehouse and asked for support from the capital. Gao Lisher wasn't angry about this. He complained that the officials of Lingzhou didn't know how to solve the problem by themselves and instead asked for help from the capital. In his opinion, this was a good thing. It meant that the local officials weren't as secretive as Xiao Bao said. A real good official was one who worked actively, had the courage to take responsibility, didn't hide the truth, and prioritized the lives of the people. Hearing the emperor's question, Gao Lisher helplessly persuaded, "Your Majesty, it's just a small matter. I have something important to do." "What? Something important? Okay, we'll talk about it later. Get to the point." Li Longji threw down the map without hesitation and said solemnly. Seeing this, Gao Lisher was very grateful to his godson, Xiao Bao. In the past, the more others didn't want him to think about fun, the more he wanted to think about it. He was afraid that he would be rejected. Now, it was not like this. If he wanted to play, he could look for Little Treasure at any time. Little Treasure would definitely have fun ideas, and he would also provide money. That was why he liked to play and was not so infatuated. He took out the translated telegram and said, "Your Majesty, it's snowing in Lingzhou again. We sent a telegram to the capital last night, but it didn't get through until this morning. We suffered a great loss. We asked for help from the capital, and we also told the capital that the Yellow River might freeze early." "What's the loss?" Li Longji's expression turned serious. He didn't want any place to be affected. He felt that it was better for all places in Great Tang to have good weather. However, sometimes, things didn't change according to one's will, especially when it came to nature. Therefore, what he feared would happen eventually happened. Li Longji remembered that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talked about Mo Fei's law. He let out a long sigh. Gao Lisher shook his head and said, "Not yet, Your Majesty. The snow is probably too heavy. They only said that many houses had collapsed. The various prefectures and counties have already sent out troops last night to help the affected people. Changpingsang started the operation early. I think the people's grain was buried under the snow and couldn't be taken out. Go find Xiao Bao. It's too slow for the government to take action. Ask his family to help." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and gave the order. As soon as he finished giving the order, the eunuch Luobin ran in with a translated telegram in his hand. He stopped in a hurry, gasped for breath, and said, reporting, "Your Majesty, a call from Fengzhou." "Speak." Li Longji glared at Luobin. "What's the hurry?" "A report from Fengzhou. The snow has crushed more than 614 houses. 3,722 people have been evacuated, and there are no casualties. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have been activated, and they have provided countless food and clothing. Lisher, do you see that? This is the speed of Xiao Bao and Wang family. I have nothing to say." Li Longji didn't wait for Luobin to finish and said to Gao Lisher. A smile finally appeared on Gao Lisher's face as he replied, "Your Majesty, there is no comparison. If Xiao Bao and Wang family didn't have such speed, would find it strange and wonder if they didn't help." Luobin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, Gao Lisher is right. I think so too." Luobin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't surprised at all when he read the contents of the report. This was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji's mood improved a bit. Indeed, there is no comparison. Continue. "Yes, Your Majesty. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have sent out eagle flocks, dog teams, and deer plow. They have set off for Lingzhou at 4:45 a.m. The Zhang family and Wang family's fleet in Fengzhou stopped unloading and went against the current to cooperate with the other three teams. It is said that they intercepted a telegram from Lingzhou at 6:45 a.m. last night. The disaster situation is very serious and they are going to provide assistance. The Fengzhou government has requested the capital to verify this, and the army is on standby. Luo Bin continued to report. Only now did he catch his breath. Li Longji frowned. He understood the latter part of the report very well. The army wasn't on standby to provide assistance, but to deal with the Zhang family and Wang family. It wasn't his idea, but the other officials, including Gao Lisher and Zhang Zhong, had all agreed to it. Even if it was just for show, it couldn't be that there were no restrictions or precautions against the Zhang family and Wang family. In Fengzhou, once it snowed heavily, the three beast teams of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to respond quickly. If one had to describe them, there was only one word to describe them: fast. They were so fast that they were even faster than when the roads were not blocked by snow. All the officials, including Li Longji, knew that one of the reasons why the Tujue gave up resistance was because of the rapid response forces of the Zhang family and Wang family. Speed was the most important thing in war, and the speed of the army itself was a type of deterrence. Order the garrison in Fengzhou to change their standby and prepare to provide assistance at any time. Cooperate with the Zhang family and Wang family. Quickly go and call Xiaobao over. Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao again. Gao Lisher knew that the emperor had to explain to his godson so that his godson wouldn't think too much. I'm going to provide the fastest response to the disaster, but you're guarding against me? Although Gao Lisher knew that his godson wouldn't care about it, the emperor still had to show his attitude. After Li Longji gave the order, before Luo Bin could leave, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived with a telegram in their hands. Not long after they left, he also received the news. Compared to the imperial court, his speed was much faster. The two didn't need to be announced and could directly enter. This was the authority given by Li Longji. Not to mention Xingxing Palace, if there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could directly barge into the palace when it was closed at night. Even if Li Longji was pampering a woman in the palace, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the authority to pull him out of bed. Li Longji knew that if it really reached the point where Xiaobao and Cuckoo had to barge into the palace, something big must have happened. Something so big that the two of them couldn't directly solve it and had to go through the imperial court. Just thinking about it made people afraid. How critical was it? Of course, such a thing hadn't happened yet. Li Longji was very gratified that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were still able to handle it with ease. Your Majesty, you also received the news? Then I won't say more. My family's team has already been dispatched and just sent me the news. Your Majesty, don't worry, nothing big will happen. When Zhang Xiaobao came in and saw Luo Bin and his godfather with the telegram in their hands, he knew what was going on. After exchanging a glance with Wang Wan, he said to Li Longji. Li Longji didn't know why, but as long as he saw Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he wouldn't be worried. It was as if he had eaten a calming pill. He ordered Luo Bin, in addition to what I just said, also send a telegram back to Ling State. Tell them that Feng State's ranch has been dispatched. The dispatch time will be 6 quarters later than Ling State's first report. Luo Bin accepted the order and left. Li Longji turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I'm already jealous of your family's reaction speed. When the Ling State sends the report at 6 quarters, it will take at least 7 layers to reach Feng State. Your family's team was actually able to complete their preparations and set off in less than 2 hours after the Ling State's report. Can you tell me how they prepared? It will take some time before the report is sent out. Li Longji was speaking from the bottom of his heart. That kind of speed was terrifying because if it were Zhang Xiaobao, it would only take 1.5 hours. An hour and a half later, the news was sent from the spiritual state to the 7th level. Then, the Fengzhou state received the news and packed up the necessary items. After waking up the eagles, dogs, and deer, they set off. The fleet also stopped during the rest and unloading period to reload the necessary items and set off against the current. If one had to compare it to something similar, it would be the reaction speed of the logistics camp in Wing State during the journey to Great Tang. Li Longji exclaimed. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. It was normal. He looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also had a natural expression on her face. They both knew that the reaction speed of their army was equivalent to a global 6-hour counterattack. It wasn't like intercontinental missiles, which usually flew over within half an hour and circled outside the atmosphere. 6 hours meant that when something happened, the troops would be ready and set off. The airborne troops, fighter planes, and bombers would arrive at the designated location, and the tactical arrangements would be completed. That was why the big countries didn't fight each other. Instead, they deterred each other and tried to rope in the smaller countries. If they played this game and started a war, they would all die together. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm. He replied, "Your Majesty, their reaction speed is indeed not fast enough. There's no other way. After all, they're not a strong seedling protection team. Although they're a little slow, I believe they'll be the first team to arrive. It seems that the Yellow River Shipping Company will have to speed up, and Your Majesty will have to set off earlier. Your Majesty, you must be prepared so that you won't be flustered." Li Longji ignored Zhang Xiaobao's humble words. He didn't know the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's army back then, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be humble. Therefore, he said, "The Changping warehouse in Spirit State has been moved, and it will probably leave a lot of empty space. What do you think about this?" "I don't think so. I just hope that there are no casualties in Spirit State. Your Majesty, please issue another order and ask the medical colleges in the surrounding areas to hurry to Spirit State. It's too slow. It's really hard to live without planes." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a better idea. Spirit State was too far away from capital city, and it was beyond his reach. Planes? What's that? Li Longji heard something different from Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked immediately. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had misspoken and explained, "It's something like a hot air balloon. It can fly in the sky very fast, but it can't fly very far. It needs that thing made by the Ministry of Works that separates oil. Without it, it can't fly. I'll add that it can fly a little farther from capital city to Spirit State. I don't know when the Ministry of Works can make it, but I don't think it can be done in a short time. Let's wait." Wang Wan nodded repeatedly to prove it. She couldn't add that the planes could fly even farther with the help of the big planes that could refuel in the air. Li Longji understood a little and said regretfully, "Let's work hard. If we really have that thing, it will be more convenient for me to go to Geely State. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you don't have to worry about other things, let the other officials do it. You two should prepare yourselves. Since I'm leaving early to inspect Geely State, we should start the military selection as soon as possible to avoid wasting time." Li Longji hadn't forgotten about Wang Wan's participation in the military selection. Zhang Xiaobao was the top scorer in the military selection, so Wang Wan was the top scorer in the military selection. This couldn't be changed. Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, we're here for the military selection." "Oh? You're planning to start it early?" Li Longji asked. "Yes and no, it's like this." Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he told Wang Wan to Li Longji and emphasized that the army supported by the people was the only army that could win. Li Longji listened quietly and nodded from time to time to show his agreement. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had thought it through very well. He didn't know that the two of them had other tricks up their sleeves. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he said, "That's good too." Then the battle on the sand table. It can be carried out on the ship. The ship is divided into several levels. One level is for the big sand table, one level is for the generals, and one level is for me, Cuckoo, and my family. If that's the case, it won't cause any delay. Zhang Xiaobao explained. The sand table deduction he was talking about wasn't two people sitting face to face with a sand table in the middle. One person would place a flag, and the other person would place another flag. That was called a debate. The military selection was like this. There would be a special place to place the big sand table. Both parties would first set the rules. For example, when the enemy in their side countered each other, the losses, the terrain, the types of troops, and the influence of the weather would be calculated. There were specific data from the past and also rough data from recent experiments. Then, at the sand table, there would be a special judge who would put up the flag. According to the rules, the judge would judge whether the two sides had met and what the situation was. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the generals at home were separated. They were in small rooms and didn't communicate with each other. Everyone had their own sand table in front of them. Then, they had an opportunity to have a meeting before the battle. After the meeting, they returned to their own places and began to command their own troops. The generals of the Tang Empire were the same. You couldn't sit together and discuss. No one would give you that opportunity. You could communicate by telegram, but there was a prediction of the time and various influences. When two generals could be together, it was when their troops encountered each other on the sand table. In this case, the two generals could move to the same room. When the troops under their command began to separate, they also had to separate. The judge in the large sand table would summarize the situation on both sides. If the logistics troops under Zhang Xiaobao's command were discovered when they were hiding, according to the judgment, the judge would give the data first, and the judge would tell Zhang Xiaobao. The judge would say, your troops are like this, like this, like that, like that. You will command at the last minute, and we will continue to evaluate the rules. And if they suddenly encountered a general who had really plotted against Zhang Xiaobao, they would also receive a prompt from the judge, saying that they had accidentally encountered the logistics troops of the enemy and had ambushed the logistics troops of the enemy. You will command at the last minute. This was the best method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could come up with at the moment. It was also the sand table deduction that was closest to the actual battle. Wang Wan really wanted to have a set of electronic equipment and put it on every soldier. Then, she could send soldiers to set up a formation in the Real Jiangnan circuit. Both sides would respond according to the electronic record. If they had to die, they would die, and if they had to break through, they would break through. If you suddenly sprained your foot in that situation, then you sprained your foot. If you accidentally fell off a cliff and died, then you really died. There was a death quota. Chapter 966. Wang Wan missed the military exercises of that time. The only difference between this and a real war was that the soldiers did not feel the pressure of facing death. Anyway, everyone knew that even if they died, it would be a fake death. Of course, this was excluding those who accidentally fell to their deaths. That was much more fun than the sand table now, and it cost more. It was not like now, where they just needed to make some money. At that time, the satellites in the sky really needed to cooperate. After the two sides came into contact, the first would be electronic warfare, followed by long-range warfare, and finally, an annihilation battle. Tanks, rocket launchers, and other cannons would really fire shells, but the shells would not explode. They would emit electronic signals. If there were enemy forces around the place where the shells landed, they would explode according to the irregular signals. There would be a simulated signal of flying shrapnel. If one was injured, one would be injured. Some of the functions would not be used. If one was killed, one would leave the battlefield. With a protective helmet on the head, even if the shell landed on the head, it would not be easy to die. If one was sniping from a tall tree and a shell suddenly landed on the head and smashed one down, then, one's name would be on the death list. However, the current sand table deduction judgment, no matter how perfect it was, there would always be loopholes, and the ability of individual soldiers to fight could not be reflected. For example, if one side used bows and arrows and flying knives, and the other side used guns, under normal judgment, within a certain distance, the one with the gun would kill you. However, in reality, there might be a situation where the one with the bow and arrows and flying knives could get close to you and kill you with a flying knife without any rules. A small team of elites could even determine the success or failure of a local strategy. The sand table could not accurately reflect, and the difference was very big. The simplest example was to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the people of the protection team to carry out tactical cooperation. Under the situation where the opponent had guns and cannons, Zhang Xiaobao's 100-man team could appear and completely defeat the opponent's 300-man team or even 500-man team. The individual qualities of the soldiers were not the same. How could you reflect it on the sand table? Did you want everyone to compete again? Therefore, Wang Wan felt regret as she set the rules. She could only do her best. It was better than sitting on the left and right sides of the sand table and arguing. Li Longji did not know about Wang Wan's regret. He thought that the current situation was already very good. Whether one was capable or not, one would know after a try. He immediately arranged for people to inform the generals and let them prepare for the written test. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left satisfied. The generals were dumbfounded when they received the emperor's notice. It was just a normal war. How did they get involved with the common people? Could it be a joke? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to consider what the generals were thinking. He left the imperial palace with Wang Wan and went straight to the Ministry of Works to find Zhang Xiaobao's father, Zhang Zhong, to discuss the business expansion of the family. Before they arrived at the Ministry of Works, they received news that Zhang Zhong was not in the Ministry of Works. Instead, he had gone to the experimental site that the Ministry of Works had cordoned off. The two of them found a carriage and headed out of the city. When they arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around to watch the show. Zhang Zhong was also in the crowd. He held a pair of binoculars and looked at a diesel engine 200 meters away. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got closer and took the binoculars from the person beside them, they saw that the diesel engine was operating normally and making a deafening sound. The other end of the engine was not connected to a hand tractor, but to a lathe. The axle on the lathe was connected to the diesel engine. As the diesel engine rotated, the cutting tool on the lathe also rotated. Someone had painted a little dot on the blade. What Zhang Xiaobao saw were lines of coils. After looking at them for a while, he felt that they were turning in the opposite direction. It was like a wheel. It was obviously turning forward, but the lines formed by the holes on the wheel were turning backward due to the rotation. It was a visual deception. It was a very common thing. Beside the lathe, there was a cabinet. Oh, no, it was a person. He was wearing armor made of some unknown metal. He was holding a metal rod in his hand and was approaching the cutting tool. Zhang Xiaobao understood. This person was wearing armor to prevent the cutting tool or the metal rod from hitting him. It was also to prevent the diesel engine from exploding. It wasn't easy, hero. The crowd was also watching. They watched as the person touched the rotating cutting tool with the iron rod. With a burst of sparks, the iron rod broke. Suddenly, the crowd burst into cheers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the diesel engine's noise was not very loud. The person picked up the broken iron rod on the ground and ran toward the crowd with it in his hand. However, his movements were very clumsy. After running for a dozen steps, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, some people who were not afraid of death rushed over and dragged this person back. After helping to take off the person's clothes, the crowd looked at the two pieces of the iron rod that had been cut in half. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came forward and looked together. After learning, the crowd did not stupidly touch the cut just now. They knew that it was hot. Not bad. The cut is very neat. The cut surface is smooth and flat. This means that the blade does not have a large horizontal surface. Zhang Xiaobao commented after looking at it. Wang Wan nodded. The quality of the cutting tool was most directly reflected by the cut surface of the object being cut. Looking at the iron rod in front of them, the cut surface was not bad. It was just that they did not know how much the cutting tool was worn out. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Zhong realized that his son and daughter-in-law had come. He quickly pulled his son and introduced, "Xiao Bao, look. This is steel that has just been smelted from the blast furnace. It is very hard. It will take a lot of effort to break it using normal cutting methods. Also, the cut needs to be polished again." The people from the Ministry of Works were wondering if they could use diesel engines. In the end, they succeeded. Look at this cut. It is flat and smooth. It will increase the efficiency of the diesel engine. But the diesel engine is not very stable. We intend to produce more of this steel and use it to make diesel engines. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was how the industry worked. It was like a lathe. First, the finer parts were made by hand, and then the more finer parts were made by the lathe. Then the more finer parts were used on the lathe, and the more finer parts were used on the lathe. The process was repeated again and again. There was nothing that could be created out of thin air without the development of a system. "Dad, the diesel engine should stop," Zhang Xiaobao reminded. "Stop? No. Wait for the oil to finish burning first. After it finishes burning, it will stop. If it does not finish burning and suddenly breaks down, we will know what went wrong," Zhang Zhong told his son. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan winked. That means she knows how to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was impressed by the technicians from the Ministry of Works. They knew it was not easy to build a diesel engine, but they still want the diesel engine to break down. This was another version of the saying, "You are worried that the charcoal is cheap and the weather is cold." Building over and over again, testing over and over again. Take one step at a time and steadily move forward. Bold ideas and careful verification. This was the spirit of science. Other than their theoretical knowledge, they were not worse than the academicians from the Academy of Science. Zhang Zhong was still excited and said to his son, "With the new steel, we can make better cutting blades. The lathe should also be replaced." "Xiao Bao, why are you here?" Zhang Zhong remembered that his son did not come over often. Today, he must be here for something. Zhang Xiaobao was sure that his father had started to change from an administrator to a technician. Wang Wan did not give his father any lessons, but he had learned a lot. He replied, "I have discussed with Cuckoo. We plan to expand our business and open more branches. We will come to the Ministry of Works to take a look at the waste." "Waste? You mean the branches also need to produce steel?" Zhang Zhong asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "That is not the case. I was thinking that no matter how bad the waste from the Ministry of Works is, it is better than the farming tools outside. I want to make a few sets of things that the people can use and sell. This way, the Ministry of Works will not waste too much. Many things do not need to be reheated. For example, if the cutting blades break, the quality is not good. It is not up to the standards of the Ministry of Works. But it is not a problem to use the shards to grind out some knives for carving." Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said, "That is true. But the parts cannot be sold casually, especially the parts with shapes. It is easy for others to get them. I don't care if we open branches at home. You ask your men to take note. If there is any meteorite, they must take it back. Just like what you said, there might be some very good alloys inside. The Ministry of Works will take a look and choose the ones that can be used to produce new parts." "Xiao Bao, do you think the newly produced steel can be used for the cold rolling that you and Cuckoo mentioned?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. "My father dares to think of anything. Cold rolling? Is there such a press equipment?" Wang Wan continued, "Father, it is not possible for now. Let's continue with the hot forging. When the smelting technology is improved, we will see if there is the ability to produce a large press equipment. This matter needs to be done slowly. Come up with a theory and discuss it with everyone. Do not rush. We will think of a way to find the meteorite when we go back." Actually, if we ask the Ministry of Works to mix different metals according to different proportions and smelt and forge, there might be different materials with different properties. For example, very hard, easy to mold, etc. Since we have already thrown caution to the wind and are not afraid to spend money, then let's experiment with all our might. Every small step in the project is a big step in the industrial system. Zhang Zhong could not hide the disappointment on his face, but he still replied, "Oh, fine. Let's do as Cuckoo says." After all, his daughter-in-law was the professional. Zhang Zhong firmly believed in this point. Wang Wan was embarrassed. Was she a professional? Her profession did not seem to be this. She pondered for a while and said to Zhang Zhong, "Father, isn't the oil used to separate various materials? You can ask someone to put it in the oil when annealing the steel and adjust the temperature to see what the effect is." You can put it in the oil? This was the first time Zhang Zhong heard of this. Let's give it a try. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Wang Wan said. Okay. Anyway, we have a lot of money. With all kinds of materials and all kinds of mixing methods, I don't believe that we won't be able to find something good. At least we can guess one or two things, right? Zhang Zhong made up his mind. Zhang Xiaobao quickly agreed, yes, yes, yes. Father, you are absolutely right. Science is developed by trying accidents again and again. Of course, we have to think about why it is like this. First, we have to guess. Then, we have to analyze the good things that we guess. I know. There are experimental records. If we can't repeat according to the records, it means that we have missed something important. Zhang Zhong put on a scholar's face. Yes, Father is right. Then, Father, let's stop here. Cuckoo and I will go back first. We will summarize the theory and see if we can come up with something better. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father kept glancing at the experimental diesel engine and the lathe when he was talking to him. He knew that his father was not paying attention to him, so it was better to leave quickly. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo go do your work. I will take a look. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. They passed through the layers of defense and stood at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the coachman who was sitting on the shaft and dozing off, Wang Wan asked, Xiaobao, do you think that when science develops, there will be a lot of people who will lose their jobs? For example, this coachman. How is that possible? The more science develops, the more industries are divided. There will be more people needed. It's just that technology has become more advanced. The coachman who drives the cart can be a driver. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this kind of thing. The so-called not being able to find a job was relative, not absolute. Those who could not find a job disliked the work that could be done easily. The low income was not a problem of ability, but a problem of perception. That's true. There are not many people in Tang right now. I am worrying too much. Let's go back. Wang Wan did not want to think about this matter anymore. They woke up the coachman and took the carriage back home. Xiaobei and the group of children had already packed up and were reading books. If there was something they did not understand, they would ask each other. The others did not know how to memorize it, so they would wait for their brother and sister to come back and learn. Because Xiaobei's development direction was different, she did not learn much. She quickly memorized what she needed to memorize and told stories to Li Jun and Panner. The two children were already more than 2 years old. They liked to listen, point at things and ask questions. They also liked to see something and run over to take a closer look. They were so serious that they seemed to want to do an atomic analysis of that thing. After looking at it, they felt that it was not fun and ran in another direction. They would casually throw a rubber ball on the ground and they would be able to run for a long time. They were very happy. Under the temptation of candy, the two children were now guarding Xiaobei's left and right, listening to Xiaobei's sister tell stories. At this moment, Xiaobei finally understood how difficult it was for his brother and sister. He clearly knew things, but he could not let Li Jun and Pan understand them. He had to become as stupid as them. Telling stories became teaching vocabulary. Ball, rubber ball, gulu gulu, far away, rubber ball, gulu gulu, look, it's far away, right? Xiaobei awkwardly organized his vocabulary and threw the rubber ball around on the ground. The two children were clearly more interested in the way the rubber ball was rolling. As for what gulu gulu, after playing with the rubber ball, they might be able to learn a few words. So stupid, so stupid. Teaching them is too tiring. Xiaobei looked up and sighed. Xiao Hai turned to look at his sister and said, brother and sister have never said that we are stupid. We also grew up at this time. Okay, I won't say that they are stupid. They are smart. I can't remember when I was their age. The things I know seem to be very natural. What's going on? Xiaobei couldn't understand for a while and felt very confused. He watched Li Jun and Panner kick the rubber ball around, but they always missed. He calmed down. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, they saw Xiaobei in a daze. Xiaobei, are you done with the candy house? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei nodded, then suddenly turned around and asked, brother, when I was their age, how did you teach us? Was it very difficult? It wasn't difficult. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, because you are smart. I, Zhang Xiaobao, have the best little brothers and sisters. You play first, I'll go in with your sister to discuss some things. Zhang Xiaobao said this and went in with Wang Wan. Bei Bei thought for a moment, then smiled and clapped her hands towards Li Jun and Pan. Pan, come here. Big sister will tell you a story. You're both very smart. Big sister Bei, my little brother and little sister are the best. I'm very happy today. The technicians are all working hard. I believe that soon, we will have a new surprise. Zhang Xiaobao sat down and made tea. He helplessly pushed it in front of Wang Wan and poured himself a cup of water. He was afraid that the tea would hurt his stomach. Wang Wan didn't hold back. She touched the handle of the teapot and said, yes, it's really not easy to build it bit by bit. Once the industrial system starts to be used, a lot of raw materials will be needed. Some can be extracted from oil, and some need to be refined from other things. For example, from ores, plants, animals, and even aquatic products. When the time comes, I'm really worried that there won't be enough materials. If we can advance. At this point, Wang Wan stopped and began to size up Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at him from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Zhang Xiaobao's hair stood on end. My water is not as good as your tea. Do you want to change it? Zhang Xiaobao pushed his own cup in front of Wang Wan. He needed to use his words and actions to relieve the psychological pressure under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan pushed the water back. Aya, Xiaobao, my good husband, you actually planned to hide it from me. Don't you see who I am? You are my wife, my wife. What did I hide from you? Zhang Xiaobao still didn't understand. Humph. Wang Wan coldly snorted and continued to stare at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to run away, she said, when I asked you why you gave away your family's aquaculture technology to others for free, you didn't tell me. When Li Longji asked you what crops to plant as compensation, you also didn't say. Do you really think I can't guess? I'm just giving you face. Now, I'll tell you what your plan is. You actually want to monopolize the industrial production technology. You're afraid of lacking raw materials. Is this how you act like a good person? Ah. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else, so he sighed and said, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the Ministry of Works with you today. Women can't be too smart. I only had a little thought, but you guessed it. I was careless. Actually, this is what I was thinking. When the industrial technology is applied, it can't be given to others. It can easily leak the secret. What can I do? I have no choice but to. I have no choice but to trouble you, right? Then think about it. What should we do if we don't have enough raw materials? Alright, let's do a great kindness and give away the aquaculture technology that can be refined into raw materials for others to use for free. We also have to subsidize the farmers and let them plant specific things. Wang Wan followed along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She had a smug expression on her face that said, I can guess even if you don't tell me. Zhang Xiaobao bowed and said, my wife is really amazing. I only had this little thought, but my wife still saw through it. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Wang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, no, if I really guessed everything, you wouldn't be like this. Tell me, what else is there? Chapter 967. 2 months before the new year, the weather was even colder. A light snow fell in the capital and melted as soon as it hit the ground, but it still made people feel cold. Yellow and red leaves fluttered to the ground, bringing with them endless desolation and sorrow. When small ice shards began to appear in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, the people of Ling State and Feng State were in a lively mood. The people who were affected by the disaster didn't have to spend a single copper coin, and all the resources were provided by the imperial court. They actively built new houses that were sturdier and more beautiful than before. Some families who had more people built 5 houses from the original 3 houses. They weren't afraid of the freezing ground, and they dug with picks and set fires. Countless building materials were piled up into mountains. Even the families whose houses were not crushed could take them and go back to repair or rebuild their original houses. At first, the people were embarrassed. They had already eaten Changpingsang's food for free, so how could they take materials for free? Why would they let the imperial court spend money on them? Later, Li Longji issued an imperial edict. It wasn't an imperial edict, which was usually issued and the imperial court couldn't help the people. Now that Li Longji had the ability to provide good conditions for his people, he wasn't convinced. In the end, he issued an imperial edict that shocked countless people. It was an imperial edict that condemned the heavens. He then told the people that the imperial court should give them money and goods. Why? It was because the people had paid their rent, and the imperial court couldn't just take the people's money and watch them suffer. The imperial power began to fight against the heavens, and the people were anxious. When the disaster struck and they ate meat porridge, they leaned toward the imperial power without much thought. The imperial edict saying that the heavens were wrong was written by Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan made a draft based on Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei said, "You're too unreasonable, who offended you? What else can you do when it's snowing? You're a child and don't know anything. You didn't snow when it was time for you to. Ask him, do you still want to be good?" Thus, Xiao Yuan wrote, the people sacrifice 3 animals. Spring and autumn have not stopped, summer and winter have not stopped, yellow rice is bright, incense is far away, take the lanterns, release the boats, and worship the mountains. When have they painted black? Ask the heavens, ask if they are jealous of the human world. The human world is deep in autumn and is happy with the family. Why is it snowing? Ask the heavens, ask how many envious Shihuan is. Could it be that there is no good in the common people? How can they bear the punishment? When the heavens do evil, Huang Yupian, vast and endless, the heavens overturn. Someone from the spiritual state explained the situation to the people. After some consideration, the people realized that this was indeed the case. Damn it! They had taken all the food from the heavenly sacrifice for nothing, they might as well keep it for themselves. The emperor is still the best. She lacks clothes, food, and shelter, yet he really gives her gifts. The commoners accepted Li Longji's goodwill and accepted the gifts. They prepared to build a new home and celebrate the new year. They would work harder next year and continue to pay their rent. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were depressed. What should they do in the future? Most likely, the common people would not agree to do something in the name of the heavens. They could only endure the helplessness in their hearts, change their etiquette, and accept their fate. At this time, Li Longji was preparing to engage in a verbal battle with the officials. However, what surprised him was that the officials were very calm. No one actually objected in the imperial court. After Li Longji sent out the imperial edict, he thought that someone would smash their head against a pillar or something. Thus, he arranged for the golden guards to guard every pillar. However, the truth was that Li Longji had been discussing other matters, but none of the officials stood up to mention this matter. When the court was dismissed, he asked Gao Lishir, and Gao Lishir also asked someone else. Only then did Li Longji understand the reason. Less than an hour after he sent out the imperial edict, the Zhang family and Wang family sent gifts to all the officials, including those who objected to their family. At first glance, the gifts seemed very valuable. However, after being introduced, the officials realized how rare these gifts were. They were the rewards for their investment in the Ministry of Works. Each family had 5 bolts of silk and cotton woven together. They were extremely fine, and no one knew how they were made. Of course, they did not know that the Ministry of Work's secret was due to the mechanical textile machine. There was also a can of liquefied petroleum gas. It was not that the Ministry of Works could not make it, but that they did not want this technology to be leaked. Once the door was opened, the fire would be ignited. If the door was slightly opened, the fire would be ignited. Along with the gift was a new set of hot pot utensils that specifically used liquefied petroleum gas. It was said to be the main item of the Zhang family and Wang family restaurant. The officials found it novel and thought that using this utensil would increase their value. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that no one would be willing to use this lousy utensil when eating hot pot. It was convenient, used electricity, and had to be made of charcoal. However, they could not use it. The process of refining petroleum gas was a byproduct. If they did not use it, it would be gone. It was also good to use it to cook. At the very least, they could use it to make some dishes. When the utensils and liquefied petroleum gas were sent, the officials were happy. Even the officials who objected to the Zhang family and Wang family temporarily chose not to oppose and not to compromise. Along with the utensils, there was also a sentence. The person who sent the utensils said, "These 2 utensils were sent by His Majesty when he looked at the heavens and lamented that it was not easy for the officials." The officials were not stupid and immediately understood. His Majesty looked at the heavens and then sent the utensils. Between the heavens and His Majesty, there had to be a choice. To accept the utensils or to give up the utensils and make trouble for the emperor. All the officials made a decision within a few breaths of time. They removed the other words in the sentence. Confucius did not speak of strange forces and gods, and only left, Confucius did not speak of gods. They also made a new translation and explanation, which meant that Confucius did not speak of gods and gods. I am too smart. If the officials were so smart earlier, they would have been the top scorer in the imperial examinations. After Li Longji heard Gao Lishir's words, he was speechless. He was too spineless. Wasn't it just that if they objected, they might not get a return on their investment and would lose out on the benefits of the Zhang family and Wang family? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are truly selfless. Some officials even spoke ill of them behind their backs, but they did not take revenge and still sent the utensils and liquefied gas jars. How rare. Li Longji praised them in front of Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, actually, there are some discrepancies in this matter." Speak. The jars aren't important. What's important is the gas inside. The jars don't cost money, and the return on investment is that once the gas is used up, a portion of people will have to spend money to get a second one. It's said that it's not easy to get a second one, and a single jar costs 10 strings of cash. Furthermore, because we can't reveal the secrets of Great Tang's pressure-bearing technology, the jars can't contain too much gas. It's estimated that after a few hours a day, it will be gone in half a month. Gao Lishir explained. He had many jars in his family, and if he couldn't use them, he would exchange them for them. How could his godson ask him for money? However, his heart still ached at the price. 10 strings of cash, half a month would be gone in half a month. Li Longji looked at the sky and thought for a moment before saying, half a month, 10 strings of cash, it's actually so cheap. Cheap. Gao Lishur swallowed. Your Majesty, do you think you're the one who doesn't feel bad about spending more than 500,000 strings of cash for spiritual state? That money isn't yours. I've misspoken. Ah, right, I didn't earn the money myself. If it were a few years ago, I would feel bad for spending 500,000 strings of cash. Xiao Bao didn't care, so I don't care. 10 strings of cash isn't a lot, right? Li Longji gestured for Gao Lishur to not apologize and did a self-analysis. He found that it wasn't that money wasn't important, but that it was too easy to earn. Gao Lishur said, how is it not a lot? Millet is worth 12 strings of cash. 10 strings of cash is equivalent to half a house of land. Yes, the Sinangsi contributed a lot to increase the yield of each mu, and Great Tang ate fewer and fewer millets. Then, maybe it's because liquefied gas is precious. Li Longji was still looking for an excuse. Gao Lishur rubbed his face with his hands. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao once told me that the refining technology couldn't keep up, and the liquefied gas storage wasn't perfect when decomposing oil. Most of it was burned and thrown away. Don't you think it's precious? Li Longji frowned and asked, why throw it away? Since it can be used to cook, why not use it? Xiao Bao said that it can't be used unless someone queues up to buy the liquefied gas. The gas isn't important, but it's hard to make the jars. If we use pipes, the pipes won't be easy to get. Xiao Bao said that the investment is not proportional to the gains. Gao Lishur also felt that it was a pity that so much gas was wasted, but he understood that he couldn't stop the Ministry of Works. In order to save gas, he stopped the Ministry of Works' research. If that was the case, Xiao Bao would probably go crazy with anger. Li Longji wasn't clear about the specific situation, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special insistence on certain things. Even if it was a waste of money, they had to push forward the development of the industry. This was how the diesel engine technology of 4 million strings of cash was created. A small country's annual revenue was used to create such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded to death. But so what if Zhang Xiaobao lost? Li Longji thought about it and suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was as if the two of them weren't from this world. They didn't seem to care about anything, but they also seemed to care about everything. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, they knew how to compromise, but they never backed down. When he was with the two of them, he didn't feel the respect of the other ministers. But why did they want to push the imperial power? Li Longji, who really couldn't understand, shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. It was tiring. He said to Gao Lishur, find Xiao Bao and ask him if we can build a pipe in the capital. If it's possible, let him take the money from the bank. We can think of it. If everyone in the capital uses liquefied petroleum gas, there will be less smoke and life will be more convenient. Your subject will remember. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao said that we can set off the day after tomorrow. The fastest is 15 days for a round trip, and the slowest is 20 days. He wants Your Majesty to prepare in advance. Gao Lishur nodded and reported again. Ah. We're leaving. What should we prepare? Li Longji was happy again. Going out to play was such a good thing. He was bored of being cooped up in the palace all day. Xiao Bao said that he wants Your Majesty to be mentally prepared. He has prepared the other things. Also, how many guards do you want to bring? He can arrange it. Gao Lishur said. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, indeed, the preparation of a trip is nothing more than logistics. Who dares to compete with Xiao Bao in logistics? We will bring Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, as well as the eunuchs and palace maids. That's all. What about the guards? Gao Lishir asked. What guards? With Xiao Bao around, do we need to bring our own guards? If the two of them have other thoughts, how many guards will we bring? That was Jili province. To be honest, it was the world of the two of them. We will bring 100,000 soldiers. Can you guarantee that we will be fine? If the two of them don't have other thoughts, why should we bring people? We took a gamble at Xuanwu Gate. Why can't we take another gamble today? Li Longji's words were powerful and resonant. Gao Lishir was stunned, but then he nodded immediately. Your Majesty, I will gamble with you. I will gamble with you. The news that Li Longji didn't bring any guards soon reached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ears. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said admiringly, You are indeed an emperor of a generation. Good, you have guts. You are not worse than Mao. If he dares to go to Jili province with me, I will give him an iron country. Xiaobao, in fact, is also gambling. What's the name again? Oh, it's called persuading the king to change his mind. It is really a gamble. Well, let's not care about him. He can think what he wants. If he thinks too much, he will not have a good time. It has nothing to do with us. Let's discuss and see if we can arrange a big sand table on the ship. The generals are so anxious. I am puzzled. So what if they defeat me? Are they that impatient? Wang Wan considered the matter of the sand table and planned to start the military examination with the generals on the ship. Yes, it is easy to arrange a sand table. A 4-story ship is easy to do. I am almost ready. Do we need to call our people and practice a few more sets? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about what Li Longji was thinking. He pushed the information of a daluo on the table and said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Longji, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, a group of maids and eunuchs, and Gao Lishir met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others by the river. What surprised Zhang Xiaobao was that Wu Huifei actually brought her son, Li Qing, who was about the same age as him and Wang Wan. To be precise, he was a little older than Zhang Xiaobao. She was too bold. It seemed that people who could play in the palace were not ordinary. Empress Wang also saw Li Qing, but she didn't care. She only focused on her children. After seeing her son Li Jun and daughter Panner, she, who hadn't seen them for a long time, wanted to go forward and hug her children. But she also knew that children didn't remember people. Once they left for a long time, it was very rare for them to recognize their parents. Of course, there were special cases. For example, a mother and her son were connected. As long as they saw each other, the indescribable kinship would appear. Mother, why don't you go and see Juner and Panner? Wang Wan asked beside Empress Wang. She was Empress Wang's adopted daughter. Of course, she had to accompany Empress Wang. I'm scared. Empress Wang said 2 words. Mother, don't worry. They will definitely remember you. Wang Wan promised. Empress Wang chose to believe. Step by step, she walked towards her son and daughter, who were playing happily with Xiaobei. Do you think it's the connection between mother and son? Wang Wan asked. Not all of them. Zhang Xiaobao replied, some of them don't immediately form a sense of closeness. This seems to be a kind of genetic magnetic resonance. Another one is potential. You know about sleepwalking, right? I know. When sleepwalking, under normal circumstances, the sleepwalker's physical limits will be displayed. Scientists have studied this through drugs. When sleepwalking, the reaction speed of the human subconscious is faster than one would expect. It's just like how when some people are sleeping, a long time will pass in a slight trance. Some people feel that a long time has passed, but in the end, only a few minutes have passed. In theory, sleepwalkers are almost invincible. They can feel the slow transition of time and distance. Then, their muscles, nerves, and bones will react to the limit. In other words, they can see the trajectory of a bullet. Just like in a science fiction movie, at a certain moment, everything else stops. In contrast, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, many sleepwalkers can cross a very long distance. They can even fall from a height of more than 10 meters without any problems. Xiao Bao, tell me, why are you fine? As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that Zhang Xiaobao's ability to leap onto roofs and run on walls had something to do with what they were talking about now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, I can perform psychological hypnosis. I can tell myself that if the height is high, then even if it's 1 meter, you will sprain your ankle. If the height is not high, even if it's more than 10 meters, in theory, your muscles and bones can reasonably distribute the force. Then, you can jump without any problems. At this point, Xiao Bao took a deep breath and continued, however, I can jump a height of 15 meters, 2 or even 3, but I can't keep jumping. Other than the fact that it's easy for me to wake up from my self-hypnosis, there's another reason. What's the reason? Wang Wan asked. I've already reached my limit. You saw me jump from a height of 15 meters. It didn't hurt me, but in fact, it hurt me a lot. My cells are very tired. There's a hormone that makes my cells excited. But, it's like a drug. This hormone. I understand. Someone has studied this before. Hormones are also toxins. If I have to describe it, it's like a super efficient machine. It's just that the human body is a more precise instrument. What does that have to do with Empress Wang and the child? Wang Wan didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking to understand. She had received such training, but she couldn't reach Zhang Xiaobao's level. It had to do with talent. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and replied, this is subconscious. In fact, when we find someone pleasing to the eye, it's not because they are pleasing to the eye, but because their eyes, bones, and muscles are relaxed enough to make us feel pleasing to the eye. This isn't important. We can imitate it, but there's another kind that doesn't need to be imitated. If we don't look in the mirror, we don't know what we look like. But if a person has been learning how to draw, for example, Xiao Zhu, your biological sister, and you let her draw herself, without looking in the mirror, she will still look like herself after she draws. Rather than saying that it is the soul at work as in religion, it is better to say that one's subconscious has already sketched the outline of oneself. Then, when genes are passed down, the parts that look similar and the genes affect the body's endocrine system to produce odor. This odor has always existed, but as human intelligence increases, their sensitivity to odor decreases, so. Xiao Bao, can I assume that people who can feel a sense of closeness are actually feeling different because they subconsciously have the same genetic growth outline, body odor, and magnetic field? Wang Wan tried to use the concept of science to describe it, not theology. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao came to the Tang Empire, it could be attributed to the special effect of the electric wave energy of consciousness in a special environment. Yes, so you see, when Juner and Panner see Empress Wang, they can definitely recognize her and call her mother. This is a kind of deception. You said a lot of subconscious. Does it have anything to do with Li Jun and the others knowing Empress Wang? Wang Wan questioned. How does it have nothing to do with it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. You still have the nerve to say that. You asked me to draw a lot of pictures of Empress Wang from various angles, and then you asked someone to make a model. You found a person who sounded very similar to Empress Wang and put the model on her head. Then you told Li Jun and the others that you were their mother and played with them. You still have the nerve to rely on other aspects? Wang Wan understood too well. Once Empress Wang went over, the two children would definitely know each other. Zhang Xiaobao touched his nose. Is that so? Oh, then it belongs to another aspect. While the two of them were arguing, Empress Wang had already arrived less than 10 steps away from Juner and Panner. She squatted down and looked at her children with tears in her eyes, but she couldn't say a word. She was really afraid that her children would become strangers to her. When they met, they would look at each other blankly. That kind of feeling was hard to describe. However, reality was completely different from what she had imagined. As soon as Li Jun and Li Pan saw her, they immediately gave up on playing with Sister Xiao Bei and ran towards her, calling her Mom. Panner had already opened her arms and was waiting to be hugged. At this moment, Empress Wang didn't know what to say. She hugged the two children in her arms and kissed them. The others were shocked. It was too strange. Especially the palace maids and eunuchs who knew that Li Jun and Panner hadn't seen Empress Wang for almost a year. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Could it be that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were a blessed land? Could it be any more exaggerated? The few people who knew the situation really admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, Gao Lishir, Li Longji, and Wu Huifei all knew the reason. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work. Wu Huifei no longer had any feelings of jealousy or resentment. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she didn't dare. She was clear in her heart. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew what kind of person she was and why they wanted to deal with her. However, she still had to be grateful because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't kill her. She felt that the wisest thing she had done in her life was to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan twice. When she didn't succeed, she retreated. She didn't insist. This was because she understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they did things, they would leave a way out for others. It was just like the bridge over the river that led to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's villages. It depended on your intentions. If you didn't cross the bridge, it was fine even if you scolded them and they ignored you. If you crossed the bridge because you wanted to scheme, then it wouldn't be a stone bridge, but a bridge of helplessness. It was said that when men and women expressed their feelings, they didn't need to swear to the heavens. As long as you finished speaking and calmly walked across the bridge, it meant that you weren't lying. When you stood on the bridge and trembled, there was no need to say anything else. It was said that it was very accurate. People with ulterior motives wouldn't dare to cross that bridge. This was because that bridge pointed directly to one's heart. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Of course, if Wu Huifei asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would definitely laugh. In fact, there was no problem with the bridge. The only thing that couldn't be crossed was the heart's demon. Wang Wan would also tell Wu Huifei that the bridge was useless against Zhang Xiaobao. This was because even a lie detector wouldn't be able to detect it. Even if they used drugs, it might not be successful. His psychological quality was good. If you saw him vomit blood even once, your life would be worth it. Wu Huifei had never studied psychology. Li Longji also didn't know what she was thinking. He only knew that giving the child to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo was the best choice. Because Panner was already telling a story to Empress Wang. She said that there was an mountain in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat temple. In the hat there was a big bite, and a small bite, jump. The big bite, jump, gave the small bite, jump, to tell the story of Ho Zi, jump. The Ho Zi, jump, was, there was an mountain in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, and in the hat there was a. Li Longji clearly knew why the two children were able to recognize Empress Wang. He clearly knew that it was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he never would have thought that the last time he asked the two children to play with Xiao Bei, it would result in such a result. Wasn't this too monstrous? A child who was not even 3 years old was telling a story? What kind of joke was this? How was he supposed to teach this? Gao Lishir also opened his mouth in surprise. He had no choice but to be impressed. Not to mention an ordinary teacher, if such a young child was thrown to the grand tutor of the crown prince and asked if he could teach to such an extent, who would dare to answer? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't object and allowed their younger sister to play with them. The result was what they saw in front of them. Li Longji walked over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the two, "We must thank the two of you for teaching Jun, and Pan, Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. "Your Imperial Majesty, this has nothing to do with me and Cuckoo. I can't teach the two children myself. Otherwise, someone will be unable to eat or sleep. That will force me to make a move. I don't want to do that. It's all Xiao Bei's 9 children. They're playing with the 2 children. Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao and believed his words. Indeed, if people knew that Li Jun had been taught by Xiaobao, many people would be unable to sleep. They would then come up with ideas to deal with Xiaobao. Needless to say, if they wanted to scheme against Xiaobao and Cuckoo, their skills were not enough. Many people had tried, but the results were very tragic. He could be said to be a pioneer, but didn't he become helpless after every confrontation? At this time, Xiao Bei pulled Xiao Fang over and had someone bring a guqin with 7 strings. She arranged it properly and had Xiao Fang sit there. Zhang Fang, or Xiao Fang, only tried a few notes, but she didn't deviate much. At least, she didn't notice it. Her sensitivity to music made even Wang Wan jealous, because Wang Wan could hear the difference of a quarter of a note, but Xiao Fang could hear it more clearly. Wang Wan estimated that it was a quarter of a note. The so-called semitone refers to the relationship between E and F, as well as B and C in the 12 equal temperament. 2 semitones make up a whole tone, starting from C and going all the way to B is called CDFGAB, which is Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti. According to the pentatonic system, it is Gongshangjiaoqingjiaziu Changgong. The corresponding CDFGAB of the 12 equal temperaments was the whole half whole half whole half whole half one whole double. There were a total of 12 notes. A quarter of a note meant that half a note was divided into 8 parts. If the note was slightly off by an eighth, Xiao Fang would be able to tell. This was because she felt uncomfortable, which meant that it wasn't harmonious. However, normally speaking, most people wouldn't be able to tell. It was already good enough to hear half a note. Unless it was a 7th degree harmony, a 9th degree harmony, or an even higher 11th degree harmony, the disharmony of a semitone could be reflected. If someone said that this semitone was incomplete because a semitone was off by half a semitone, that would definitely be abnormal. Wang Wan knew that there was a person who could. His name was Mozart. Without comparing the actual standard sound with the small letter A, he could tell if someone was off by half an eighth just based on his experience and ears. There was a time when the genius Wang Wan thought that this was just a legend. However, when she followed Zhang Xiaobao to the Tang Dynasty and heard the grassland songs, she realized that many folk songs actually had a quarter of a note in the singing process. This was because she could only hear a quarter of a note. However, when Xiao Fang heard it, she could hear an even finer half of a note. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, foreign things can only be bragged. Don't think that they're really that awesome. If you don't believe me, I can find a shepherd to compare with them. Let's see whose tone is more ethereal. Compared to the vastness of the snowy mountains, church music is nothing. Have they ever seen a real eagle? Do they want to resonate and fly above the clouds? They say that the dolphin sound is good, but how many people can resonate? The truly amazing one is Xiantianyu. Do they think that they're amazing just because they can play a few coloratura in an opera? Have the male and female voices in the Peking opera spoken yet? Wang Wan once said that Zhang Xiaobao was a nationalist. He always said that his own things were good. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he knew how wide the range of the violin was. Zhang Xiaobao said at that time, I don't know the 4 octaves of the violin. I only know that the horse-head zither can make a camel cry. I don't know how high the resonance of the organ can be. I only know the depth of the chimes. I also don't study the rap of foreign blacks. I only know what is called shulabeo. At that time, Wang Wan felt that even if she played the flight of the bumblebee with the violin, Zhang Xiaobao would still say that the guangxing of the eru was pleasing to the ear. If he were to say that the horns were distant, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely say that the horns were profound and that there was no way to communicate with them. You could say that Zhang Xiaobao didn't know anything, but he knew everything. He could even name all the instruments and vocal arrangements in Western music. Then, he would take out his ethnic instruments to mock Western instruments. What kind of person was he? If you said the horizontal flute, he would say the bamboo flute. If you said the clarinet, he would say the vertical flute. If you said Carmen with rich background music, he would say the flowing water from the guzheng. Anyway, it was best to use things that belonged to one's own family. Other people's things could be used, but they would definitely not praise you. When Wang Wan was recalling, Xiaofang had already started playing. It was the Spring River Moonlit Night that Wang Wan had taught her. Originally, this song had the name of a poem, which was said to cover the whole of Tang. However, Zhang Xiaobao had written a song line with many words, more than Bai Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret. Wang Wan really couldn't bear to hurt Zhang Xiaobao, so she didn't mention his Spring River Moonlit Night. After all, when Zhang Xiaobao wrote the song line, he was busy with other things. It was impossible for him to only work on words. Wang Wan believed that Zhang Ruoxu didn't have the ability of Xiaobao. La 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 do relaso so sola dormi mi remiso mizola la dor remi. Xiaofang's music had already started. Without any other accompaniment, the Spring River Moonlit Night solo really gave people a feeling of coming from afar. In fact, the difference between zither wasn't too big. It was just a matter of the material of the strings and the resonance of the resonance box. Most of the problems could be solved by industrial means. The only problem was that Wang Wan liked the violin. The wood for the piano was easy to choose, but good wood for the violin was hard to find. The most standard kind of wood needed to be soaked in seawater. If it didn't rot after soaking, then it would be made according to the feeling. The requirements for the zither might have similar conditions, but it wasn't necessary. The person's playing skills wouldn't change much when the difference between the instruments wasn't big. When Xiaofang played, the surroundings became even quieter. There was no way to not be quiet, because the mood of this song was like that. It was a pure pentatonic mode. Li Longji liked to play the jie drum. When he heard it, he thought of the rhythm of the drum and was completely immersed. June, and Pan, danced with the song. This didn't need to be taught, because everyone would have a reaction to the sound, unless they were deaf. In fact, even the truly deaf had a sense of rhythm. The sound of the drum didn't completely require the ears. It had a vibration frequency with the human body and could be transmitted through the skin to affect the heartbeat of the person. June, and Pan's dance was honestly not good to look at. It didn't have the stretch and naturalness of dance art, but they were immersed in it and could step on the rhythm. Wang Wan's evaluation of this was that this was the true stretch and naturalness. Naturalness wasn't a show of strength or stretching, but relaxation and nervousness. There was no need to deliberately do it. Even if you rolled, it was still art. It was impossible to pursue perfection. If it was perfect, there would be no art. True art was regretful. Without flaws, it would lose its characteristics. No one who saw it laughed at it. It wasn't because of Li Jun's and Pan's identity, but because of their age and movements. For such an old child, even if they cried or laughed, they would be cute, let alone dance. Even if it was snowing and the ground was slippery, they would still be different from adults. In the snowy north, children wore very thick clothes, like balls. When they fell, they would always roll a few times. It was very fun. A 60-year-old could laugh at the actions of a 30-year-old, but a 30-year-old definitely couldn't laugh at the movements of a 2-year-old child. This is... Li Longji turned to ask Zhang Xiaobao. This is Xiao Bei's matter, I don't care. Since you gave Li Jun and Pan, to Xiao Bei and the other 9 children, I agree, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was very clear. This matter wasn't done by him, so it had nothing to do with him. If you want to know the details, ask Xiao Bei and the others. It really has nothing to do with you? Li Longji asked in disbelief. It's true, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Then how should we thank Xiao Bei and the others? Li Longji asked. Zhang Xiaobao understood Li Longji's meaning. Li Longji didn't want to pay, not because he lacked money, but because once he did, it would break the rules of the game. It was clear just by looking at Xiao Bei and the others' clothes and decorations. The imperial court definitely wouldn't make such things for them. Xiao Bei could wear them because their clothes were made according to their own ideas by their family. Li Longji didn't say anything. How could the current him care about this kind of thing? Even if Xiao Bei wore the dragon robe, he would at most tell him in private that he couldn't wear it. It was easy to be seen by others and cause a lot of trouble. He wouldn't punish Xiao Bei and say that Xiao Bei wanted to rebel and so on. Li Longji knew that the Zhang and Wang families wouldn't rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others. If they wanted to wear it, then wear it. Was he not allowed to let the children be happy? From time to time, she would accompany the two children and laugh foolishly. Xiao Fang played the zither on the side, making people feel more lively. She played the song Spring River Moonlit Night over and over again. She only knew this one song and never got tired of it. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to chat. Dignified and elegant, they talked about the fabric of the clothes, the workmanship of the jewelry, and so on. If Wu Huifei did not know about Wang Wan's family, she would have thought that she was born in a famous family. Of course, she did not know that Wang Wan was born in a rich and powerful family. She had to learn diplomacy from a young age. When the fleet was ready, the group of people boarded the ship. They lifted the anchor, left the shore, and went downstream. The west wind blew, making the sails creak. In the cabin, Empress Wang first accompanied the two clingy children to play with building blocks. When the children were sleepy, they climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Only then did Empress Wang have time to go to the other cabin to thank Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She thanked the two for being willing to play with the children and thanked them for their guidance. Cuckoo, it's been hard on the two of you. June, and Pan, are not like other children. I've troubled the two of you a lot. Empress Wang thanked Wang Wan. Wang Wan denied, it has nothing to do with me and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao saw it just now and said that we have to find a way to make June, and Pan, play. It's not good for the children to be too obedient, so Xiao Bei will be responsible. It was the first time Empress Wang heard such a thing. Wasn't it good for the children to be quiet and stable? She didn't understand, so she didn't think about it. She believed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't harm her children. She would just let them play. She asked with concern, the military exam may be held on the ship. Cuckoo, are you ready? Almost. It's best to wait for a while. When we're on the shore, let them deepen their theoretical knowledge on the ship. Let them compete with each other first and be more familiar with each other. Wang Wan had a look of, I'm doing it for their own good. Empress Wang didn't say anything else. She chatted with Wang Wan again. In fact, the generals couldn't wait anymore. They rubbed their hands and wanted to fight. A few days ago, they were tortured by them. As a general who led the army to war, they didn't test the military formation and ranks. Instead, they had to test the relationship between the army and the people. When they finally got through it, they found someone to discuss it and colluded with each other. Only then did they finish the written test. In the end, the emperor had to go out again. It was almost the new year. What was the point of going out? They had to solve the seasickness problem first before the military exam. For a while, the generals were still pondering. They thought that Wang Wan would take this opportunity to start the exam immediately. In the end, they got the news that they should familiarize themselves with it. Moreover, the sand table was from the Jiangnan circuit. This made them feel relieved. It was a good buffer. Only Li Longji and Gao Lisher knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They thought that the two of them were definitely up to no good and would come up with bad ideas again. The two of them muttered to each other but couldn't figure it out. They could only put it aside for the time being. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao over. He first asked with concern, Xiaobao, have you recovered from your injuries? Okay, it's been half a month. If it's still not good, I'll have the people of the medical college die with me. They can make my illness worse. With such ability, I'll take them to harm others. Zhang Xiaobao patted his stomach to prove that he was very healthy. That's good, that's good. Li Longji already knew that Zhang Xiaobao had recovered from his illness, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao should have followed up with a question, but he didn't say anything. He smiled bashfully and waited. June, and Pan, I'm very relieved to see you two today. Xiao Bei is really capable. Li Longji started talking about his children. Zhang Xiaobao was still bashful. Yes, your majesty is right. Have you eaten? Li Longji was really at a loss for words. He suddenly asked the usual greeting. I've eaten. Is your majesty hungry? Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up as he spoke. Li Longji was hungry, so he had to go cook. He really owed Li Longji something from 800 years ago. Li Longji hurriedly stopped him. I've eaten. I'm not hungry. I just drank a big bowl of shredded potato soup before I came out. It tasted very good. Yes, I also like to make shredded potato soup with a layer of chopped green onions and oil on top. I also like to make radish strips, taro heads, pickles, and dry pancakes with a pan. It's the simplest and most acceptable combination. Many people will eat until they're full. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't afraid that Li Longji would talk to him about food. He could choose any of the 8 major cuisines. Li Longji didn't want to talk about food, so he was silent for a while. After a quarter of an hour, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to fall asleep, Xiaobao, you planted potatoes in the northern part of Hebei province. It said that you planted a lot of them. Do you still plan to go back? This was the main topic, so Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to it. Whether I go back or not depends on my father's arrangements. If I enter the imperial court, my official position can't be low. However, my father's official position is higher than mine. With father and son in the same court, I might have to side with my father. It's easy to give people the impression that we're in control of the imperial court. Then, what if you send your father out? Li Longji suggested. He planned to keep Zhang Xiaobao in the imperial court so that he could ask him about it. After all, being an official in the capital was also a kind of honor. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Why don't I continue to stay outside? My father's role outside is not as good as staying in the Ministry of Works. I'm fine with going anywhere. I'm not picky. Yes, I know you're not picky. The people in the places you go will enjoy life. However, no matter how much you manage, it's just one province. How many provinces and prefectures can you manage? I can't let you manage half of the country. Li Longji was speaking the truth. Gao Lisher had already discussed with Li Longji before Zhang Xiaobao came. At this time, he played along and asked, Xiaobao, I see that you like to stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Is that place important? Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and thought about how to explain the importance of the Northeast to Li Longji and his godfather. At present, the Northeast didn't have any heavy industry, so it couldn't be considered a heavy industry. The resources weren't particularly good either. Other than animals and plants, Great Tang also had other resources. If one had to say that there were good resources, there were oil and coastal resources. There weren't many other places. However, he was only using the oil that was easy to find for research. He didn't plan to exploit Great Tang's energy and mineral resources. He wanted to leave them for future generations. When did they say that they weren't capable enough? If they couldn't get what they wanted from others and were beaten back, then they would just pick their own. If they were beaten back, then there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just wait for their ancestors to do everything. Their ancestors couldn't control the future generations. If there was really something that was hard to find in other places, it would naturally be the amber produced by the Fushun coal mine. It belonged to the economic category. It could be sold for money, but it had no other use. There was a fly in it, so its value could be raised. The importance of the Northeast lay in its climate and geography, as well as, I want to go and snatch energy. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor continues north and east. There are many energy sources and tribes there. I can't wait for them to grow stronger and leave behind a hidden danger for Great Tang. I have to eliminate them or assimilate them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Russia and said to his godfather. Gao Lishir was still puzzled. You've always wanted to occupy territory, but have you considered population? Without enough people, who would be willing to go north with you? The further north you go, the colder it gets. Li Longji also nodded in agreement. I don't intend to occupy the entire world tomorrow. There are many new species now. Other than those from Duoshi, there are also those that were found from distant places. I can wait for population to increase, but I have to hold on to my current position. The cold isn't a problem. I have to wear more clothes, live in a warm house, eat more oily food, and drink more wine. Otherwise, if I really lose that place, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't talk about history with Li Longji and Wang Chong. He could only express his determination. Li Longji couldn't guess why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so stubborn about a place that seemed to have no future, but they were still prepared to support it. Then you should go back and be a regional commander. Don't just stay there and not come back. Come to the capital 2 or 3 times a year and cook for me. Don't you want to build a railway there? It'll be more convenient and less time wasted on the road. Li Longji couldn't bear to part with Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Beijing. He would feel very safe if Xiaobao and Wang Wan were to stay in Beijing. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could call them over for a meal and chat, and he would be able to get good ideas immediately. It wasn't easy to have someone to talk to. This was especially so for Xiaobei and the others. Although they liked to show off in their official robes, they didn't show the emotions of an official in front of him. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing. They were very peaceful and were closer to him than his own children. When they ate together, they were unrestrained and called him Uncle Emperor. This made him feel less lonely. It was just like the book of poems written by Wang Wan. Oh, she said she copied it. The most heartless imperial family. Almost everyone was afraid of him. Only Zhang Xiaobao and his siblings were not afraid of him. It was rare. Zhang Xiaobao felt awkward when he heard Li Longji speak. You're a man, why are you being so sentimental with me? Seeing that Li Longji wanted him and Wang Wan to go back, he quickly rejected, Your Majesty, it's better not. Send a prince or someone from the imperial family. This subject won't go. Are you afraid that people will say that you have too much self-respect? There's no need for that. Zhuge Wuho also had a lot of troops in his hands. He was also one of them. However, Lu Shan still ascended the throne. Your current position in the imperial court is still far from his. Li Longji was open-minded and used Zhuge Liang as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. He didn't know how to reply. Gao Lishir didn't agree with Li Longji's words. How was it far from his position? If he wasn't in the imperial court, wouldn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo's words be of no use? Not to mention managing money, even if they took over the current position, Yuan Qianyao wouldn't even have a chance to resist. A few days ago, when Cuckoo went to Hunan province, she didn't even need to discuss with the imperial court. She could mobilize the entire Hunan province army with just a word. Although His Majesty gave her the power, she didn't say that she was no worse than Zhuge Liang. It was almost the same. She didn't need the throne. But if there was a difference, it would be that she was better than Zhuge Liang. Did Zhuge Liang know how much oil to use when frying shredded potatoes? His godson, Xiaobao, knew. Did Zhuge Liang know how to teach children? If he really knew, Lu Shan wouldn't be like that. But look at his godson, Xiaobao. What did he teach Xiaobei and the others? If they could meet at the same age, Lu Shan would be bullied to death by Xiaobei. That Zhang Xiaobao encouraged himself and tried his best to treat himself as someone more awesome than Zhuge Liang before replying. That, Your Majesty, I don't care what others say. As long as no one stops me, I will let them say whatever they want. What I mean is, you can send a prince or something over there to hold down the fort. I will still command from afar. I have discussed with Cuckoo. This time, I will go back to the Turk's place and stay there. I will bring 100,000 soldiers there to graze and train. I will plant potatoes, corn, and so on. Then, I will exchange rice and wheat with other places in the Great Tang. For a year, I will not do anything else. I will stay there obediently. Occasionally, I will come back to see my parents. When Japan and Xinhua are settled, I will bring countless supplies and cooperate with Cuckoo to attack and eat more. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke of his future plans. His tone was calm, as if he was chatting normally. However, Li Longji couldn't treat it as a normal conversation. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat up straight, his eyes filled with shock. No matter what, he had never thought that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would send troops. Gao Lisher also trembled. Couldn't his godson and daughter-in-law stay put? If Zhuge Liang knew, he would definitely be jealous. He was so tired that he wanted to vomit blood. When it came to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it was as if they were playing. Yes, this was the feeling they gave people. No matter what they did, they seemed to be very relaxed. In the end, they either doubled the Great Tang's grain output or created medical, industrial, and other systems. Moreover, they would often plot against the country. They would look at the two of them all day, study how to eat and drink, tell stories to their younger siblings, play games with them, and then run around as if they were traveling. In the end, Tubo was gone, Turks were gone, Xinhua was crippled, and Japan was also troubled. The more Gao Lisher thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Zhuge Liang's life was really sullen. He was busy with this and that, and he was always busy. Looking at his godson and daughter-in-law, he could even accompany the emperor for a stroll. It was all thanks to Zhuge Liang that he met Zhou Yu and Sima Yi. If he met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he would probably die even earlier. Li Longji had the same thoughts as Gao Lisher. He still had doubts in his heart and asked, Xiaobao, is Japan worth so much of your attention? Can't you go to war if you don't pack up? That's not the case. Even if you don't pack up, you can still fight. However, it is difficult for the soldiers to adapt to the environment. This subject wants to transfer 100,000 soldiers from Tubo to the Turks. The changes in the climate there are even greater. This subject has to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with it before they can go to war. War is not a game. No matter how good Cuckoo's command is, she does not want to always fight a war like the one in Tubo. Who would be willing to dance on the tip of the blade for no reason? If they all fight like that, Cuckoo will die of exhaustion. After a year of adaptation, the chances of victory will be higher. This subject also wants to do something in this 1 year. We cannot let the people of Tubo be idle. We cannot stop small-scale conflicts. Firstly, it is to train the soldiers. Secondly, it is to confuse the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji listened and nodded his head. He admitted that Wang Wan's battle was awe-inspiring, but he really did not want to let Wang Wan always take risks. He also understood what training soldiers was, but he could not describe the confusion. He then asked Zhang Xiaobao, how do you confuse them? What kind of goal can they achieve? To be proud of the soldiers? Speaking of which, things are getting interesting. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled.